Coming to you live from the secret exit of the Mystery Fun Beach House on sunny GDQ Island with the fastest, finest mystery speedrun races, chock-a-block against the clock in the weirdest, wildest jump and shoot, eat a fruit, roll a ball, computer root, grapplicious, ground-pounding, soco-bonkulous digital entertainment ever committed to ones and zeros. The games are red hot, but the players are ice cold, fierce, freaky, feisty phantoms fighting for fun and fanfare in Mystery Tournament 18, Top 8. And now, he's only mostly a know-the-most boasty showboat, more than mostly the sort to forego no holds and go for gold toe-to-toe, and wholly a wholesome soul. Serving the role of your ghostly host, no more, it's Maurice!
Jeez, what an intro, right? Like, we've been building this up for like the past 5 months or something since we started, and this was like, how long? Like 30 words or something, and every time we started the stream to cast a new race, you added a word. At some point it got so long that we had to change words or it would get too long.
No, I did not. I just kept going with it. So I managed to convince the powers that be to let me make good on our ongoing in-joke, leading to that cartoonish, balloonish buffoonery that I so bodaciously blasted at you just now. The truth is, Maurice and I, Mythical 9, are but the first few phantoms on the mic tonight. We've got a whole merry ghost round turning through a variety of voices this weekend, and all of us are mere guests here at the Mystery Fun Beach House on sunny GDQ Island, playing our gracious host for Mystery Tournament Top 8. Once again, we're happy to have the charming and charismatic Church and Sarge.
I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that up. You have given me a tall task.
Well, so look, I can't keep it up either, right? You know what? Like, we have to pop the bubble on it anyway, so like it's fine. Let's all come back down to earth.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick channel. Like Mythical said, it is Mystery Tournament Top 8, Mystery Tournament 18. We'll get to that in just a few seconds. Before we get into that, a few quick reminders for everybody. Summer Games Done Quick will be live from Minneapolis, Minnesota, June 30th through July 6th. Run submissions are now open and will close March 24th. If you'd like to submit a run, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/profile or visit gamesdonequick.com for more information on the event. Also, we are going to be at PAX East 2024. We'll be holding a speedrun marathon live at PAX East from March 21st through 24th. You can use !PAX in Twitch chat to check out the games list. And with that said, Mythical, what is Mystery Tournament?
Mystery Tournament is a speedrun tournament where you race through games you have never played before. You must learn how to play while learning how to play fast while playing the game. When the game-giving gong rings out, we spelunk around in the basement of the Mystery Funhouse for a game submitted by a player, past or present, and vetted by our team of spectral testers. And we give the players the game, the goal they are racing to complete, and the paste bin.
Yeah, the paste bin is kind of our like mercy to you as the racer, because there's rarely a game where just having no information at all will be enough. Like, there's going to be some kind of pitfall. Maybe one of the controls is weird. We had like the fireman for the Super Nintendo, where the skip dialogue button is select. Mm-hmm. And so you're probably not going to try select as the skip dialogue button. And it's really important. So if one player finds that button and the other player doesn't, suddenly the race is decided by just, I happened to press a button no one would think to press. So we do have the paste bin, which has like at the top, it's got like stuff like the game, the goal, where you start, where you end, and then some kind of notes, the controls, maybe some lore just to spice it up a little. But it's really helpful. And one of the skills of Mystery Tournament is really understanding, reading the paste bin, knowing what's important in the paste bin, and then like remembering it through the course of the race.
Yeah, and I think we'll be able to share it in the chat probably on a lot of these games, so you can see what the players have, the only thing the players have before they jump into the race. And when the players are as confident as they can be, having never played a game before, they ready up, RaceBot counts down, and the race begins. And the first person to complete the goal is the winner. And if you repeat that process a couple hundred times in a double elimination format over a period of about 3 months, you've got yourself a mystery tournament. 116 hopeful haunts have been narrowed down to just 8 gamer ghosts in Mystery Tournament 18. And through today and tomorrow's trials, we will crown the next Mystery Tournament champion. Starting with our first match, it's going to be Okami of Games versus someone 325.
Yeah. So on screen, you can see the player cards. Before every race, we've got these cards up. They show basic stats about the players. One of the most telling things of these cards is probably the stars. So top right is like where normally the cost of the card would be in the game that we're referencing here. Is the top 8 appearances. So we can see that Okami of Games, despite being only the 3rd edition, so this is the 3rd tournament they have joined, has been in the top 8 of one of them. So that's like a 50% success rate. But someone 325 on the right there, 3 out of 3 appearances made it all the way to top 8. I actually looked up number 4, 2, and 5 in the past MTs. Probably wants to win it all, right?
Yeah, you identified someone 325 as like this guy could win it for like it's the very first time he showed up, which is it's a quality both of them have. It's very rare that someone joins our community after we've been going for so long and we have so many strong players that someone is able to succeed and make it all the way into top 8 on their first go around. But both of these two have. And so they basically immediately joined our sort of like elite players who might make side of the bracket. So one of them, unfortunately, is going to be going home, but the other is going to advance here in Mystery Tournament 18. And I think it's going to be way too close to try to call it. You know, I think everyone is so good at this point that anything can happen.
Yeah, what we can do is have a really quick look at the matches they've played. We've got this other view right here. Where you can see, especially since this, like you said, this is a loser's bracket match, we can see what they lost. So someone 325 losing against Adam Numbers or Ferris V5, who's really not an opponent you have to be ashamed to lose against. In Power Putt Legend, which I don't think I saw, but sounds like a golf game.
It was, and it was kind of a messy race, but it was extremely close. They were less than a minute apart at the end. In Okami of Games, you can see it has to scroll to show all the games Okami has played. Lost early to Econ, who did very well in this tournament, and is now on a 7-game win streak, including a win over our previous champion Triscorp to get into top 8. So Okami has been running hot. We'll see if that momentum can carry them into a deeper run here into top 8.
Yeah. I think we're ready. The races are ready. Everyone's ready, I think. Shall we do it? Shall we have a look at which game our ghostly ghosts are going to play?
Yeah, let's jump into our first game. I am a little bit worried because they were talking about like, I have to relaunch the game because my controller is just like not working right. So it might be a little bit spotty. Sometimes we play some weird stuff over here.
Yeah, especially when it gets to like PCware, like either freeware or some kind of Steam game. Anything can really happen. If we play like a retro console, it's very contained, right? Like there's only so many controls, there's only so many things you can set up, there's only so many things that could go wrong. But when it comes to freeware or Steam games like this one, like who knows? Maybe your PC is just weird, or the game is weird, or just a combination. Something about it makes it not work. Let's hope this does work.
So the name of the game, I think, is Wanna Run Again, Bright Girl.
That's what it's on Steam.
Yeah, I haven't seen this, right? This is one of these, most of our commentators were going to have someone who's seen the game before and someone who hasn't, and you're going to get both takes on it. Here, we're both blind, which will be fun for us to sort of play along, figure out, right? Especially with Maurice being a top 8 player himself, we're going to get some insight into what the players might be thinking as they try to feel their way through this game. But just from the title, Sprite girl, as in like opposite Pepsi Man? Is that where we're going with this?
You think? I think it's more like like Tohu, like Cerno is a sprite, I guess, right?
Okay.
I assume it's more like that.
It seems like we're just gonna run and jump, and it's a 3D platformer so far.
Yeah, you mostly run forward, but it's not an auto runner. It kind of looks like one, but no, you do have full control.
This game doesn't run so good. This thing had mostly negative reviews, I think it was, on Steam, so...
I've been told it's because of the story. Like, unironically, someone translated all the Chinese reviews on the Steam page, and they were all complaining about the story.
Interesting. Well, we don't care about that at all over here. We're just running and jumping, dodging these enemies.
Hey, these onion ghosts.
I think these deal damage, right? The paceman says you take 3 hits and you die, and then you'll go back to a checkpoint. So you do need to make sure you avoid these gigantic balloon enemies.
With 3 HP like that, we also will immediately probably see the age-old strategy of intentionally like game overing in the game in order to get your health back. Like as soon as you reach a checkpoint and you have 1 HP, it's a really big consideration. Oh, here's the story. Oh, it's over.
Just run straight through it. So it's a slight lead for someone 325. Okami of Games missed a single jump. This really does seem like it's begging to have a double jump, and it just doesn't.
There will be a power-up. I can tell you that much. It was in the trailer.
That's true.
That's why I know.
The paceman just says like hit this button to use your power-up, and it's like what is it? It didn't say. It doesn't say what it is.
So it's important to, like we said, read the paceman. There's like the info, for example, one important info, you have to use the mouse to skip the cutscenes. And if you don't really pay attention to the paceman or you forgot about it, suddenly you lose minutes.
Well, someone 325 just lost kind of a lot of time to a menu mistake. The paceman clarifies that even though it says unclear over the top of the level after you beat it, there are some indications that it was in fact clear.
He went back into level 1?
Yeah, and then had to menu back out, so it's a slight lead now for Okami of Games.
But here's the double jump. You run through this thing and then you have it once.
It's not a very high impact double jump. Oh, this thing moves. Oh yeah, you can tell because it's got like a different shading to it.
Yeah, and you have to follow it for quite a while. This is the level I saw in the trailer.
Look at this big guy.
They're always looking at you.
Oh! Okay, so we finally see what it's like when you get hit.
I thought the HP were the weird feather things next to our icon, but apparently not. Because
I thought so
Okami
too.
of Games got obliterated by that guy. It still has 3 feather things.
Not quite as brutal as Symphony of the Night's Fountain of Blood explosion that happens to you when you die, but it does have that eerie body floating in the air quality to it. Oh, someone 325 is trying to skip the elevator right now.
I mean, I think you need it here. I guess you could jump over these things, but, you know, like, risk-reward kind of thing, not really worth it.
Yeah. Okami and someone 325 are amazing at video games, so, like, if for some reason you had to jump on top of those walls to get across, they could probably figure it out and make it happen. But part of being a good mystery player is, like you said, being able to assess the risk-reward. Is this going to be worth it?
Okami taking a few deaths there, I think.
Yep, someone 325 has reclaimed the lead after that menu mistake, but it's a short one. Okami with the jumps to get the clear.
She's always running away. I mean, to be fair, the game is called Wanna Run Again. Makes sense, she's always running in the cutscenes.
You just beat the level. What do you want to do? Want to run again? It really does just keep saying unclear above the levels. Is any level going to be clear by the time we're done?
It's unclear.
So the goal is it's unclear. The goal is stage 9, and this is stage 3 that they're on. So
this looks like a boss. The paceman tells you to beat bosses, you run into them.
Oh, okay. So we're in what's that game where you don't want to be late? You're in the cars.
Late City Riders?
Yeah. His goal is moving away from you and you must chase it down.
Oh, yeah, that happens a lot in that game. you think it's random where it spawns the projectiles?
I wonder. I bet yeah.
That's always scary. Randomness in a mystery game. Oh, use the double jump. No, you no longer have it. Oh, he's removing the whole
ice.
column. No, I think it's just
325 reacting to the ice. Uses the
nice.
double jump.
Trolley 3. Yeah, 3 is the magical number. It's a video game.
Okami of Games had to give up on the double jump. The projectiles were covering that space.
Oh, but also gets it. First try both of them. The bosses like this is usually where you can lose the most amount of time.
These scenes between levels are cracking me up. And this girl's just like, like.
I think we're controlling the girl. We're just trying to escape from the cutscene, basically.
Yeah, it's me in every social situation. I want to run again.
But it's really funny that like part of the mystery strategy is figure out the quickest way out of the cutscene.
I know, because it's got this weird camera angle. Like, we saw Okami try to like go through.
Yeah, there was a window.
That was maybe a door, but no.
That's the kind of mystery skill you need to win in mystery tournaments. Recognizing the exit to a room.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing. The pastebin says, like, look, this is really silly. You need to run out of the screen, right? Because if someone was just loitering on that screen, like expecting it to be a cutscene, and I guess I just gotta wait, right? Like that would be a really silly way to lose a race. Wow, this jump sucks.
I mean, you can make it. I thought the same thing. Okami of Games seems to be thinking that you maybe have to jump on this rail, but no, you just make it.
I think the checkpoint spawns you not quite far enough back to get to full running speed. Okami of Games backed up and did a little U-turn with this Mario 64 style turning radius.
The worst.
And that got across. Oh, but the checkpoint is on the other side, so you better get this jump down.
Ooh. 735 is making good use of the boost there.
Yeah, these levels are starting to get harder.
It's also there was a timer there. Oh, absolutely wrecked.
There.
Another Castlevania reference right there.
So we are pretty much tied. Someone 325 has more experience on this one section, but very close.
Ooh, look at Okami using the boost to just jump over 2 gaps.
Ran into the pendulum, knockback into the pit. Ooh, someone 325 barely stopping short of the pendulum.
This is
better
where
or worse.
This is where someone died.
This, like stop on a dime sort of thing going on.
Oh, doors closing. We're on a timer. Makes it.
Whoa, that was tricky at the end there. Okay, someone's in there.
You know, like those cheap Unity games where you reach the finish and you still have control of your character for like 3 seconds. This is one of those. Oh, where?
Yeah,
you were trying to run away.
It's actually more involved than that. If you will just stay in the level if you don't keep going. The pastebin's like you need to. There's an invisible thing you need to hit and run into after the goal.
After the clear, yeah. That's so silly. See, I didn't read the pastebin good enough.
All right, so someone 325 onto the next level. Oh, the pendulum zoning out. Okami of Games not able to stop the momentum in the air.
Yeah, now this is Late City Riders.
Yeah, look at all this stuff. You can see what was that orbital laser? Is there a traffic light that's like stop? And if you try to go when it says stop, then God smites you from above.
But
you look yellow. Red.
Oh, you're not allowed to move at all. It's green light, red light, but there's also yellow sometimes. I thought maybe it was related to the time stopping mechanic.
I mean, that would certainly help you avoid. Maybe, let's see. You could use it to be able to move during stop. I assume.
But then you probably still have to stop because it's not gonna switch to green during the time stop.
Yes. You would need to make sure you stop moving before your power runs out, which is like kind of arbitrary.
Oh my
god! Checkpoint and a level clear as well for Okami of Games. So 1 checkpoint behind.
Someone 325 stopped time and kept going after time continued, and the light was already on yellow, and there was a checkpoint right in front, and that was risky.
Yeah, that was. There is a certain element. Sometimes when games are like bad, you know, like. there's a certain, you might be more willing to be like, oh my god, if I just do this, then I get the checkpoint, you know, like I don't have to do that stupid thing before.
Yeah.
And it can be really tempting to just be like, just give it to me.
Well, let's see if Kami of Games, if he gets smited. Smitten.
This is, I mean,
It's
hold
the time
on.
stop, but I mean, we'll have to stop here. Nah.
Okay.
We got
Yeah, it would have been
Ion
pretty
Cannon.
amazing intuition to just be like, you know what I need to do here, and just figure it out.
Oh!
Someone 325 run over by a car.
But someone 3-5 got run over by the car as the ion cannon shot at him, and it saved him, like, you know, like iframes or something. But then another car came and finished the job.
Okay, the time stop being used here.
Oh, I don't
Is that a
know. I don't know. Oh,
In
like,
there.
especially when you can't see the traffic light. Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of there's two sort of counters you need to sort of internalize. There's this green light, red light thing going on, but there's also the length of your power up.
Yeah. And then there's all the cycles with the cars. Wait, look, that car has something on it for Okami of Games. What is that? Did you see that?
Gone now,
It's like, I mean, I assume it's like a collectible we don't need. But still,
probably.
what's that about?
Okay. Well, the railing has been used by Okami Games.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Oh, someone 325 shrugging off this traffic accident.
Oh, stop.
Oh, was able to spin the camera and see the lights. So far, the players have elected not to do anything with the camera because it's mostly a forwards motion sort of thing.
Did you see what someone 3-5 did? Someone 3-5 went on the, you know, this time stop thing, activated time stop, and just immediately picked it up again.
Oh,
It's gonna do it here again. So it has it
doubling
like,
up on it.
yeah. And it was really good, like halfway through the level. Like he's gonna do it here again, 100%. Yeah, see, that's really good. That's the kind of like quick thinking, problem solving, abusing the game mechanics that will get you far in Mystery Tournament.
Yeah, I mean, double time stop. Like it's obviously super powerful. So being able to
Stop!
To get
The light is.
twice
Oh,
what?
the iframes. The car iframes. But no, got hit
someone
3
couldn't
times.
salvage it. The car coming was hidden by this geometry. Couldn't see which lane it was going to be in.
We had the same checkpoint.
Question from the chat: what does the traffic light do if you move when it's red?
Kills you.
It kills you.
You get a lot of social credit deducted and die as a result.
All right, so the game has gotten good and proper hard now, right? Both players might be freaking out a little bit because they're like, oh my god, like there's only 9 levels. I'm still here on level 4 or 5 or whatever this is. It's top 8. I'm up against some of the best that there is.
This looks like Okami of Games will clear it. Has done a really good job of jumping over these cars. Waits for the green light.
Has it?
Oh, it even has a time stop. Oh
no.
Oh no!
Oh, no.
Got comboed by the spinning casino chips and the car.
Yeah, it didn't go bad. It didn't go well for someone 325 either. There's a lot to keep track of, and if you freeze something in a bad place, it's there until it's not, right? Like it's very bad.
It freezes here. Probably has to wait here. Ooh. You can kind of see the red light on these gears. It's because of the way like the engine works, I guess. 2 hits. Has 1 more hit to go. Someone 3-5 could do this. Red light. Green. Oh, has a time stop. Don't run into the ships. Oh no!
Was worried about the chips, I think, and jumped a little bit early. We got a chance here as well for Okami of Games.
Also does the
It's
thing.
also doing the
Yeah.
stop time on the time stop. Oh, nice control.
Just wait for the... Yeah, so what you said earlier, like the game has gotten hard now, and it's important to recognize when that's the case. Because at some point you have to like switch your gameplay from go as fast as possible to go as consistent as possible. And that's what Okami of Games did right here.
Yeah, both players are doing it. The game is just so hard that it's not been enough. It's so Games is the first one, and someone 325 was looking to follow closely behind, but they're zoned out by that car.
Yeah.
So we're going into stage 6. No, I just saw 6 on screen.
We're going into 6.
Into stage 6. So there are still 4 stages. We're only like halfway through this.
Oh my, what the hell? I was looking at Soul 3-5. I look over, it's a baby in a wheel.
Get that baby. That's what they should call this game. So this is... Okay, wait, there is a giant laser coming out of it.
There's a giant laser.
I was about to say, there's not much going on here. It seems fine. Oh, it's just trusting that the platforms are going to be here. And it's working out.
Oh, more lasers. Oh,
no.
Oh my god.
The laser just keeps going. Going left.
Oh,
the platform.
oh
the
no.
damage boost. No.
And that's the big time loss. And here's someone 3-5 going also, clearing level 5.
Going to be joining Okami Games on this boss. And then the first jump was like barely possible.
Yeah, that was weird. I mean, maybe you have to wait a bit. These platforms seem to be going down.
I don't know. It was definitely just like a tough jump.
Well, but they race all the way up, and then I think they go down slowly again.
Do you think that's intentional, or do you think that's just like some physics number didn't get rounded down properly or something?
He didn't know how to disable the physics updates on the things.
Yeah, so he gave it like a slightly equal thrust in the opposite direction to get it to stop, and it's like a little bit too much, so it just starts drifting.
Oh man, I hope not.
Okay, there's one hit, but Okami Games briefly, like completely stopped to sort of scout out what the next platform was going to be. Doing it again.
Oh
here.
my
the
God.
boss is leaving during this time, right? Like you are losing ground. Oh, yeah, you're right. That black, maybe it's the black ink that's rising upwards.
I mean, the effect would be the same.
Yeah, it's all relative. 1325 slips off a platform. Jump didn't come out.
The game is nice enough to give you this. It spawns like a platform after hitting the boss where you're going to land. So that's actually surprisingly nice. But then you still have air control, so you may be trying to adjust and missing the platform as a result.
What are these platforms spawning way over to the side? Okami can't get to the bot. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that was weird. This time stop comes out, right? But you got to drop down to get it.
It seems like see, like right here, it forces you into the middle of the things.
That's not the boss. The wheel is not the boss. The face is the boss.
Oh
no! Of games with a critical miscalculation.
And that was on hit number 3 again. Here's someone 3-5 getting it.
Oh, that's it. We're on to the next set of 3 levels. I thought there was no like explosion or whatever during the time stop, so I was like, did he just bounce off of the boss instead of getting a hit because time was stopped? But no, that was valid. That was a hit. So yet another lead change between these two.
Exciting.
Fantastic opening match. Okami Games really needs this to keep pace. The laser being a problem. There's hit number 2. Away laser. Okay, perfect.
We talk about tilt sometimes. Like, that's like a situation that might tilt someone. Oh, that one!
No.
Oh my god! I'm tilted already.
Games was betting on that hitting, and it looked really good. It's tough because once you're that close, you don't even really see the platforms you're supposed to be jumping to. Like, when you don't know where you're going, why not go for the boss, right? Like, it seems like the right call for sure. Oh, there's a glass window in the way. Someone has to activate all of the Mario Galaxy platforms to open the door.
I thought it would be lights out, but no, it's literally the Mario Galaxy thing.
That's a bouncer. We saw that thing.
It says raise.
Raise. Like an eraser?
Maybe like raise your altitude.
Yeah, maybe. They just spelt it wrong. Are these gonna like knock you sideways then? Are those sideways bouncers?
Here's another grid.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, smart. Doing the Frogger thing of like moving with the things to go along the row.
That seems really basic, but in the heat of the moment, maybe you're like, I don't know, I gotta press all the things, and then you panic. You wouldn't lose a lot, but it might add up. Here's Okami. It's hit number 2. Oh, good time stop.
Into time stop. Spend it. No, holding on to it. I think maybe thinks.
Oh, it's so scared. It's so scared to jump for it. Oh, but there we go. That's like the reaction to something that happened before that may actually hurt you, right? Like waiting forever to get this hit. Maybe you could get it quicker than that. Who knows? Oh, someone 3-5 turned off that panel.
Good catch. Goes back for it. It's gonna need to step on this one and then.
It's so jagged.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. Oh no! Don't get that one.
Shoot. Okay, that's fine.
Basically, you want to leave one of the top ones. It's a whole level advantage now.
Level clear. It wasn't terribly hard, but it was pretty long.
The pace bin says something like you need to bounce up to reach the last 2 levels. Oh no, even 7 was required.
Yeah, we bounced up. It was your eraser tutorial before you went into the stage. There's 7. 1 to 8. 2 stages left.
Alright, what evil mechanic does this level introduce? Whoa.
We are so fast.
I mean, I like that.
Crystal. You were wondering about that.
Oh, well, I assume it's some kind of collectible. You know, like 1 per level.
So. Now it's just like this annoying distraction while you're trying to play the game.
We got these Sonic boost rings we're going through, and then we go fast.
The game is having trouble keeping up with the increased speed of the power-up.
Oh,
Connor's got the camera tilted way down in order to sort of spot the floor on these big jumps.
Yeah, like if you've got like bounce pads like that, it's a good idea to have control of the camera. Oh, it didn't jump.
The checkpoint is pretty far back. Someone 325 is on a plane. Are
you
supposed to be on this plane?
I don't think you're supposed to be on the plane.
I guess so.
But only at the top. I think once it starts doing the barrel roll stuff.
I was looking at Okami. I missed how someone 325 got on that particular plane. I think I understand what happened now. They loop around at the bottom as well. Oh, so you got to be like moving to the left while you're on the plane going to the right.
Oh, we go on top of the plane.
What is wrong with this plane?
Oh, that's dangerous.
How many dangerous things do you think we do in these video games that we play? For some reason, only now we're going like, whoa, that's dangerous.
Well, there's the propeller and everything.
But like, I agree with you. Like, there's something about like, oh my god, you shouldn't do that.
All right, checkpoint. Whoa, it's the Red Baron. Oh, wait, it's actually shooting it, but this is not the boss. This is level 8.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I wasn't expecting it to actually like be evil. Oh, it's just an enemy.
There's like a second guy up here. Hello. So Okami of Games has been trucking along on this level 7.
It's been taking longer, I think.
Yeah, more trouble with it than someone 325 did, and that's not how you catch up at the end of a mystery race.
Yeah, sometimes people are better at like the early part or the late part or short races or long races, and it's interesting to see how like matchups go. Like a game that starts pretty easy like this one, but then gets pretty hard pretty quickly. It's interesting how well you do in that, or how well one player versus another does in that. Oh, we're going fast.
Oh,
the clear's running away. Go get it.
Go get it.
It's really late City Riders though.
Oh, wow.
5 times.
Wait.
Oh,
the
5 double jumps.
times boost?
No,
Did you need
double
that
jump.
clean? No.
Double jumps.
Clear.
First try.
That was fun.
Yeah.
I see why the complaints are only about the story in this game.
And we don't even see any of that. Alright, here's the final boss, question mark? At least of the goal. We don't know if it's the end of the game. The pastebin says beat stage 9. Usually it would say beat the game if this was the whole game.
Yeah. That's how Mystery Tournament works. A lot of the time you're only playing some of the game.
Yeah, we don't want you to play through all of Lolo to Japan. It would take a while. Or all of, what's it called? The ice puzzle game, the freeware. Glasskeeper Glabus. I guess it's glass.
Yes. If you love fiendish puzzles, check out Glasskeeper Glabus. It will keep you occupied for
For
like
a long
100
time.
hours.
Maybe more, maybe more. Alright, here we go. So it's a speed boost boss this time. We had double jump in the first one, kind of. We had time stop in the second one, kind of. But this time we actually have speed boost.
So this guy is darting around, laying down the blocks.
He's also, he's laying down the path and the obstacles at the same time.
The red
Ouch.
stuff is bad. You learn pretty quick in Mystery Tournament that the color red is very indicative of bad stuff.
All right, one hit. Oh, blue is a bounce. Yeah, that makes sense. The razors were blue. We randomly died.
Did we get too far behind, or was that a reset, a manual reset? I think, I blew it.
Or maybe it was like a red light. But I don't think that was even in this section of levels. So I don't think it was.
It would be really mean to bring back the red light. In a boss that's all about you must keep moving in order to catch up to it, having a mechanic that forces you to stop would be very cruel.
All right, go, go, go. Don't fall behind, I guess.
I could feel it. I could feel that someone was thinking about cutting the corner that the boss was about to lay down, but it wasn't down yet. He was anticipating what it was going to do, and then decided, no, I better follow along the curve, and that didn't work out either.
All right, one hit. It doesn't seem like you really have to dodge the erasers all that much. You still move pretty fast in the air. 2 hits.
That's the second hit. Just to clarify the stakes here, this is an elimination match from Mr.
you're
Tournament
right.
18.
This might be it.
Someone 325 is 1 hit away from moving on in this tournament.
These platforms are so thin now. 1 block.
Has the jump.
Oh, it doesn't have a speed boost. Like a speed boost was
Shoot
decided here.
yourself.
There it is! Bam!
That's it.
Get some achievement for it. It's in Chinese. I don't know what it says. But that's
It
it.
says you win. You're moving on in Mystery Tournament 18.
That's amazing. How did the author of the game know?
Yeah. This was developed by, it was me. I made this.
Oh.
I put it on there.
I made this. But yeah, that's
I
it.
released it to the public instead of just submitting it to Mystery Tournament.
And you added this story that you knew we were never going to see.
The reason everyone's complaining about the story is because I translated it from English and it makes no sense. Copying of games. So we if it makes sense, we like to watch the full match, see the second person finish up. If we run out of time, which is this is a pretty crazy event, right? We're playing we literally don't know how long it's going to take because we don't know how the players are going to handle what we're going to throw at them. So it's really loosey-goosey. But if we feel like we're running out of time, then we will move on to our next match. But until then, well, first of all, we can watch Okami of Games. We can also see someone 325 show us what level 10 looks like.
Oh yeah, we like to see that, like what crazy mechanic was cut out of the goal. Sometimes there's really good reasons that we stop the goal at like beat stage 9, for example.
Yeah. Sometimes you get in there and you're just like, oh, it's like this, huh?
Yeah. As we were reading the story, here's Sprite Girl on the left and Cola Girl on the right.
So remember when that boss did not shoot out a green speed boost? It was an orange thing.
That's an enemy.
That's a bomb.
Oh, a bomb.
It's a bomb power-up, and you have to use it because you can't overwrite it with a speed boost, which is a really interesting sort of thing.
Wait, what does the
there.
bomb power up do?
I don't know if it just hurts you or what.
Well, that would be silly.
It would be, I mean, silly in a way I can get behind. Oh, we got a sharp right turn there from Okami of Games.
Someone 3-5 aced this section. One try.
Yeah.
Okami of Games, especially that one jump in the middle. It's got really evil spacing. You jump over the first pit, but your jump is longer than the pit, so you land in the second pit. This one.
And
also,
once a thing begins to fall, like you don't. I think it's doing the thing where
you can't
the
jump.
platform falls faster than you, so you're not standing on it anymore, and now you're in the air, so you can't jump.
Oh, didn't get the power up. Oh no! The 5 times double jump just wasn't there. Oh, someone's 3-5 going to stage 10. This future world or so. This DNA world.
Okay, so we were slightly inaccurate with the way the power-ups work in this boss fight. Using the bomb will kill you, but you can override it with the speed boost. So you have to not hit the button if you pick it up.
Imagine you're like in front of the boss and you want to use a speed boost to hit it, but then in that moment it drops a bomb you immediately pick up.
I mean, that could have happened to someone 325, but he dodged the bomb. And I don't know whether it was intentional or not. Like, I could see, like, maybe there was enough time to be like, that ain't green, and avoid it. But, like, it would have been hard.
Here we go. One more speed boost, and that's a clear for Okami. Chat asking, does Okami know he lost? Yes. There's a chat room where we, like, keep track of the racing times, and someone 3-5 has said that they're done, like, 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, you see when people are done, but that's it. You have no idea where they are during the race.
Yeah.
So that can be kind of nerve-wracking. I feel like it's not helpful in any way to be thinking about that while you're racing, but it can be something that is sort of on your mind.
What?
Yeah, these platforms in level 10 are...
That was a really far jump.
Them. These goop cubes. These are fun.
Yeah. I guess this is kind of a puzzle. Wait.
Oh, they only change when you jump.
Well, oh, we jump to the right, and then we jump up.
And then forward. Okay.
No, left.
Yeah, you see, this is you had to slow down and think it through sort of situation. We're into the boss fight now with Okami.
I feel like usually when we see this kind of thing, when one racer is ahead and like has a bit of trouble on the final boss, the second player just gets it first try.
Yeah, there's something about, I don't know, maybe like the pressure is off or something, and you're right. It does seem.
There we go. Hit number 2.
That happens.
Oh, but hit number 3 on the sprite girl.
The propeller knocking someone into the pit.
I thought they were like umbrellas.
Let's get it's they got books at the end.
It's really weird. What the hell are those things?
It looks like a dentistry tool.
Oh, the one he uses to stab your gums.
Yeah, and then they're like, your gums are bleeding, and it's like, well, yeah.
Someone 3-5 went the wrong way there. I feel like going clockwise is the right idea. He's going counterclockwise again, which will work obviously, but it's harder because you're jumping with the fan. Yeah, same here. Like you want to go if the timing works out, obviously you want to go clockwise.
Yeah, I mean, whether you're jumping with it or you have to jump more if you're jumping against it. But like maybe that's good, just due to the way that your jump takes this long and it moves this fast, so it lines up nicely. Oh, there's the hit. Kami of Games looking pretty good.
Ooh.
Touches the red.
Oh, don't touch that one.
All right, the boss is so far away.
I feel like the boss slows down. Oh no.
Got a ring of memory cards.
That's what I was thinking. I was trying I was trying to think of a way to say, oh, we were jumping across PlayStation 1 memory cards now.
Oh, they're all just stacked up here. Have you seen the thing on Twitter of the guy who's like, he's got a whole cuboid of memory cards all stacked up on top of each other, like it's like 200 of them. And then someone's like, dang, man, how much memory is that? And he's like, you are looking at a whole 8 megabytes or something.
Yeah, I know. I know the PlayStation 2 has 8 megabytes on the thing. PlayStation 1 really doesn't have a lot.
All right, so we have not had that phenomenon of the instant boss clear.
I mean, maybe that's good, right? Like, you feel bad if you suddenly do really well at the end. You can barely see these platforms. Oh, the onions are back. I missed them.
I missed them too. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Like those flying ghost things from level 1 or 2 or whatever it was.
Yeah. I should have known. Okay, reacting to the cubes pretty well is someone 325. That's the second hit on the boss for Okami. What?
Oh.
The block knockback angled off to the right.
What do you mean?
Okami, like, I don't know how they slipped off there, you know? They were just running.
Oh my god. You do get knocked back like a little bit. Oh, we got a bump. Don't use the bomb. You do get knocked back a little bit when you hit the boss, and I think it's theoretically, oh my god, possible to slip off the platforms as a result. Oh, don't hit the red, you're on 1 HP.
Going really wide around that stuff. The boss is running away.
Oh no,
missed
missed
the
the
speed
thing.
boost somehow.
You gotta get
The
the things.
hitboxes on the power-ups have been pretty generous.
Oh my god, oh my god.
I don't know how Okami did not get hit by that red.
Yeah. We're so close.
It's so scary. You can't see the floor, so you don't want to go at the boss because there's no floor there.
Just jumps over the whole curve. That was cool.
Perfect.
That was cool.
So we'll see what the official SRL time on Someone 325 was 28:14. Okami coming in at 37:36. Everyone, please put your best clapping, cheering emotes in the chat for Okami of Games. They fell down to the losers bracket in their second match, and then had a 7-game win streak to get here to top 8. It was an amazing effort. And now that leaves me in the position where I forget how we're going to do this between games.
For this one, I think we're going to take just a quick break here so we can give the racers a little bit of time to set up.
All right, perfect.
So we're going to take a quick break, everybody, and then we'll be back with more Mystery Tournament and more Mythical and Maurice, but we'll be back with Losers 8, the second match. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today is our Mystery Tournament 18. I guess not ours. It is Mystery Tournament 18, top 8. This is Losers 8's second round. I will hand it back over to our lovely commentary here.
It sort of is yours. It's Mystery Tournament top 8, hosted by Games Done Quick.
Sponsored.
You can become the title sponsor if you want. It's available. I'm Mythical 9. I'm here with Maurice. Hello.
Hey, yeah, we're back after a pretty exciting first match, I think, between Okami of Games and Someone 325, which really came down to the last few levels, giving Okami of Games just a bit more trouble than Someone 325.
Yeah, and I wish I had brought this up earlier within the context of what we were watching, but one of our lead tester, tournament organizer, Internet Dirigible, said the testers were over an hour on that game, or around the hour mark. So just to put into perspective just how good both racers were in order to finish around more like a half hour. How good will our next two racers be? This is the match that I think a lot of us are very excited about, because one thing we're always looking for is, are we going to get a new face in top 8, right?
Yeah.
It's a very volatile thing we do here, right? People who've never heard of Mystery Tournament would be like, okay, well, isn't it just like a total roll of the dice, whether or not you're good at whatever game you get, sort of thing? And yet, somehow, we always seem to see the same people at the top.
It really is not a roll of the dice as anywhere as close as you think it would be. We see the same people over and over in the top 8. So it's really refreshing to see that neither of these two players, Jackazam or the Whitley, has a star top right, which means they have never been in top 8. This is their first time. And one of them will also make it to top 6 because one of them is going to win.
I'm glad that you're focusing on the positive here, because it's also true that one of them is going to lose and their top 8 run is going to end.
You still get your star.
Yeah, it is. We put the star there sort of for a reason, right? Like being able to be here on the big GDQ stage where we save the weird special games. It's a treat, right? It's sort of its own reward just to get here to top 8. But then once you're here, I mean, you can probably speak to this as a player. You're like, well, I might as well go a little further.
Well, obviously, yeah. Especially making it to Sunday. So both of these players will have to win 2 matches, I think, in order to make it to tomorrow. Which is going to be
3,
top.
I think.
Oh, 3? Really? It goes all the way to losers final?
It's losers semis. And then losers finals is against whoever drops down from winners finals.
Oh, yeah.
So we do winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals last day. So I think it's a lot. You got to win a lot of matches to win from the losers bracket. It will be a long road for either of these players. But like you said, one of them is going to win. One of them is going to move on to get at least 5th, I guess. Right? You would be tied for 5th, which is awesome. So let's focus on that positive. Now, there were some setup troubles early on, but I think maybe we are ready.
Well, almost. Apparently, it's still a little unclear.
I'll let them know that we're ready, and then they'll let us know when they're ready. And until then, well, look, this happens a lot while we cast these mystery tournament matches, so we've got plenty of practice.
We've talked
vamping it up over here.
We've talked about so anything. We've talked about.
We talked a lot about Phantasy Star.
Oh yeah,
we talked Master System.
We talked so much about Phantasy Star that we decided to play Phantasy Star.
Yeah, and that was kind of fun. Check it out. I think we're now switched over to our game that we're going to be playing. This seems to be a lot more polished than that other game we were playing. What was it? Wanna Run Again? Sprite Girl was the last game that we played. This one is called Tinertia.
Yeah, it's a pun on tin and inertia, I assume.
The pace spin kind of gives the entire game away. On the first line, use your infinite rocket launcher to propel yourself through each level and get to the goal.
It also just sounds like a game where you can go fast, right? Like sometimes we have like wacky races for the NES. It's kind of a game where you're limited in how fast you can go because the dog only moves so fast. But when it says use infinite rocket launcher to propel yourself, the game is called Tinertia. We're going fast. We're 100% going fast. And here we go. Let's see how fast we're going. We're going so fast.
Side scrolling. I was expecting first person. When you say rocket jump, right? I'm thinking Quake, but we have a 2D sort of thing. And so, how many players have experience with a 2D platformer where you use a mouse that you point roughly in the opposite direction where you want to go? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, that's true. Kind of an unusual skill you would see in a game.
The Whitley being a little more liberal with the rockets on that level, jumping out to like a 1-second lead.
Did you see that? The end of the level is like at the bend, and then it turns.
Oh,
that's really cute.
Yeah, this game is. This looks pretty sweet, actually. This is. Sometimes we have these games where you're like, glad I'm not playing this, and then sometimes you're like, whoa, this thing's great, right? Like, and both things are like 2 different flavors that people come to Mystery Tournament for.
Yeah, pretty often we do have a race, and then people are just, oh man, I want to play this too, and then we organize like a longer version of that game, which usually goes like 2 to 3 hours instead of the mystery goal of 45 minutes ish. And this I could see this one becoming one of those.
used WASD and right-click to air dash. Now, I'm guessing that's going to take you in the direction of your mouse cursor. So now you need to flip from pointing from away to shoot the rocket launcher to forwards.
Yeah, you can see
the
it.
Dash.
You can see the Whitley trying to do it here. Like, launch down and then jump up.
Is having a lot of I got to assume they've read the text on screen. I really hope it's not a control issue. No, this is the dash. They threw it in there. They're just trying to go super extra with the rocket boost into the dash.
Jackson has already passed this part. Has finished this level, which is basically just this climb. But still, it took a while for this climb, so maybe that's a bit of a lead build-up.
The pace bin does tell you that right-click is going to be dash eventually. But it's still kind of like a curveball when it's finally time to get familiar with it and how it works and apply it, right? So it's kind of it's one of those moments where it's like the players are gonna show themselves in some sense, and Jackazam has shown a little bit of proficiency.
Oh, we can wall jump.
Rockets, nice.
Wall climb, I guess.
Yeah. And it's almost like N++, where you can build up a lot of upwards momentum on the wall.
Do you think you die if you hit the ceiling too fast?
It looks like it's not like N++ in that particular way.
We actually had N++ just N+ in the tournament for the PSP, I think, the version. That thing's on everything.
Yeah. Okay, so the air dash doesn't go towards the mouse. It's a WASD controlled air dash, which feels better than if you had to keep flicking the mouse all over the place. So that's a good decision. But look at this catch up from the Whitley.
Oh yeah, we're synced. I love it when we're synced up.
I predict that in moments where you are allowed to spam rockets to go really fast, we're going to see the Whitley push it in that particular way and just try to go crazy with it. Whereas I think Jackazam's going to be a little more cautious.
I mean, so far, Jackazam is going more ham on the wall climbs, at least.
On the walls, yeah, I agree. Oh, the Whitley slipped off that platform. It looked like he landed on it to me.
All right, nice. Jackson recognizing I need a really good jump of this rotating cube.
Yeah, and then using the dash to finish it off.
Jackazam is going fast. I asked Jackazam what kind of game she wants to see, and she was like, "Oh, definitely not a fast platformer." Well, here we are, but Jackazam in the lead right now.
Yeah, she's doing great. She wanted a puzzle game, she said. We have plenty of those, and I'm sure there's going to be some more in the pool later on. Oh, using the rocket to propel herself down through the diamond section. Very cool. And the Whitley on a vertical climb. Back and forth. Not getting any upwards momentum.
Whoa.
Okay, there. Getting through.
I thought Jackazam was going to skip that.
So you get more oomph if you're next to the explosion when it goes off. So once you shoot once and you're in the air, things get kind of weird and inconsistent as you continue to shoot around.
Alright, what's this? Is it a boss?
It's a big, scary looking thing.
Whoa! It's a big, scary looking thing. A different one. Oh my god, we got obliterated. So this is a Super Meat Boy the Forest.
Yes,
Let's
very
be
much so.
Yeah. Except it doesn't have Danny Baronowski music.
The goal is to finish the slums boss. I mean, could this be the slums boss?
I don't think so.
Where are we exactly?
This is the foundry. So you can shoot. No, I'm making things up. You can shoot
it feels good.
You can shoot the hand, and it like stops. It's really unusual.
Because it seemed like you really just did not have enough time to do this opening section. So I'm not surprised there's a way to influence the saws.
I'm thinking maybe you only get 4 stops. Because it's got like 4 saws, and see the 4th one is kind of destroyed right now.
Oh.
So you gotta like space them out.
Good catch. We got the Whitley here on this boss fight as well.
It's really not clear at all to me that you can even shoot the saws.
I mean, the Whitley hasn't done it yet. It was trying to stay ahead, but finally gets caught up. That was a really good first try, though.
Yeah. Better than the second one. Yeah. Jagasam's moving.
He needs switches.
Ouch!
Ooh.
Right in the lava.
Why did they attach a jetpack to a floating cuboid of red hot magma? What purpose does this serve in this foundry?
Probably important though.
I don't know why that, of all things. Video games are obviously filled with these sorts of contrivances, but something about the jetpack on a block of lava, it's like...
Alright, Jagasam. Oh, that's the end. I think we're going back left now.
Well, I missed you, so I guess there's nothing to be done about it.
Oh, that's it.
We're moving on to... Because that was the mines. Or no, we're heading to the mines now.
It was the foundry. I told you.
The core.
Was it the core?
Of the foundry, obviously.
Oh, yeah. The molten core.
Whitney has
figured that out now, yeah. Jackson only had to use 2, so you do have a lot of leeway. Ouch.
We saw both players try to use the dash to get ahead and propel themselves into one of these magma blocks.
Alright, so here we have lasers that activate for a short while after you go through them.
Okay. Oh, including all along the floor.
Yeah, that's like the evil one, right? Like these vertical ones, who cares? But the one on the floor, ooh.
Oh, Whitley needed a rocket shot. He's okay. He needs to keep going. The exit is just over there to the side.
And the game is really nice. There's an invisible wall before these checkpoints every time. Like after the checkpoints, I mean.
Jakazam just barely saving herself with a shot before the laser fired along the floor. Ooh. Is this a rocket launch into a dash that I'm seeing from Jakazam?
It does seem to be going to the right really fast.
Yeah.
Oh, now these lasers are timed. We're in the hospital now of Super Meat Boy.
The lasers now are lingering for longer. It's like, watch this one here, the Whitley's just like bop.
These are just timed. Like the one on the left for Jakazam here, for example, it's just on a timer.
Yeah, it's like real on-off.
Oh no!
In equal measure.
Yeah, but I mean, the one for the Whitley, those are like triggered by being inside of it. Yeah. And that's also important, like when we're talking about mystery tournament skills, like recognizing what elements are in the stage, what they look like, how will they probably be used. That's like one step further even.
Yeah. Sometimes you see an enemy for the first time, and it's like he's got big shoulders, and it's like, what kind of thing do you think he's gonna do? How should you approach him? Right?
Yeah,
like
maybe you can jump on top of him or something.
Yeah, who knows? So that's a full level lead now for Jakazam.
It's really cool that we're doing this, like moving around the level literally. I really like that.
Nice sight reading on the cycles of those lasers. But so you are not going to be able to just spam rockets up the side of this thing right now, because there's so little wall and so much death that you're going to have to be precise in the way that you ascend. And I don't think either player has really got precise in their playbook right now.
Standing on these platforms. Oh! Whoa!
Nice.
Never mind what we just said. Jakazam just launching up there off like the first platform, just a few rockets in there, enough momentum to make it all the way up.
Yeah, drew up the play on the fly.
Oh, nice.
Syncing up with these laser movements.
Nice. Goes around.
Lee is lingering on his corpse next to some buzzsaws. Another level clear.
It's been a while since we saw the Jakazam on this on-off laser, which did give her some issue, but she's so far ahead now. It's like, I don't know, a minute or something? Half a minute at least.
Yeah, the biggest lead we've seen all match, that's for sure. So I didn't get to talk about this as we were talking about these two players, right? We focused on the fact that it was their first top 8, but Jackazam, I was first introduced to her at the Super 16 race. We threw in George Foreman's KO Boxing as like the de facto sports game in our race, because something had to be the sports game. And I was like, everyone's just gonna like spam the punch button and just mash through this. It's whatever. And Jackazam was like, no, I'm going to precision engineer a 1-round KO on the first boxer, which was, she was the only one to even try to do that. And then she found out afterwards, she was the only one who had ever done that in the world. There was a bounty out on it.
Oh, really?
Can anyone beat this first boxer in 1 round? I think she got like a couple $100 for it even. Just like got a message from, so didn't even know it was a thing. Just got this message of like, hey, here you go.
So the ceiling of that climb is lava, and Jackazam is doing the N+ thing of going too fast up and running into the ceiling.
Yeah, and just generally doing the thing of trying to go too fast in a moment where maybe now it's time to slow down.
We talked about this in the previous race, Sprite Girl, or Never Wanna Run Again, that's what it was called. There's a point where you wanna be safe instead of reckless. Unless you, I think that was the dash, yeah, like some kind of air cancel.
Yeah, the dash just completely resets your momentum, sort of perpendicular to it, I guess. So there is some merit to not letting off the gas, because like if you practice a move like what Jackazam just did, you've kind of got that in your toolkit for the rest of the race now as well.
Ooh. These jumps are trickier than they seem because you do not have a jump. Your only way of moving upwards is the rocket jump. So it's kind of unpredictable, like less predictable than a regular jump.
The Whitleys through that first section, took it slower and steadier, which is like, I think the right play. I think it was kind of just not a fluke, but like definitely a bit of...
Oh my god! Oh, there's lasers everywhere!
It was definitely a wild start to this level from Jackazam. So yeah, the Whitley went a little more cautious and has got through it. Is now on this tough opening section. We saw Jackazam here for a while.
But Jackazam is doing well. I think has adjusted kind of in the way that we said, less recklessness and more just find a consistent way that is like 80% fast and 20% safe, or maybe the other way around. Like sacrifice 20% speed for safeness.
Yeah, start with that, and then like evaluate. Maybe 20% more, maybe 40% more. It's a ever-going shifting process.
At bus time. Oh no, it's a spider. It's Jackazam's worst enemy.
She's got a phobia for spiders.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, is this motivating, or I mean, no? Like, genuinely, like if my understanding is that if it's a problem for you in this particular way, it's never a good thing in any way.
I was curious
Much
if
as
shooting.
I'm trying to look for a silver lining.
I was curious if shooting the drill was gonna like stop it in the same way that it stopped the first bus, but
that's
no.
True. Okay, so the Whitley is not too far behind, has done pretty well
Oh yeah.
on some of those stages.
And we saw right there, like, think about it for a second and go for the, okay, never, go for the safe way and launch yourself into the next laser you see.
Oh,
Is this the end? Just has to climb really fast.
what
No!
happened? So going upwards needs you to be right next to the wall to get more up rather than away.
Yeah.
And I think she fired a rocket just a little bit too soon.
Sometimes with levels like this, you can kind of tell what the end is. Like there's like an escape shaft or something. And that's kind of what it looked like.
I think so. And once it forced you to go over to the left here, I was thinking you're going to go back to the right.
There, yeah, it is the end. Now I feel validated as a commentator. But maintaining the lead, and the Whitley is not super close? Question mark?
Yeah, I mean, Jackazam did so much so quickly that, like, I kind of don't even remember exactly how. I mean, I see the spider in a little pop-up window. But yeah, this was like a minute and a half ago at least.
Yeah, plus the boss. I think even more than
Yeah,
that.
I misspoke earlier. I think I misunderstood where the Whitley was relative to Jackazam. This is a bigger lead than I realized.
Alright,
We're into
we're in
third one.
the chemical plant zone.
What is Sonic Spinball's opening? Toxic tunnels? Wastes?
Caves, something.
Yeah. It's a little too industrial for that. I think.
Oh, we got like ice physics. Hell yeah. No, that's inertia.
Before you get dunked into the Kool-Aid.
But I really like the ice physics. That's cool. Oh,
Said no one ever.
What?
The first video gamer ever to be like, yeah, the ice physics.
in a game about maintaining inertia, yes.
Sure. Okay, here we go.
Dash?
Whoa.
Yeah, this time.
Dash to save.
Didn't dash the previous time, even though I think she could have.
And the dash up into the exit.
Nice.
The Whitley also done with that tricky box section.
But cannot die
Had
here.
One try over here. Okay.
And here's some precise jumps.
Use the dash to save the overcorrection. Oh, these ramps aren't like a fun time Tony Hawk skate park. Like, these are death. These are acid carved into shapes. Okay.
This game is getting pretty demanding of how accurate it expects you to be with these rocket jumps.
And I don't think this is the final world. We had a look at that level select. I guess we'll see it again here from the Whitley. Get an idea of the scope of this race. Although we got to do the boss first.
Yeah, this isn't the slums, this is the slimes. Because it's like slime on the ramps.
Oh, I feel bad now. I pointed out the differential in the testers' times compared to our top 8 players. Mostly because I wanted to build up our top 8 players as the excellent gamers that they are.
Yeah.
But I've also sort of thrown the testers under the bus a little bit. The chat's always asking, well, how did they do on this one? Look, I've been a tester. It's unreal how good people can be at video games.
I mean,
I know.
If the testers won the victory, just get a puzzle game and get one that Sully played. There's no way
That's
anyone
true.
beats Sully.
We do have the world's greatest puzzle gamer that has ever lived as a part of our community. I feel like he should be cracking codes for the CIA or something, but instead he plays puzzle games on Steam really quickly. Shoutouts to Sully. So, Jackazam has been moving ahead, just got to a new checkpoint. The Whitley's looking to jackknife back. And then the rockets, they send you fast.
Oh.
It's difficult when you're like right next to a wall to be like, I want to go that way, but I don't want to go full speed. You kind of have to give yourself time to run away from the wall a little bit. It's just tricky.
Yeah. Jackson has this platform, you have to shoot it with a rocket in order to activate it. Otherwise it's evil.
Oh, so we're getting into some pretty serious mouse work now, right? It's like down at the platform to jump and over at the platform to hit it.
Yeah, especially if you want to do it midair.
Yeah. I would say Jackazam is probably not.
Has destroyed the thing! Oh, it doesn't matter!
It.
That's cool.
And then there's the Whitley with the boss clear.
That was faster.
Let's see.
That was a faster boss
I
clear than
missed it.
Jackazam.
It was a very good boss clear, but I missed the menu, so I don't know how many worlds there are or whatever. Someone asking for a job to test the video games. This is very much a volunteer affair that we got going on here. We have a ton of people who give a ton of their time and effort and expertise in order to make this really, really cool thing. And I just think that's wonderful.
So here's these enemies that if you land on them, you die, but you can use them still as rocket jump, like activators, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Like just before landing on top of the enemy, you will shoot them with a rocket in order to propel yourself away. That's cool. I like it. That's the kind of risk reward I'm looking for in a game. Like how
Yeah.
close to this platform do I want to land? Or like aim my rocket at the last second in order to get a better jump.
There's a sort of visual similarity to the thing you want to shoot that like is flying up into the air at the start here, and then the second thing that you need to shoot in order to turn it into a platform.
Yeah.
Like my brain is kind of interpreting these in a similar way.
Yeah, then
So-
then there was that third thing which also looked similar.
Yeah.
Did you
well,
see?
But then I think was maybe the same as these first two.
I think so, yeah. I think it was also an enemy you can rocket jump off, but not land on.
So like interpreting these things very quick. Oh, just
Whoa.
threading the needle, nice. On the fly, like the readability, sight reading is a skill that we haven't talked about.
Oh yeah,
this, but
huge.
hugely important in this to just be like,
Whoa.
as you go into a part of the level, it appears on screen for the first time, and do you understand what it is asking of you? These platforms make that really tricky.
Oh, where are we going? Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. That's sight read.
There's been a couple of moments of brilliance here from Jackazam, particularly at the ends of levels.
But it's like a...
Whitley, though, not to be outdone. Turning the corner.
Oh,
But the
a little
the
too high.
It doesn't look like it's bad, you know. Like when you've got enough of the purple on screen, then you're like, okay, purple good, yellow bad. But when it's all yellow, like something about my brain was just like, yeah, no, that's fine. You can touch that.
Okay, so we're climbing.
I assume this is sort of the boss of this world. The penultimate world, by the way. Got confirmation on that from the chat, so
So slums after this.
yes.
Oh, there's like a thing. Yeah, there we go. Oh no,
Oh, the angle was a little bit not so good.
I'm not sure what makes this boss climb. Oh, it just kind of follows you. Oh, Jackazam really has figured out this, like, how to climb walls so fast that you can kind of ignore the intended path.
Oh, the Whitley shot the wall, and the knockback pushed him left off of the platform. Like, see how when this camera turns at the end of this screen, there's no wall behind you to the left, so you could just fall off backwards.
Oh,
Okay, there we go. Oh, where are we going now? Is this the end? Straight forward? Something to worry about? Oh, Jackazam just completely didn't understand what to do.
yeah, if we're talking about mystery skill, then the second attempt is a mystery skill you have to have. Like, what did you learn from your first attempt, and how can you clear whatever Jackazam failed there on her second attempt? That's going to be important.
Nothing makes me realize how much I have to improve on as a player. It's when I make the exact same mistake for the third or fourth time in a row. And it's just like, man,
Oh, is this the end? Looks like the end.
I think it
It's
very
not.
well could be.
Not, there's
There's
more.
a turn at the top.
Oh,
No, there may be a lot more even. Having
to
so
jump.
much trouble with some little edges.
oh, has to jump over to the right here.
Really good idea to come up the outside
Oh,
of
no!
it because there was no option to get inside of it.
It's giving the Whitley some time to catch up here.
Yes, dealing with this wall that like rotates around. Very cool.
Oh, we're in the timer.
There's a lot of stuff in this game.
Yeah.
These platforms that move back and forth, but when you shoot them, they stop. And then like, I don't know. I think this is like the only level that has them even.
That's kind of cool from like a gameplay perspective, but not so much from a mystery blind racing, because you never know what can trip you up all of a sudden.
Well, the Whitley was trying to. Am I going to skip this platform? Am I going to sort of lay it up and land on it? And ended up kind of in between.
Oh, these little nubs are really killing Jackazam.
Yeah. I mean, so this is a game about big movements, right? So having to do a little movement to get around this tiny little thing is not really something that you can do easily.
Hey, you can just climb this thing, but you need really accurate rocket jumps for that.
I think also what's kind of a problem is that you get used to the rocket jumps making you go so fast that when you're just on the ground, your walking speed is like really not so fast at all comparatively.
Oh, left-right movement. I like that.
I like it.
Could have, like, if she remembered the shape of the level, could have maybe done a little better there, but this is probably it. Thought wasn't gonna make it, but yeah, clears the boss. That's really important, because the Whitley is on the last section of this level, I believe.
Yeah. Hasn't seen anything beyond this drop here, but threads the needle.
Alright, this is the
There's a little
slums.
bit of... Yeah, this looks like it. This looks like only up.
I guess, yeah.
Also had a futuristic sci-fi, unrealistic slums. What were the favelas? I think they were called.
Looks like Stray. That has slums that looks kind of like this.
What is falling down here? Are these just normal blocks? They're glowing green in a way that makes me think they will kill you, but...
It doesn't seem like they do. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Oh, but these things will kill you. They're yellow.
Well, this block is wobbly.
Yeah, it's physics. Jackasam doing well here, though. Lots of first tries. Oh, yellow is bad.
The Whitley activates that platform. Does it stay activated forever? No. You gotta kind of go and hit it. Okay.
Oh,
Transfer to cross.
Jackasam, I'm thinking, yeah, I gotta shoot this swinging girder. That makes sense. I didn't even think of that. And Jackasam also stops thinking about it for some reason. Come on, Jack.
There it is.
There it is. Jackasam.
He was like, Maurice is gonna make fun of me at some point. I know.
Well, there it is. You shot it. You knew that shooting it makes it move. Shoot it before you're there. If you're already there and you're next to it and you shoot it, you're flying in every direction.
If anyone doesn't know, this is not even unique to Maurice and Jackazam. Maurice will yell at the players to do what he wants them to do on commentary. This is an awkward section, though.
It is awkward. I agree. Yeah, because when you shoot it, it's like on the right, but you really want it to be on the left part of the swing.
Yeah. Oh, that collapses. That was tough to react to.
That's confusing. Yeah.
Here's the Whitley on the vertical climbing section. This big wheel. Jackazam did not stick around on this wheel pretty much at all, right? It was always going to the walls to do vertical climbs, but it spins you off pretty quickly, we're seeing.
Oh, yeah. Jackasam one up.
Ride it.
And then under. And then who knows?
Using the dashes to control back down to the platform. I like it.
Oh, this is really precise. Oh, they don't respawn. That's rude. I wonder if you can just skip this section with good enough rocket jumps to the right. I guess it does have that thing on the top.
The Whitley was reacting to an acid block that was going to get him on one of these purple chutes that you ride upwards. And like it did well to spot it and react to it, but the reaction is not the correct one.
At the end of this checkpoint, I guess, that Jackasam is on, there's this section on the right here with the 4 green blocks that require a lot of precision, and Jackasam is having a really tough time accurately shooting like in the angle that will propel her upwards the most. Because she hasn't really been needing to do that. She's just spamming rockets all over the place. Oh, that's on top. Oh, that's so smart.
Don't shoot any rockets. There's an angry pokey thing there. I don't know what's going on. Oh no, it's good. Okay.
I I mean, we know it doesn't kill you at least. There's no checkpoint yet. Oh, there's a
That's
yellow
spooky.
thing!
Oh.
No, you're the yellow thing!
Oh man, it's weird because it's glowing yellow. So like, how can it not stand out? But the whole background is got a pretty bright glow to it of a sort of orangey brown hue.
Yeah, I agree. It's not glowing enough. That's my problem
Yeah.
with it. It's just not yellow enough, or like it should be like red hot orange or something.
Yeah, something.
There we go. And the Whitley also having a lot of troubles with this boss. I don't think I haven't been looking too much, but hasn't been very far, has he?
No, not even to the halfway point with that with the nubs that were such a problem.
See, look at these girders that are like electrified or whatever. Those are dangerous. You can tell. That's death.
So that thing is broken now, and it's not coming back into position.
That's fine.
What a launch! Uh-oh.
The fact that you have no cooldown on your rockets just allows you to go absolutely ham.
Oh, but that red wall, you can shoot
This-
the red wall and break it, but it does kill you.
There's so much stuff that kills you. There's the yellow stuff. Oh,
Is that death? Is that... I would think yellow
okay.
bad.
whoa.
Nicely
my-
done.
Where,
Nicely done.
where the
Oh
hell
my,
are we?
where-
Oh. Oh no!
Oh, the sight reading was incredible. When even Maurice is yelling, "Where the hell are we going?" That's how you know it's difficult to sight read a section. Oh, the Whitley with a 10 rocket combo to hover above the wheel was unable to convert it into enough upwards momentum.
So when you're playing in Mystery Tournament and you're starting to slow down because the level is hard, like this boss for example, it feels so bad. The later it is in the race, the more sure you are that at any time your opponent is gonna finish. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my god. Slow the hell down. There's no reason to go so fast.
Well, you can't jump in this game.
Oh,
if
do we
I
have to jump
remember
off the
right.
green? Oh my god.
Yeah, there is no regular jump button. There is only rockets and dash. This is mean. There's no time stop power up or anything in this game. Oh, but you could probably get back to the platform to try again.
Yeah, but
Probably.
only probably. There's like a 5% chance you're gonna fall down and feel like an idiot.
There it is, the dash up. Moving pretty far along through the slums now.
Yeah, I feel like we finished like 4 levels or something already. Like 4.
This vertical
sides.
boss thing has just been so tough for the Whitley. There's just something about being able to stay on the wall while you boost up. Like the Whitley is kind of pointing at the wall and not like down more, I
Yeah.
think. And it's just routinely pushing him away from the wall, and then there's just nothing there.
Yeah, Jackasam was really consistent on this left climb, like the second one, where you go into... You basically skip the tunnel on the right. And let's see, yeah, to the left and this climb.
Yeah.
Like skipping this part entirely.
And it's early enough in the level that you get to try it again and again and again and again. So like you get the chance to almost like speed run it, right? You get to like develop a little bit of a route through the stage.
Yeah, and it's worth doing because, like I said, you do it so often. If you save 3 seconds every time, hell yeah.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is the first time we're at the midsection.
The panic.
Similar, yeah. We saw Jackazam. Remember, it was the exact same thing from Jackazam. It's an awkward. It doesn't look like much, but it's really awkward.
Yeah, those nubs.
Meanwhile, Jackazam on the next level, these platforms rotate away from you as you try to rocket jump up on them.
It's actually timed. Oh, it is actually timed. Oh my god, how did we save that? Oh, we're still going.
Jackazam has been so clutch so many times.
Oh, that's rude.
It appears with a hinge the way that everything else does with that blue dot. The cue was there and we all missed it, Jackazam included. I say we all missed it. Someone out in chat, there's too many people watching. Someone was yelling at her to jump, you have to jump.
Yeah. But it's so rude when you have to combine cycles like that. Like there's the timer cycle, not really cycle, but the timer of having to get off the platform, but also you're trying to sync up with the cycle of those falling yellow blocks. And in your head, you're also preparing your jump because you have a specific distance you want to take. So you've got like an angle in your mind, and you got to check, oh, where's my mouse? Where am I going? Do I have my my mid-air boost? But there we go. Oh, that was close.
The snap down to the end is a welcome feature to this game.
I do like these curved ramps. And I feel like they're basically made for Jackasm. Not that silly. I like the way Jackasm has been using wall climbs. Really plays into these curved ramps.
Yeah. Like, I think the Whitley's going to have trouble with those sections.
Yeah. No, she's going to go slow. Because there's a ceiling.
And there's the end to a level. The Whitley has finally cleared the third world, the toxic caves. Moving on to the slums, but I mean, I got to imagine. Whoa, these okay, these things launch you real far. Cool, but I got to imagine this is pretty far along the slums section.
Yeah, I feel like next checkpoint is the end of the level.
The fact that things collapse is really mean.
I think it's cool. I like level, like Uncharted does this in every corner. It's a little too much almost, but I think it's really cool when the ladder you just climbed falls away.
Jackasm is trying to be really precise about this ball thing, and like because of that reason, right? If your angle's wrong, it's going to launch you in totally the wrong direction. But the level design is demanding that you use it to go fast.
The camera does zoom out plenty, but it's almost not enough.
Yeah, you can go really fast.
Oh my god.
Jack is attempting to peer into the matrix on that one. Here's the wiggle blocks for the Whitley. These scared me. I thought these were going to collapse, but they seem pretty sturdy.
Oh, here's the checkpoint that took Jackasm a long time.
Yeah.
This like physics puzzle followed by the escape from the city. What should you ride? He rides like a skateboard, surfboard. Doesn't he ride something down there?
We've managed to get two people who don't know nothing about Sonic Adventure on commentary. So this has gone poorly for us. There's some kind of grinding something.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Jackasm saving yourself just before the yellow.
Let's make it through the section fast. Oh, the ceiling smacks her on the head into the yellow block. That's so rude.
The Whitley has conquered this physics wall, and it's gonna try to. Oh my god!
Oh, but on the yellow.
Way. Come on, why'd they put that yellow there? That was so good. Became a skee ball and just nailed it. 500 points.
Wow, Jackasm making it really like through those. Oh, is this gonna fall away? I guess it isn't.
This one is okay.
I would be so scared that it would.
Do you go under?
Oh my god, no!
Like it's just not. You have to commit there, right? Like
yes.
If you don't get up there, you're not going to get back either. So you might as well just try to go for it. A bit of an error in judgment there, I think.
Yeah, and I liked what she was doing with the two rockets. You know, like 1-2, like kind of the N+ jump, right? Like jump to the right and then jump off the angled surface in order to get the upwards momentum.
The 1-2. I get the hesitation though. It's just scary, right? Like at some point, it's just an emotional response. And look, you can sometimes get back and save yourself. So I stand corrected.
It's such a close jump.
Yeah, they put that at the end of the level too. The end of a pretty hard level.
It's not quite the end though. Here's another precision. You can only jump so many times.
There's a glimmer of a chance for the Whitley. It doesn't really know what is going on with the second half of this level. Just happened to perfectly fling himself through a gap last time in a way that I doubt he will replicate.
In a way that I doubt he will try to replicate. Like, why would you, right?
Okay, here we go.
Like, it's the kind of thing you try in your first try because you're not really sure where you're going anyway. Ah, see, at the precision. That's what I meant. The Whitley is a little better at those precision shots, making it up the green platforms.
First trying that section, nicely done. It's gonna need a lot more of that to catch Jackazam. But there's we saw how long the Whitley was in the boss. Jackazam was in that boss for not as long, but still kind of a long time, right? And there is one more boss at the end of this goal, I have to assume.
Yeah, so a boss can hold you up basically forever, so that's always scary.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. There are some games where like you're pretty much always going to be making some kind of forward progress. It's just about how fast you are compared to your opponent. But every now and then there's this concept of the wall that's just like who's going to be the first one to get over it. So I'm seeing the Whitley having trouble with those curved explosion wall ride sections, which is kind of what I thought might happen. And that's not going to be an easy skill to develop, you know? Like, it was a real boon for Jackazam to have a good intuition about what to do with those.
Oh, what? Oh my god.
Just barely catches the corner.
That's so good though. Like the level is like, oh, you should like bounce on the first one into the second or something. And you're like, looks hard. Maybe I can just jump over the first two and do some semi-jank stuff and launch myself into an angled ceiling. So that's like really good quick thinking.
Oh, the Whitley with the ride and then didn't die to the yellow afterwards.
Yeah, that's fast.
Can he clutch out the end of this level?
I think Whitley's catching up.
I mean, yeah. Through this first couple of parts of the slums here. So you can, like, the moment you see the green block, you go, right? And then, are you early? Are you late? Now you know how to adjust for the next one, right? You can sort of dial in on a visual cue to help you with this section.
And that was too late. That one was pretty good. There we go.
Nice. Oh, Jackazam is skipping, and instead of doing a left, right,
really
left,
good.
right. That worked out much more to her sort of natural rhythms with the rocket launcher.
What? Dash? Maybe didn't have it. I'm not sure if there's a visual indication if you have the dash. I feel like you go on the green and then you just launch yourself up while you're going up already. So you like build up your momentum and just kind of try to launch as far as possible.
It doesn't look like there's a death ceiling up there, which is normally how they like to get you.
Oh, what? The green thing didn't launch her at all.
Yeah, I've seen some variability in the green thing. I don't know if it's because like you touched it without shooting it or something.
But yeah, I think the I think the strat here is to launch the green thing and then as you go up you add momentum by shooting the walls.
The Whitley's gotten pretty good at vertical climbing. On this this opening section, these hinged walls that move away are no problem at all.
It's kind of the advantage because I try
into the collapsing section. Yeah, I was wondering if Whitley was going to be able to somehow suss out what was going to happen with this thing and figure out how to respond.
I wonder if it's on a timer and when the timer starts. Is it a global timer? Is it when you reach the next platform?
Yeah, when you land on it, when you cross an invisible barrier.
Maybe when you shoot a rocket at it?
Yeah. Sometimes... Oh, there's your strat, Maurice. Adding to the momentum on the way up. Oh, and it's another ride?
Oh, nice you gotta shoot the red thing!
So wait, what actually happened, though? Did the platform hit the wall and then that kind of threw her off of it into the wall?
I guess so. Oh, this is the tilt. I'm dying like 3 times just on this first jump before even getting to the part of the level. That's hard.
I mean, this first part is not easy.
Well, I mean like the very first jump. This one. Until here.
The Whitley also dying over and over to the first half of the stage. Uh-oh. Missed the rocket. Does get out during the crumbling. Oh, and another save, but I mean, it would have taken something really special to escape that.
Like the wrong angle on those rockets. The Whitley going fast here.
Wow.
That was also like the
Just
wrong angle.
One big launch from Jakazam. All right, shoots the wall. I would. Oh, it swings down afterwards, so you can't shoot it early. Okay, we know that now. I would be anticipating this section is all about shooting red walls at the right time.
Yeah.
And there's going to be more. Okay, the Whitley on the final section. We saw Jakazam die to the hinge platform. It's there. The blue dot is there.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like blue dots. Like here, these platforms also have blue dots, and they're not hinges. They're just welds, I guess.
Yeah, it is a different sort of blue dot, but you're right.
The visual clarity is not quite there. This happened a few times now that the Whitley shoots the green wall, and that knocks him back into the pit.
Yeah, been a problem all race, really.
Making good use of like the rocket jump and then the dash.
God, it's just so hard to be consistent.
I think it's because jumps aren't consistent, because you can only rocket jump and your angle is always gonna be different.
Yeah, it's just fundamental. Unable to save himself in a way that we've seen Jakazam save herself in that same situation a lot of times in this race. But yeah, there's an inherent like volatility. Like it is a rocket launcher, you know. Like it's any slight tiny change in the angle of your mouse is going to give you really different results with your launch.
Too far for Jakazam. Doesn't make the transfer.
Game is starting to get pretty darn hard. Oh look, I think that was Jakazam taking a moment to take a deep breath. Let the death animation play out for a while, you know, was not quick to hit the button. We've even seen some players try to let out their frustration, like not like as a strategic move. Like, I'm not feeling good right now. I'm just going to shoot 100 rockets at this wall until I feel a little better, and then I'm going to play again. It's a sort of like maybe you can speak to this better than me, but it feels like it's kind of an isolating experience. Like, you know, these people are watching you, but you're just in your room alone with this game, just wondering what people are thinking, what your opponent is. Like, it's really easy to get in your own head in a lot of ways. So, okay, here we go. Whoa, okay, using the dash.
Oh, there's the checkpoint. Oh my god. Good thing that platform stopped. Otherwise, Jakazam would have been at. Oh, this is the boss, right? Yeah, this is the walk to the boss.
Okay.
It's a flying thing.
Yeah, the frustrated mouse wiggle is a classic. You'll see that even in like pro sports games and stuff. Here we go. Big angry scary thing. I forget what we called it earlier. Okay, tricky little yellow things everywhere.
Oh, man, we're going fast.
Is this the halfway point? What are these rockets? Can these even... I guess they can hit you.
There were like 3D reticles in the world. I guess you're not allowed to be in that position when the rocket passes.
I just saw them like moving into the foreground.
Yeah. It's really confusing.
What's going on with these things?
There were those like cylinders that told you where you're not supposed to be.
That is one of the downsides of having your game be this sort of 3D, 2D thing, is that you kind of lose some of the clarity in the third dimension.
Oh, there's a green thing on the right.
Oh.
Could use that.
That platform just respawned? We're out of platforms. We need an answer.
But
here's the final section for the Whitley.
Ah, that's it.
Nice.
But this is not even the checkpoint that Jackazam took so long on. Oh, this is the one with the curves.
We're gonna need to see the Whitley become the master of the curves.
Not doing well.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Job done. Got my degree in curvology. The online course.
Jackazam. Oh, the dash.
The dash, just barely enough. Waiting, reacting, seeing, judging.
Where are we going?
Where are we going?
Are we going on the bus?
Are we? Where
are we?
Bus? Are we in the bus?
We're dead.
What happened?
I think we have to jump off the bus. That has to be the last jump because it's like epic, right?
It would have been cool, I guess, if we could. Instead, we just had no idea what happened, and then she was dead.
Yeah. And the camera was confused too. It was like, oh, where are we? Oh, we're down here. It's the green thing. Ah. I guess the green thing is right in the kill wall, so it's not very safe either.
See, now I get an idea of how much delay there is on the chat. Everyone's catching up and being like, what the hell? That was kind of a mess.
I think we jump on the off the bus to the left, and that's the end of the bus.
You rocket him and bounce off of him. He becomes a platform essentially.
Yeah.
But you can't stand on him, obviously, because we saw what happens if you try that.
Something definitely happened.
Something happened. Yeah, there's a visual.
Oh, where are we going?
I
Jack,
don't know.
You've been here. You've done this part.
There's a visual sort of noisiness to this game, right? Like, look how detailed the backgrounds are, for example. Like, it's just really easy to lose yourself. And then so when that camera angle switched, and then suddenly we had this like 3/4 view of the action, it just became suddenly impossible to tell what was going on.
The game is very much a game about mastering the dash, I think.
Rather than the rockets?
Yeah. Because the dash is your accuracy. It resets your momentum, it puts you in a controlled direction.
Yes. The rockets are always going to be out of control. There's not much you can do about that, but you can always use your dash to adjust whichever way you need to afterwards. That's a good point.
Whoa.
So the Whitley did clear that level, and moving on to this one checkpoint was a big problem for Jackazam.
Oh yeah,
but
this one.
It's looking really good for Jackazam. We got to assume that was the end of the level, right? You can do it once, you can do it again.
The length fits, and if it expects you to jump off the bus, that feels like a thing it would do at the end of the bus.
Yeah. That or this boss fight is epic. Oh no, that green thing on the wall, we saw that kill Jackazam. It got the Whitley as well. I don't think it's there to help you, you know? It's there to help a speedrunner skip the entire level, I guess. But
yeah.
For us, it's kind of just a problem.
I like this boss because it's like the tough guy, the tough military guy, he's got like an eye patch. This ship looks like it has an eye patch.
Yeah.
I think that's really funny. Alright, Jackazam needs to take this controlled. He's been destroying these platforms, and it's kind of bad design maybe that once you destroy these platforms you're just screwed.
Yeah.
Alright, here we go. Left, not right. Okay, there we go. And then these jumps were relatively easy all of a sudden, and now oh no! Did we get hit by something?
I think a laser was firing.
There's lasers?
Shoot.
I didn't even see any lasers.
There's these green lasers that are kind of too far behind to really be meaningful most of the time.
And I know the boss shoots like these green bombs at you.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, I don't know what they do. I mean, I guess they kill you if they hit you. It didn't seem
They
like...
maybe knock you down into an
Oh,
acidic
yeah, we did see
block.
that.
Oh, the Whitley just got dunked on by these falling blocks. Oh, I thought the Whitley died to a block, but that thing was in the background, so the Whitley is okay.
This last part of the checkpoint to the Whitley is the one that took Jakazan the longest, this part.
Yeah, it's definitely a kind of awkward thing. But I could also see someone's natural rhythms being more attuned to that section.
Oh,
And
that was
look,
well
first
done.
try.
Yeah, that was well done. Just a very controlled jump over there. More controlled than Jakazan did. Oh!
The Whitley is getting pretty close. I don't think it's anyone's race or anything, but what was looking like kind of a sure thing is now looking well. I mean, let's see.
Here we go. Do it. No.
Shooting
Jump.
the boss,
Jump.
not a thing.
Jump
Jumps
off
to
the boss.
Shoots him in his
Oh,
face.
but no, you have to jump
Dies
further.
afterwards.
Oh, no.
How much distance do you need?
Yeah, that was quite a lot still. But yeah, so
You have to get like multiple launches off the boss or something.
I think you do like multiple launches off the ramp onto the boss, and then you still have your leftward momentum, and you use the boss to get like back up. So like as a double jump kind of, and I think that will get you there.
That's wild. I can't believe they just throw that at you at the end of this stage.
We're out of platforms.
Okay. Whoa. Don't you dare try. I mean, it would be sick, definitely, but probably best to just reset.
Oh, the Whitley is on this checkpoint that took the Jakazan probably the longest. So this is...
Yeah.
The Whitley doesn't know it, obviously, so it's kind of a weird thing to say, but this is where the Whitley needs to catch up.
But is not even getting to the second part yet. It's just really precise. You would be fine if you could take your time on the ascent, right? But you can't because everything is collapsing. So you have to go fast, and then now your speed is so high that you don't line up nicely with this left to right motion that the
Here we go.
acid
Long
blocks.
jump. Oh, not long enough. What's happening? Oh no.
That wasn't even close.
It's kind of like in the Olympics when they do the long jump, they're gonna like do a long run, and they want to run fast, obviously. But then you especially want to hit your mark, right? You want to jump off at the last second and get the perfect jump right before whatever line you're not allowed to cross. And the Jakazan really failed that there. Just jumped before even the angled part. You want to jump off the angled part like an N+ jump.
Getting really good at the green platform ascension, though, has slowed down and has figured out how to go like rocket dash. Though that dash went sideways, unfortunately. I want to assume that's just a little input error.
Yeah, the green part is really the only hard part for Jakazan. So if she can figure out how to get that consistently, she's gonna get more tries in for the kind of RNG end.
Yeah.
And then that's really all you can and have to do is get more attempts in. It's like a Mario Maker or Kaizo thing. The more attempts you get at the last part, at some point you're gonna get it.
Oh, that rocket just removed that platform before Jakazan was ready for it, but nice adjustment.
All right, here we go. This part, pretty easy as long as you go fast. The green is always going to be behind you. And here we go. Oh, too high, but probably maybe fine. Where are you? We're over there.
I can't see.
Not even close.
The explosion obscures way too much. I can't see.
A lot is going on.
And it's so unclear, like, where you are relative to the boss, right? Like, if you need to not touch him, but boost off of him, you need to know how close you are to him. And that's super hard to see.
Man, speaking of like, oh man, I'm falling behind. If you die to the final boss and the final jump this many times, you feel bad. There's like, you're throwing away the victory. And at least that's what it feels like. We know that right now that's not the case. Jakazan is still far in the lead, like notably in the lead.
Nothing tests your nerves quite like being unable to get through the last part of the goal. all the platforms are gone.
Yeah, retry. This is wasted time.
Well, I mean, it had a lot of speed, but I agree. I think the retry is more consistent.
I guess it's possible, but yeah, like there's a time where you should probably reset.
She is speedrunning the start of the level.
Yeah.
3 perfect rocket launches.
Well, she should really safely do this part. That's what's keeping her from getting the attempts in.
The Whitley is having maybe even... Oh, look at this. Look at this. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, left, right. That was working perfectly for the Whitley, but it's this green block section. He doesn't have this figured out at all yet.
Here we go.
This could be it.
2 jumps. We're done.
I don't even know how to commentate it, because she just jumps out there and then my eyes freak out. I can't see anything, and then it's over.
Yeah, she collided with the front of the bus and then fell like beneath it.
Okay. It's really kind of... I've been wondering if I have some kind of like audio video like processing problem or something, and something about the way that like I've got the screen on my monitor, like I just completely cannot track what is going on when she jumps out there.
But Jackass can do this, but again, I don't know if it's worth the attempt.
Oh. You could try it once. Launch yourself up there once, see what happens. But if you fall back down, just let it happen.
Well, let's see the Whitley. 1, 2, 1, 2, yeah, what you said, but not quite consistent.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't just like a miracle that it happened to go that way that one time. I thought it was a sign that we were going to see a ton of consistency on the first part, leading to a lot more attempts on the second part.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. If you just... Wait, do you not shoot it and then it bounces you far? Is that how it works?
Or maybe you shoot it late? I'm not sure.
I wonder if they're always thinking like, oh, I gotta shoot it at this point or something. And it's like, don't shoot it at all. She slipped off. Shoot!
Like, you somehow have to shoot behind you in a way that doesn't launch you upwards too far, so you can still hit the last angled. And then do like a perfect jump of that, basically.
The game hasn't really forced you to do the like 1-2 off of a flat and then an angled surface, right? Like
there is this start to the Whitley section right here.
That's true.
But you can also just jank it pretty much because it's not that far. It's not as far as the stupid last jump. All right, here we go.
Here you
this
have
looks
to
good.
do it. Where are we?
We didn't shoot the bus.
Nothing. No collision at all.
We didn't shoot the bus, so we didn't get the upwards momentum.
It's just so unclear. Like you say, shoot the boss, and it's like, okay, I understand the concept, but the specific mechanics of the where and the when are pretty difficult.
It's really jank. You just kind of have to feel it out and get a little lucky with what kind of bounce you get, I think.
That's true. You only need to do it once.
Reckon saying the rocks went through the boss. I don't think you can shoot the boss, but we shot the boss and it exploded.
Sometimes I think sometimes I've seen him explode and sometimes not. But I also don't ever really get the sense that like, oh, there's definitely collision there. You know, like I'm not sure I've ever really seen that.
I don't think we can land on the bus, but I think we can shoot it. I've seen the bus explode. The pirate bus. I think it's so funny that it looks like he has died. Well, we're kind of late here, but that's fine. We regained it. All right, here we go. See, the bus explodes.
He explodes, but I didn't really see like any kind of knockback from Jackazam.
We were in a weird position.
It was too far away.
I mean, maybe like obviously I don't know. Like I've only seen as much as anyone else, but it seems like a thing, right? It's flying into your path, like below your trajectory there. I feel like we shoot the bus and gain some boost off of it.
Chat seems to be uniting behind the idea that you do not do anything with the boss. The boss will just die as you pass by, and you are just trying to do one gigantic launch. Which
it didn't die that one time. even though we got past it.
I feel like that's what I saw. Yeah. But I also feel like this boss is a ghost. I really don't get the sense that you can shoot off of it in some way.
Oh, he's a pirate.
Oh, my mistake.
Whitley's still in this section. This was the section he had to catch up on, and so far it's not happening. Which doesn't mean, oh, it's lost or anything, because Jackazam, actually, on the last section here, let's see how it's going. Not a great jump. Explodes!
Whoa.
See?
That's
See?
it.
She rocket jumped off the butt! And that's a victory!
Rocket jumping to victory. Jackazam, in her first top 8, moves on to the next round. And the Whitley did so well. Everyone, can I get a round of applause in the chat for the Whitley making it to top 8 for the first time in Mystery Tournament? Got there before his brother, Arcbliss, who has been 9th a number of times. They're really good rivals. It's really fun having them both in the community.
I'm so glad she shot the boss and bounced off the boss.
Vindicated. If she had just gone straight there, Maurice would have been like, no!
Yeah, I mean, it's probably possible.
Oh, wow, the next level looks pretty cool. This is a cool game. This is just a fun, cool game. Visually, it's tough to speedrun, in this setting. Oh my god, this platform just lands down here now for the Whitley. Let's try to get to the exit. Oh my
that's
god.
Possible.
Almost.
But wait, can we just skip it completely then? Could we get to whatever section we were on before?
I feel like that's going to be harder than just playing the level. But, maybe. We'll check out the Tenertia speedrun.
The task for this, or a grinded speedrun is gonna be insane.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so there's that 1-2 climb.
Oh,
landed on the ball a little bit weird.
Oh, these
Bent
walls
off to the side.
These walls for Jackazam, they're separate and you can't land on them because they're on the wrong Z-axis. Interesting. Shoots that part too early, I think. Yeah, and that got smacked by the ceiling. Chat was saying that, I forgot who it was, but someone correctly pointed out you want to shoot the wall at the end of that first surfboard pretty late, because the ceiling drops as a result.
Yeah, Jackazam picked up on that. I want to give the Whitley a minute or two to try to beat this level, but we've fallen behind schedule here, so we're only going to stick with this for a little bit longer. Definitely not to see the Whitley beat the whole thing, especially because the last jump on that boss is really something.
Yeah, the boss that you have to rocket jump off. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that boss.
All right, let's give it one more try for the Whitley up to that green ball, or maybe the sled. Let's see it. Here we go. This is the one.
Oh, shoots it too early.
The wall immediately.
It can still work
afterwards.
Yeah,
we're good.
Oh,
what?
Why is that even yellow? Yeah.
Why?
Just let me have it. Jeez.
Oh man. Well, shoot. That's it for the Whitley here in Mystery Tournament 18. Congrats once again to Jackazam. And that's it as well for you and I for a little bit here, Maurice. This is your last commentary block. We won't hear from you again unless we're interviewing tournament winner Maurice.
Yeah, we're gonna hear you.
Happen.
We're gonna hear you again. You're gonna commentate the final, and then I'll join the voice call after I win.
Okay, that's the plan. Yeah,
honestly, I love the confidence.
I'll be back for grand finals tomorrow. But yeah, I'm gonna go into the audience. Save me a seat because I can't wait to see what's gonna happen.
Good luck, Maurice. I feel like we should say that before anything happens. You've always been a strong contender, so let's hope this is your year.
Yeah, thanks.
With that said, we do have a bunch of more matches coming up, so we're going to take a quick break while we get the next round of commentators set up, and we get the first round of winner semis on the way. I'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is the Mystery Tournament 18 Top 8. This is our first match of winter semis. We have 3 wonderful new commentators, starting off with Blasphemous Roar. Welcome, Blasphemous. How are you doing?
Doing great! Welcome everybody to Mystery Tournament Top 8! They said, please, Roar! Don't do the thing you're about to do, and I did it anyway! I'm joined by my friend Phantom Matt!
Every year I say this, I'm not awake enough for this.
And we're also joined by Salmon Buffalo!
Why am I here?
We are here on the Mystery Tournament Top 8. We are here to watch 8 fantastic racers kick some butt today in some games. But what exactly is a mystery tournament, Matt?
Well, a mystery tournament is where we get a bunch of people to submit games. We have a bunch of people test those games. And then we spend 3 months playing through so many games. I think we've had like 201 individual races, not matches, because matches are a lot more because we have doubles and we have triples sometimes. All culminating in this, the top 8 stream for the weekend.
All right, and Salmon, top 8. You'd think that we'd, because we're putting on a show on Games Done Quick and doing a big thing, you'd think that we'd try to like save some really cool games for it or something. You're a tester. What's going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, so that's a large part of it. Our job for top 8 is that we take all the games that people submitted for the tournament. We hand curate a short list of some of the best, most unique, sometimes most challenging, and maybe a little jank games that we get, and we throw them all together to bring you this weekend's worth of content.
All right, now let's see who we've got today. We've got Dex, the 6-time top 8er, has joined us since the early days. 1MT2 has been very consistent in their playing, very strong competitor. And we have Adam Numbers, also known as Ferris V5, has joined us since 9 mystery tournaments. So Zex has been here since 16 times, by the way. 16 times in mystery tournament with a win rate of 72%. That's crazy. Whereas Ferris has been with us 9 times, has made it top 8 6 times. That's what those little stars on the top are, with a 73% win rate. They're so close. Oh, it's so exciting. How?
I guess that means we have to root for Zex because they're the underdog by 1%, right?
I don't know how that works, but let's flip the card. Oh, wait, they don't flip the cards. It goes down. Let's look down at their match history and see what's going on here. How did they get this far into the tournament? Button. Wait, I can click that button. Click that button. Let's see. Zex has made its way through Tetsuya, Mandungu, Arandobi, and Triscore in some wonderful high seas havoc. Oh, God, I'm sorry. Emirates, Adam Numbers, also known as Ferris V5, which, by the way, it'll be Adam Numbers from now on, won against Desdar, Nitzel, GFM, and someone. Notice that this is a double elimination bracket, so the losers bracket that we saw before, they had to go through so many more games, whereas these players only had to have 4 wins, and they sure did 4 wins. So they are here tonight for your viewing pleasure to duke it out, beat on each other down, and be friends afterwards, because really, this is the ultimate. 2 people enter, 2 people leave. We're not barbarians.
Well, it's 4 people enter, 2 people leave because we got 2 matches. There you go.
They're all going home.
They're already home. How are they streaming if they're not?
To the match.
Can I leave?
No, you're stuck here. Blame internet dirigible. I keep saying to the match, but I forgot that we haven't had Ray say, "Oh, we're good to go yet." So that's a terrible, terrible thing. We actually need to be set up on tech. Okay, I think we are good. What is this game, Salmon?
Easy.
So this is Larson Laser. Now, if you've been following the top 8 so far, we had a sort of janky platformer We had a fairly tough, like, rocket jump platformer. We're going to tone things down a lot and test players on a different skill we don't typically see in Mystery Tournament. Larson Laser is a fairly stylish heist-based game. It really will test the player's memorization. So what we'll see going into these matches is, if you are familiar with like MT16 and the top 8, there was a game called Prism Laser, a very similar thing. We will see the level layout at the beginning, and there will be a grid of lasers scattered throughout the floor. We do get to see those, and the second we move, those disappear. So it will be all about just kind of memorizing things on the spot, maybe a bit of trial and error, and yeah, pretty straightforward.
And so this is a, like you said, it's a rarely tested skill here of just pure memory. Now, this brings up the elephant in the room real quickly. In Mystery Tournament, external tools such as Notepad and snipping tools are actually allowed. How would that influence this race? Do you think any of them are going to use that, or was this explicitly said you can't use those in this match?
To my knowledge, nothing has been said. I would hope that, things wouldn't be taken to an extreme. The game is simple enough where I think you won't really need anything like that. But yeah, these are some very top-tier competitors. Any little mistake is going to be fairly costly in a game like this. So yeah, it'll be very close, I think, all the way through. Zex, we see messing up a little bit. So the goal for this game is to complete every level in stage or worlds 1 through 3. However, in order to unlock some of those stages, we need these extra collectibles, these diamonds that we see on Zex's screen. If you miss one, you do have to go back and get it. Occasionally, we'll have to do a forward level first and then kind of come back to the thing. But we do need those collectibles, which are technically optional if you're playing this casually.
Ooh. Now, we have a nice little thing where we have the bottom of the screen, or the rooms that they're in have furniture or question marks or all sorts of stuff all about, which really helps you kind of memorize the layout. You're like, oh, the laser is through this object and not through this object. And do you think that the players are keying into that being a very deliberate design choice, or?
Yeah, so this game does a couple things fairly smart to help its players, so they're not going in totally blind if they forget. First thing, we see that as they move throughout the level, the path they have already been on lights up. And so you know that those are 100% safe spaces you can backtrack on freely. The other thing is, yeah, those furniture, those little kind of grayed out areas, icons on the squares are also completely safe from the lasers. The game makes this expressly clear, so you know that you can absolutely walk on those as well. And that does could influence where you try and go with your routing as well, because you know those are safe. You can kind of plan around that.
Matt, what's your favorite pose so far?
I'm partial to dabs, honestly. Dabs
Okay.
good.
We've given Matt an opportunity to talk. Job completed.
Mission accomplished.
This game will go very fast, yes.
It's just 2 testers, man. That's all it is. I know when to allow it to seed the floor.
Oh, does anybody
I think
actually
it's really-
believe that I do my job these days? Come on.
Sure, of course. I
So
really do
we've got-
appreciate how they did break it up with the panels. That way, it's not just like the big yellow mass, and you're like, it's all the same. Terrible. It's a very nice design choice, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's a lot to this that makes it a little bit more memorable in terms of like where you're actually supposed to remember. It's actually kind of nicely put together in that regard. This is absolutely a game that I would beef hard. I don't have the good memory. So it would absolutely destroy me. But these 2 players are going through. Ferris's whole shtick as a VTuber is that they're a robot, and hot dang are they doing the robotic memory going on right now. Like, look how is Ferris ahead, I think? Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen Zex have to redo several levels in order to get diamonds, I think.
Yeah, so throughout the game, we will be introducing new mechanics. So we see here both racers have encountered the guards. They move in a straight line on a timed cycle. If you get in the space directly in front of them in that red cone of vision, they will see you and it will be an instant restart. It is important to note that the guards can walk through lasers, so do not take their paths as a safe space for you. And that is one nice thing about this game is if you get caught, if you get hit in a laser, the restart is very quick. You just have to press a button, you're right back in.
Yeah, and the size of the stages, there's not really much scrolling going on. Are we going to see scrolling in later levels, or is it going to maintain being one size screen for the most part?
I believe everything fits on one size, on one screen. It's been a while since I played some of the later stuff, but yeah, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it expands a little bit, but I don't think it would be too bad.
Now, what are some techniques that you might be using to try to memorize where some of these things are?
As I said, definitely noticing and remembering that the icons are guaranteed safe spaces. Other than that, I honestly felt like a lot of time going fast for me was just trial and error. You can absolutely sit there and stare at the screen and try and memorize everything. For me, it was a bit much, but I found that as I played and got further and further in each level, I started remembering where I died and just kind of get almost a little bit of muscle memory and knowing where I was and how I got back to where I was when I died, and then I could just go a different direction. There was definitely some level design, if you keep that in mind, helped me a little bit, where for instance, you can almost kind of predict where the lasers are going to be in some cases.
Yeah, it's like a logical setup for them. I'm sorry, go on.
I was going to say, we're seeing an interesting mechanic here on both racers' sides, where normally the lasers will disappear when you start moving. However, you see these power buttons, and once you are on that power button, as long as you stay on that space, you get to see where the lasers are again. Once you move off, they disappear, but you can also use those. They're not every level, but if they are there, you can kind of use that as the temporary resting point and get your bearings on what's coming up. So you might only, if you notice those are there, you can maybe memorize the first half of the level, get to the power button, and then memorize the second half.
Now, somebody in chat, they're asking, how is this like a 50-minute estimate? So the testing process that we go through on Mystery Tournament, we actually use we have a series of testers. Each game goes through at least 2 testers before getting chosen to finally enter the tournament. And we do track how long each person in the testing team has taken to do that. So these estimates are based off of the testers' times on these races. And oftentimes testers even race the games themselves. But it's important to note that, and this is one of the coolest things about Top 8, in my opinion, I legitimately do think it's great, is that the testers are often not Top 8 players. We aren't necessarily the greatest at games doing the testing, so we're going to see a wide variety of things in terms of how it goes. And I will say a little bit early on this one, let me see here. And so basically, what was I trying to say? Sorry, I got a little distracted. I wanted to mention, though, by the way, ahead of time, since we're a little bit behind in regards to the other race taking a little bit longer than expected in terms of these estimates, we are going to not really, once one of these racers is finished, we're only going to give the other woman player like another minute or two to see how far they get. So do be prepared for a potentially abrupt stop on that regard. I just wanted to let you all know ahead of time that was possible. But because of talking about the estimates, because you never know how long these are actually going to take in the hands of testers. We had one of our main testers for a long time in Mystery Tournament is one prizes man named Sent, who was absolutely a incredible gamer. If you've never seen Sent actually game, ridiculously good. Oh god, lasers. So it really skewed a lot of our top 8 timing, not knowing how long any individual player is going to go. So talk about these lasers. There's not much to talk about, but talk about it anyway.
Yeah, so Ferris is in World 2 now. We have introduced the concept of the moving laser. It's pretty much exactly what it looks like. It's just a big laser that follows you throughout the level, kind of impeding your ability to backtrack. So, especially in these levels where we're going out of our way to collect these collectibles, because we're doing that for the goal, it becomes even more increasingly important to kind of have a route planned out in your head first, because if that laser passes that collectible, you're not getting it.
Now, Matt, my lawyers have informed me that you haven't talked in a few minutes, so say something.
No, I'm just taking it in. I'm liking the progression. The different areas have different themes. It's good. Now we're in a sciencey lab on Zex's side instead of a museum-looking place.
Yeah, it's definitely... The other thing is this game is going by so fast. Ferris is absolutely demolishing this goal, but it looks like Zex is honestly not too far behind. I think that this is 2-3 for Ferris at this time.
This is a bonus stage, one of those optional stages, casually speaking, but we are requiring for the goal. You can tell because it's the purple background, the question mark icons.
Yeah, so Ferris is now on 2-3, while Zex is on, I think, 2-2 right now. So, this is really not that far off. Oh god, conveyor belts.
Oh, I love conveyor belts.
Oh, everything was fine until the conveyor belts. I don't want
That's great, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all right. Somebody likes Silphco.
It definitely starts ramping up a bit, as we're seeing. Not only do you have to worry about lasers, you have to worry about one-way tiles, you have lasers moving, chasing you. There's some stuff later on that will be interesting to see how the racers react to. Yeah. And
I'd also like to formally apologize that I said Silphco instead of Game Center. Anyway, go on.
yeah, I mean, that's true.
You'll never be
That is
forgiven.
the game corner. These are very top tier racers, have been forces to be reckoned with for years upon years, and to have them in a game such as this, like I'm not exaggerating that I feel like any little mistake could be a very deciding factor. Maybe not quite that extreme, but it's going to, the other person is absolutely going to capitalize on that. I mean, restarts are quick, but it's not like in a really tough game where both players are going to be struggling on this for 5-10 minutes. You're talking a couple seconds. You're just going to blow right past it.
I'm also noticing in chat a couple people asking, well, how do I help out with this? Well, join our Discord, join the community, hang out a bit. We put this on once every year now.
Yeah, we do. We used to have this tournament every 2 year or twice a year, but we've since cut down to once a year, and we're now running some other side events that may not require as much effort as well. We've got quite a few things going on in the community, and the best way to become a tester is, we know we always need testing help. It's just that a lot of times the first step to becoming a tester is to participate in the tournament itself, because you'll know it's really, there's a certain something to be said about being on the other side of the race first. So that's really important in terms of doing testing, is to know what it's like to be in the pressure, in the hot seat, what actually makes for a good race, what makes for a bad race, and what goes on with those. But we're always looking for more restreamers, commentators, volunteers. It's always the case. Just join the community, volunteer, help out whenever we have stuff. And be a part of the Discord. Do we still have the links for Mystery Tournament and Discord on Moobot? We sure do. Oh no, that was Yorkie. Hi Yorkie.
Yeah, that's Yorkie Bot. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hi Yorkie Bot. Thanks for the assist. Alley-oop.
Yeah, so we're back to the race for a moment. We're getting into these levels now where we have switches. The racers are going to have to hit all the switches before the laser grid around the exit will clear up. Not too difficult of a concept to grasp, but yeah, we're going to start seeing that these switches, these collectibles, are going to be in a really tough spot. Like we see on Zex's screen, we have to really be careful of that moving laser in that collectible.
Vex is just killing it, though. My goodness.
Yeah, one thing we aren't asking our racers to do is, if you get all the collectibles and get through the entire 3 stages, so each level is comprised of 3 stages. So if you get through all of those, getting everything, not getting caught once, then you gold that level. And it's a nice little touch to say, hey, you did really well on this one. Good for a couple Steam achievements, but not necessary here. We are expecting to have restarts on stages. We're not expecting perfection from the racers at all.
Now, one thing that I like to do when doing memory stuff like this, when trying to understand, how you're supposed to move, I'll often put my vision off center to kind of get the lasers in peripheral, and somehow that helps me kind of mark them better. Do you have any tricks like that you utilize for stuff like this, or is your memory just okay?
For me, a lot of it too is counting. I'm a very numbers driven person, so I tend to feel there's gonna be up 3, down 3, instead of as far as the walkable path, not so much remembering where the lasers are, but just more memorizing the steps I need to take to get there, instead of kind of feeling it out. So I know if I have gone 3 spaces on top, I know I need to go down, and it's just easier for me to remember that sequence of directions and numbers.
I know with this one I can actually speak to. I played a lot of first-person adventuring games like Etrian Odyssey, and it kind of helps to just recognize distances just based on sight, so you know exactly where you need to move and be able to see. Oh yeah, so this path has to go through here and around in order to get to where I want to go.
I think that this.
You got it.
I like that this game is in top 8 because it really does test just rote memorization to a certain degree, which in Mystery Tournament, you never know what skill is going to be tested. There is well, I'll just address the elephant in the room. There's a certain stigma that a lot of people have that there's a lot of puzzle games in Mystery Tournament, because puzzles can make for really good races on account of, they're not entirely the best speedruns playing a Sokoban game, but doing a race of them tends to improve them ever so slightly, because you have to think really quickly in regards to them. And there's a lot of stuff that we can get away with in Mystery Tournament that might not be exciting in another context. For instance, if you imagined watching a speed run of this game would just be kind of, admittedly a little nothing against it, but it's not the kind of game that you watch a speed run of. But to see a race like this is actually really kind of exciting. What's going on, or at least it would be if Ferris wasn't just completely knocking it out of the park right now. Because this is actually Zex is not too far back, but
yeah,
I know what you're talking about. This is going great.
Yeah, it does seem like we are seeing the racers starting to slow down a lot more at the start of the level and really trying to take things in. I don't blame them, especially with these conveyor belts, knowing which conveyors lead to death. We saw Ferris on the last stage. Like right at the end, there was a really tempting conveyor belt taking you to the left, right into a laser grid. So the smart play was actually to go down and around it straight to the exit. But yeah, a lot of these conveyor belt stages are getting quite mazy, and being able to correctly identify like which conveyor belt you need to go on at what point is a pretty interesting skill to pick up on the fly.
Ferris moving through another stage. This is going to bring us closing in. No, that's not just closing in. We've got to do the one extra stage real quick, and then we'll be moving on to World 3. Oh, baby. Place your predictions other than Salmon. So I guess, Matt, place your predictions. What are we going to see in World 3?
Temple. They have like rolling boulders and stuff. That's what I'm feeling.
Okay. I like that one. Traps do something like rolling boulders. I'm going to bet something like turrets, where it spots you and then you have to move within a certain amount of time, so you can't just rely on the memorization. You actually have to do some level of get gone, which boulders would do as well. Is just, here's your trigger to the thing, get gone, be out. Salmon's laughing because of how wildly wrong our predictions are.
I mean,
look, I'm not a tester. How am I gonna know?
Yeah, no, there's some pretty interesting ideas. Like I'm just, enjoying hearing the creativity.
Is it so wrong that I want to see Spelunky in top 8?
Well, we've got of course Sokoban is a bet from chat. Let's see what we've got. It's
base. No, it's Illuminati.
They're looking at us. It's eyeballs. It's creepy eyeballs. That's the thing. It's
conspiracy theories. Oh no.
The same state. Oh, we have matching symbols, maybe. Salmon, what's going on here?
Nothing yet.
Okay.
It's just weird.
Yeah, it's just a little unsettling is all. Nothing to concern yourself with.
We're just stealing from the Illuminati, it's all.
Yeah, we are getting. So right now, the status of the race, Ferris
is portals. Portals. Of course it was portals. I should have known it was portals.
This does actually, someone in chat brought it, Mooware, it reminds him of Twilight Zone, and I do have to agree. It is fairly Twilight Zone, especially with the portals. Some interesting stuff here we will see, because you don't know at first which portal goes where.
So I'm going to complain about that. That's the extent of my complaint, but I'm going to complain about it.
Yeah, so it's something you definitely have to feel out as you play. Especially, again, now that we're throwing in the collectibles, making those mandatory, definitely have to play around with that a little more than you would normally.
Ooh. Oh, we got ghosts, my people.
I get it, because you're Phantom Matt.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You are seen invalid.
The things I do to get a rise out of other people.
No, I thought you were just a phantom, not a poltergeist.
No, but let's see.
Poltergeists move things around. Phantoms are just shades in your eyes. And shades are just shades in your eyes, too. And we've got downward-facing ghosts can't hurt you, except for the part where they can. They absolutely can, and they will. Don't get touched by the spookums. Ferris got blasted by the lasers.
So you have two options
Zex
here.
Is catching up. How is Zex catching up?
Zex, I think the last couple levels has done it in one try, which has been helping a lot.
This is crazy how strong these players are being right now.
Yeah, this is a really close match. Like, this is a really interesting game to see two competitors at their respective skill tiers going at.
Oh.
Now,
Zach's
remember, folks,
back
this.
tonight.
Oh. Remember, folks, this is a double elimination tournament, so whoever loses this match is not out of the tournament. This is our winners. Semis. Yeah, winners semis. So whoever wins this will be moving on to the winners finals to win to face off against whoever is next. I believe tomorrow. I want to say. Let me take a look at what our schedule looks like a little bit. It's so we're winners semis will be Zex versus Adam, and then we got Bert versus Maurice coming up afterwards, and we'll be doing the losers quarters and losers semis with winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals tomorrow. So this is a 2-day affair, folks. We got your entire weekend hyped up and booked here on Mystery Tournament. Do feel free to go somewhere. I wouldn't want you to sit in one place for 24 hours, but if you would be kind enough for 48 hours, if you'd be kind enough to park your boot for long enough to watch some extremely cool races, that would be great too, if you could see it in your heart. What happened to the hype that I brought at the start? I don't understand where it goes after.
You've cooled down. We've got cracked panels now. That's neat.
Oh yeah, cracked panels!
Oh, no.
That didn't work. Okay.
No, it didn't. Discord shot you down.
Now we've got our classic. You can't walk over this twice panels. We should have expected this too.
What is it that these get called? Hamiltonian paths or something?
Well, it's sort of like a Hamiltonian path. So Hamiltonian paths are where you can't double back over it and you have to do everything in one go. But the cracked tiles are certainly kind of Hamiltonian in a certain degree. Though it looked like at one point Ferris had walked over the cracked tile while it was cracking. So I think there's a certain amount of time that you can actually go before it breaks. I may have been wrong in seeing that, but it's possible.
Yeah, looks like it. Because Zex just did it.
That's one thing about movement in this game being almost instant, is that if things are happening around you, that almost instant is you could do so much in that almost instant. I mean, it's the classic, how long does a frame take and what does one frame mean to your character? And it looks like, I want to say you have about 3 frames of movement between. I'm not sure if the bounce. Oh, that's such a good death screen. Oh, that's such a good death screen. Anyway, I was saying something. I don't care anymore. That was such a good death screen.
Yeah, so we have Zex on 3-6. Ferris just finished 3-6. We are just a couple stages difference between the two. Zex was doing a great job catching up there. Slacking a little bit now. Ferris getting through the first stage of the bonus level. Oh, there's another laser.
Back to the
outruns
lasers.
it. Definitely. Oh, now we got double lasers again. Not even concerned. Just nails it. I believe there are 10 levels in World 3, so we are very quickly approaching the end of this race. Now, Ferris has a decision here, which portal to go for. And actually, you don't have a decision because there are lasers. However, we do need that collectible, so we did have to double back. Ferris recognizing that immediately. And, yeah.
Yeah, so actually, this brings up a really interesting point. There's a certain notoriety that bonus items and collectibles and stuff have in Mystery Tournament, which is simply, we hate them. They don't make me go fast. I don't want them. But here we're actually forcing them to collect them all. How rude is that?
Well,
Yeah. You know, we
nice
just want to
choice.
see more game. That's all it is.
Does Ferris remember how to get through? It does remember how to get through that last part.
I'll be honest, Troy. In a heist game, why wouldn't you try to steal everything?
It's true. Also, is this the new mystery tournament meme top 8? Because I remember last year we had the professional, didn't we?
We did. I remember that. What a game that was.
Beforehand, I think we had like Cat Burglar or something. I might be wrong about that. That might have been something else. Yeah, no, we're starting to see heist game is a genre in mystery tournament, and quite frankly, I'm all for it.
Look, the Illuminati doesn't deserve this cold bullying anyways.
Yeah, they got plenty of weird nacho trinkets. All-seeing eye? More like... Well done, Ferris is moving through stage 2 really quickly.
I knew it was coming, but man alive.
Again, I repeat, can I leave?
You're trapped in here with us, buddy. I'm sorry.
One thing I do find quite interesting about these levels, particularly in World 3 here, and we see it a lot in the bonus levels too, is that oftentimes there are multiple ways to get through the level too. So one way might be a little shorter, but maybe filled with more danger, while maybe there's like a safer route that's longer. So choosing which direction to go it could play a factor in this. We're seeing with the portals, especially with some of these that have portals where there's like 7 portals and they all go different places. Figuring out what order to go through. We saw a couple stages ago, Zex took a completely different path than Ferris did, and still wound up finishing it. So there's some variety there in how you can approach these, which is kind of cool as well.
Ferris taking quite a few deaths here is going to give Zex even further opportunity to catch up. Every death here is another opportunity for Zex to catch up, and I know that sounds obvious, but like, this is, at this point, there is a certain point in a race where it becomes one person's race to lose, and I think that this is Ferris's race to lose at this point.
Yeah, it's like going back to like memorizing levels. Like we just saw on Ferris's screen, that middle 3x3, we had the portal at the bottom, the collectible at the top, the cracked tiles on the sides, and then that empty square in the middle. Like, even if you didn't remember that was a laser tile, you can pretty easily infer it. Like, oh, there's an empty space here. Why would I just have this direct path to the collectible? Like, no, they're gonna force me to go around. So even if you didn't remember, you can kind of like, if you start thinking in terms of level design a little bit, you can kind of play around that a little bit, get a little meta with the layout of the levels, and hopefully use that to some effect as well.
Thanks, I hate this level. Yes.
No, it's fine. Just take a Sharpie over your monitor and just cross out the squares you can't go on.
Bad news. This one says permanent. Nope, I can't even fake that pronunciation. It's very obvious how that's pronounced. It's so obvious. So why did I use it on my monitor?
Reminds me of the old days when like GoldenEye speedrunners would like put the dot in the middle of their screen because it didn't have a reticle to aim with.
Dude, I've been accused of using rulers in Gunbound before, so like.
But I believe Zex is on the last level, I believe, which means Ferris. Actually, that might be.
Yeah, so Ferris.
No, we do have the bonus level. I take that.
Yeah, Ferris is moving on to the final bonus level now.
Yeah, this is one of those cases where sometimes you have to do a level further ahead in the world map and then come back. Yeah, so this bonus level is a little rude. Ask you to take this winding path, get the keys, but then you also have the laser. So like here we have the laser crossing that first key. You can't do it at that point.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh, there
Yeah,
you go.
my dislike for this is up there. I dislike that.
I forgot that we aren't doing level 4. So sometimes when we're testing, so this was a game that I had tested kind of midway through testing, and it was like, okay, well, I haven't found any top 8 games yet. This seems like a good one, you know. But I thought that World 3 was a little short, so I did play through level 4, or like World 4. Thought it would have been fine, but like World 3 is totally okay. There's some interesting stuff in World 4 that I'm not going to spoil because you should go play the game. I believe it's fairly cheap. It's a fun little thing. I think it was only 5 worlds total.
And that is Ferris finishing the race here. Done with an official SRO time of 35:29. Sorry to interrupt that thought.
I love the race comment. Just
Checks out.
To be fair, I think that is what your character says when you die.
And you like get what, lasered?
Yeah, I think we can't hear it on our end, but I vaguely recall that being a thing.
Zex is now on the finale as well. Zex having come up right behind Ferris on this finale. Oh, how does it feel to have a laser sink your bomb, Zex?
Feels terrible, probably.
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
could have just gone
straight
down that
right.
bottom.
Yeah.
Uber brings up a good point. This game is on sale because it's a spring sale at the moment.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Go heists, people.
Yeah, I mean, if you care about Steam achievements, they're pretty straightforward. I think it's largely just beating the world and then mastering each world, so getting that perfect clear on each level in the world. So the Steam achievements are pretty straightforward. It's just a fun little game. Like I said, there are 2 other worlds that we aren't seeing here that I will not spoil. But I definitely love this game enough that I'm gonna keep going, and I highly recommend you all check this out if this is up your alley.
And with that, Zex is finished as well with an official time of 37:18. Very nicely done, Zex. And both players have finished up at this point. It looks like I'm double checking the information. We should be good to start moving into the next race. So, Church, if you want to just take it away and we can explain the rest of things later.
Yeah, we are going to take a quick break, everybody, while we get set up. So we will see you in just a few minutes, and then we will get back to our second round of winner semis. Mystery Tournament 18, Top 8. This is Winners Semis, second round. I will hand it back over to our wonderful commentators.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Oh, we are so happy to see you. I'm happy to see you. There are so many texts in this little chat here that says that so many of you are watching and having a good time, and that just warms my heart. You know what else warms my heart? Oh, a little bit of Salmon Buffalo and Phantom Matt. How are you 2 doing today?
We're doing great, Roar.
I mean, I'm here.
Yeah, I might have driven poor Salmon Buffalo completely off the rails. He's like, oh, this is my first time being in top 8. This is my last time being in top 8. If I ever have to be paired up against mystery. So anyways, aside, welcome everybody to the second match of Winners Finals tonight. Here are Winners Semis tonight here on Mystery Tournament Top 8. We have Furret Turret versus Maurice. All right, Maurice is a massive Mystery Tournament champion, has won MT14, had first joined in MT13 and finished in second place, crazy strong, has been in top 8 5 times, has been in the tournament 6 times. That means, if you don't know, Maurice is always been in top 8 because because we haven't updated the card for this tournament. So, with a major win rate of 82% across all mystery tournaments, Maurice is an absolute force to be reckoned with. Absolutely. He's the dev of Not Tetris. He's the dev of Mario. He's the main creator of or he's the person that made our dashboard on Mystery Funhouse and has overall improved the production values of us over there. There's a lot to be said about Maurice. We're not going to talk anymore about Maurice anymore whatsoever during the rest of this.
Oh my god.
We're going to move straight on to Furret Turret because we talked enough about Maurice. Furret Turret, it is an honor and a pleasure to see Furret in top 8. Furret is a wonderful person who is been a friend of the community for a while, is a VTuber that uses a very nice custom Furret model, and has a gimmick that every time it wins, adds more hats. And I believe do we get to see the camera on this one? Are we going to see Furret carry up to full potential? The power is unlimited, overwhelming. Let's look down at their match. I'm
pretty sure it is limited. That's why we have the compressors. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, that's why we have all the compressors. The compressors are compressing for a good reason. Furret defeated Randomized TV and Jumu, Captain Drake in Magical Toledo Adventure. The Captain Drake is a big challenge. Parasite Steve and Hermes. Parasite Steve, winner of our reject tournament, is a very strong competitor. Some G in Shinizu whatever, I can barely read it on the screen. But that's another strong competitor. And of course, Jakazam, who we just saw defeat Tenertia as well. Very strong competitors all the way through, and Furret has made it this far, whereas Maurice is just beating Xuno, Mooware, Econ the Whitley, also really strong competitors. What a world we are in. So what are we dealing with next, Salmon Buffalo?
Okay, so we had a janky platformer. We had a pretty cool Twitch platformer. We toned it back a little bit with a memorization heist game, and we're ramping it right back up with this puzzle platformer called World Splitter. This has taken a concept I've seen toyed around with in a few games where you have 2 different planes of existence, and you're having to swap back and forth between them in order to get to the end of the stage. But it does it in a way that I haven't seen before, in that you have full control over where these and how these worlds interact with each other. Yeah, so we'll see it once we get in. We can explain it a little more then. But yeah, this is going to be a very execution-heavy game for an entirely different reason than the last one was.
All right, well, we are going to see the race start in just a moment. As soon as the match gets started, we'll be going. We just need to fix a few things here and drop out. There we go. And we are ready to roll here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're off. So yeah, this is World Splitter. This is like Salmon said, it is a game about having 2 different planes of existence. Now, this is swiftly becoming kind of another Mystery Tournament staple. Oh no, Furret walked in a cutscene here.
In the intro cutscene, oh no. This is reminding me right off the bat of like Gianna Sisters.
Now it looks like we have kind of mouse movement for the world here.
Yeah, so both worlds are on screen at the same time. You use the mouse to move that around. Another thing we're seeing on Marisa's screen right now, the game is teaching you, hey, this diagonal line splitting these worlds, you can rotate that.
Oh, wonderful.
Totally 360 degrees. So you have absolute full control over how these worlds are split at any given point.
Where he's doing a nice little lip there. I like that. Do we know what the limit is on what kind of slope you can walk up on this?
I don't know exactly. It is, it's pretty reasonable, I think.
So we got some elevator action going on here. And now we've got the ability to jump. And the goal is to beat Swapper in World 6. That's right, this is a weird combo race. Not only are we playing World Swapper, but we're also playing Swapper, or World Splitter, but we're also playing Swapper, of course, the game that's all about firing clones. That is an obscure reference, and I don't know why I made it.
Yeah, so one interesting thing we're seeing, just to provide a little bit of clarity on the goal, Swapper is the 5th stage in World 6. However, and you might be noticing there on Furret's screen, each world has 10 levels, but the next one unlocks after doing the first 5. So, assuming the players have read the pace bin, and looks like they both have, which is great, because I didn't when I tested this, and that was a little bit of a problem, but we're only going to be seeing the first 5 levels per world, and then we'll move on to the next one. So it is, don't worry, we're not skipping, we are skipping levels, but not in terms of like completing the goal.
Bert got lucky that ball just stopped.
Yeah, so we're seeing Furt here. There's an interesting mechanic where, and it'll probably come into play a little more later in the game, but there is, I believe the game calls it Ghost Vision, where you can press Q and actually see what the other world looks like at your current position. So you can use that a little bit to help plan. You don't have to, because if you're, twirling the split around a lot, doing it in the wrong way, you can absolutely mess yourself up, cause yourself to fall into lava or anything like that. So having that momentary, oh, this is what things look like on the other side where I'm at, can be a big help.
Now, something that we've seen here now is actually kind of dangerous being seen on Maurice's side. I'm really afraid of what's going to happen with this. Maurice will... Do you think Maurice is going to abuse zipping? Because it looks like this game lets you zip easily if you're smashed between 2 objects.
It
sounds
does.
dangerous. I'm sure this won't come into play at all.
Yeah. So I found a lot of the platforming on this is just recognizing how much of a surface you need to stand on, and just being able to play around with that quite a bit. It is, trust me, this is not an easy game to wrap your head around. It legitimately gave me headaches playing this, but it was one of the most creative takes on this whole split world thing I've played in a very long time.
Yeah, a lot of them have some very strong control over how it is. Or a significant amount of the split worlds involve 2 characters trapped in other worlds. This is one of the few ones where you actually go through the 2 different worlds yourself, or have such immense control over it.
Oh no, or it pulls up the enemy with himself. That was not great. I feel like in order to solve this one, you kind of want to ramp the enemy into the lava on the left, but...
There's a lot of stuff that had to kind of be done. Oh, there you go. Yeah, you might be right. Ramp the enemy up the wall. There we go. Furret has seen that option now, and is going to let that enemy kind of pass it by, I assume? Yeah, gets through. Maurice, though, is absolutely starting to go a bit on a tear. Like you said, we're only going to be seeing 5 levels per world. That is going to be a total of 30 levels.
Yeah, and much like you would expect from a game of this nature, we're going to get new mechanics constantly added in. And I think maybe this is where the race is a little bit rougher than the full game, because you don't get a lot of time. With 5 levels per world that we're playing, you really don't get a lot of time to practice with these new mechanics. So far right now, the mechanic for World 2 has just been the inclusion of enemies, so not really anything to play around with there. But here we're going into World 3 on Maurice's side, and we're getting switches.
Oh, great! Switches in a game where you already switched the world around. That's just too many degrees of switching. That is just not.
Yeah, and so we see
That's 4 whole world states.
Yeah, some of the switches only exist in one plane. We saw there, the game taught you that right away. So yeah, it's a lot to take in, for sure. And it just keeps adding.
Now,
It looks like
Maurice is doing a really good job of catching himself with that little transition platform that you get when you're moving the barrier between worlds, making things go really fast.
is doing an interesting sweep around, but is not going to see the thing that he wants to see, which is how to. Oh no, is going to see the thing he wants to see, which is how to elevate off of that situation. Okay. Just impressive overall.
Yeah, the line rotates 360 degrees. You have full control over where it goes, how it rotates, and you do have to be careful with that, right? If I'm on a platform and I rotate that line the wrong way, it could cause me to fall in a pit or something like that. So you really have to not only be thinking about where that line is, where that split is, but like which direction I want to rotate it in. There's so many things you have to consider when moving this split between the worlds around.
Now, something else to point out, last game we forced them all to collect all of the collectibles. This one, again, we here at Mystery Tournament, we hate bonus collectibles. They are a waste of time. They're wasting everybody's time. They're wasting everybody's energy. So we don't want them. The little aliens, they follow us around. They're cute and all. They're our objective. We're trying to save them, I guess, maybe, but who cares? They're wasting our time. We don't need to bother with them.
Are they not necessary to complete the level?
No, these are pure bonus items in the truest sense of the term.
Furret, we're getting a question in chat. How many hats is Furret wearing? Furret is currently wearing as many hats as victims in this tournament it has claimed. So 4, I believe. Now, we do believe there's a running theory in the community that this is Kirby style, is stealing their hats and stealing their powers and wearing them as hats. Furret assures us this is not the case. However, I would like to point out that nobody has actually seen Jackazam in person ever since Furret's defeat of her. So, theories.
I can't believe Jackazam played through the first map earlier today without eyes.
I am a hat and I must scream. Okay. Maurice is going through this area here. We gotta somehow flip this lever and then get through the other door on the opposite side. Oh boy. And it looks like the answer to that is to use this elevation. Huzzah. Elevate.
Oh. Where'd it get spliced?
So, Fur is only one stage behind Maurice at this point. This is really coming down. Honestly, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be really sad if this comes down to Furret whiffing, because it's not skipping cutscenes.
I have to wonder, is that a command or is there a speedrun setting?
It
looks like it's
just you can just skip it at will. I think. I mean, on one hand, the later levels get tough enough where I would hope that wouldn't be a problem. But yeah, I could arguably see it happening as well.
Somebody in chat just said my favorite thing. I could win this race. Oh, can you? Then join us. No joke. If you think you can win this, I absolutely encourage you to join us and try it for yourself. Entering Mystery Tournament is absolutely free, and that's not some sort of sarcastic, oh, why don't you try? This is a wholehearted, welcome to the fold, come try.
Yeah, isn't that how Maurice joined? Like, he watched a stream of a race and was like, hey, I think I can do better than this. And then look at what Maurice has done. Like, just absolutely a big top 8 competitor. For many people, the opponent you absolutely do not want to go up against. And it just started because, he was kind of in that position of, I can do this better.
Yeah, you can join in our mystery tournament. It's open challenge, and actually, I wanted to bring this up earlier. During the end of the next match, you might hear us say that the X player has finished at Y time on official SRL time. So right now, until further notice and whatnot, we use Speedruns Live to track the races that happen over IRC, which means that all races for Mystery Tournament are publicly open to anybody playing. So even if you're not racing your official match, you can actually join in on a race that's going to happen and see how well you compete against everybody. They're 100% open for everybody to give a try to. So it's a really great way to practice, to strut your stuff, to really see how well you're going to do against some of the greater competitors out there.
Oh, Bert just missed the lover.
Hate to see it. Maurice is just puzzling through this one, analyzing it, taking it all in.
Maurice used to join like every race that he could. Recently has been doing restreaming and commentating on the channel, so has not been joining the races as much. That was last year's or 2 years ago's thing. But then built the Node CG dashboard that we use and does that with the restreams. But it's a really strong strategy to get good. Like it's okay. So in Mystery Tournament, there are a few things that, while we're watching them kind of go through and try the same stage for a little bit, I'll explain a little bit of the skills in Mystery Tournament and how you can get better at them. So the first thing is, I like to always say there's 5 rules to Mystery Tournament. All right, now there's 6 now, actually. 1, read the pastebin. We give you a pastebin that gives you information that tells you a lot of what's going on with the game and make sure that you have equal footing across both players. 2, press every button. Press every button. Seriously, except for maybe the ones that make you crash, but if there's inputs to be tested on a controller, press all the buttons. It is a really strong way to find controls that you didn't know existed, and we've seen races end and start with having pressed those buttons. Number 3, read the pastebin. We give you a pastebin, commit it to memory. All the information's on the task. It's all in for there. Everything you're going to need to know about how to start, finish, some tricks that might hold you up. The pastebin might tell you things that you're not expecting. Make sure you commit it to memory. Number 4, watch the demos. Attract mode is a lot of older games. When you don't press start for a long time, it'll jump straight to demo play, attract mode, or whatnot. Watch that. That's fully allowed in the Mystery Tournament for you to watch and gain that information. And you never know. It might teach you how to defeat a tricky boss. We've actually seen plenty of faces. Oh, World 4 unlocked. Watch those demos. Rule 5 is, of course, read the paint spin. I cannot express it enough.
Hey, Roar, we got more portals.
This is a good place to be.
Why? And rule 6, read the level names. That's a new rule. That's a new rule that I've added. Read the level names. They always contain hints. They often contain hints. But the other thing is that to get really good at Mystery Tournament that I was trying to say is just join races. A lot of races are a lot of skills that you get are things that you're going to gain from intuiting other games that you've played, like learning how many hits is the typical boss going to take, trying to identify, oh, this is the regular pattern that I've seen in other games. The more that you play, the more you do things. And now I'm going to do something that everybody on Earth tells me to do repeatedly. I'm going to breathe and let these two talk for a moment.
On what Roar's been saying, as somebody who's lost a race in Mystery Tournament by not realizing that there was a dash button in a Genesis game, read the paste bin.
Yeah, so I think Furt's on the last world, or last stage of World 3, at least as far as the race is concerned. Maurice, onto World 4, we are introduced to portals. Now, unlike Larson Laser, when we had multiple portals on screen, and it really wasn't obvious which one led to which other portal, here you have complete control over that. All portals go to all other portals. The trick is they are only active when there are only 2 portals in your current world, or on screen at a time. So that means as long as you can get in a situation where you have 2 portals available and no other one showing, they are connected for all intents and purposes. So you can play around with that quite a bit as well.
Reese is trying to skip through here. Oh, saw death for a moment.
It flashed before his eye.
So how does this control? How are we rotating? Is it just, oh, we're dragging the little dot around? I see.
Maurice is trying to zip through to the exit instead of interacting with the level properly.
This is what I
It's
felt
like,
was going
portals?
to start happening.
Portals, I refuse.
Yeah, a neat little tidbit that we probably won't see because we're not going to be looking at the level select screen. But I noticed this recently, replaying this a little bit for research, is that you can see in the level select screen what obstacles the level contains. There's a little icon for each one. So there will be like a little enemy or a little portal icon like on the level itself. So you know, hey, this is a portal level. This is, this has switches and enemies, for instance. That's a neat little design thing I kind of picked up recently.
Nice. Kind of tells you what difficulty you're up against.
Exactly.
Once you plan it out. So here the objective is to get the 2 portals on screen and only 2 portals that you can reach, and then get that to the other side there.
Yes.
And here we go. Elevate a bit. Elevate your mind and your status and your movement. And then if you can just cut off, oh, but that one in the middle is there to be a jerk.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of need to drop down, it looks like, through the floor here.
And Maurice dropped himself into the water.
Very easy to
Amazing.
do in this game, for sure.
Maurice is taking quite a lead over Furt at this point, though. This is definitely going to be really hard for Furt to come up over, but it's entirely possible with puzzle games like this. So, honestly, a lot of people feel the ultimate genre for racing is puzzle platformer. in Mystery Tournament. And I know there's, again, a little bit of a stigma against, we have a lot of puzzles, but puzzle platformers are often a different beast because they not only involve the thinking involved with platformers or puzzles, but with the movement tech and things that you can do to kind of break it a little bit with it. So those are the kind of things that you can really, I'm sorry, I literally forgot what I was saying 30 seconds ago.
Another world, another cutscene on Ferret's screen. Did they just steal a Simon Says?
It looks like they just stole a Simon toy.
I think Maurice is trying to clip out of the top of the level.
You know, if it works, I guess. Smoosh.
Crushed
Smooshy,
into
smooshy.
dust. Now Ferret Sam portals.
We got quite a. So yeah, this is kind of a game that's a little bit hard to talk about as well because there's a lot of thinking going on in this one. Both players. Well, now Ferret is on the stage. Same stage as Maurice, and Maurice. Oh!
Teases
Oh!
it in. My goodness.
You cheating cheater! All right.
Yeah, so this is a pretty interesting level. I like the idea of it. It's called treadmill. Basically, the enemies here are on an endless loop. There is a fairly big gap between the start and tail end of this line. It looks like it's 4 enemies long. So I believe the objective is just to like fall into that big gap and get over there. However, you do have to pay attention. There is a small platform bridge there before the right-hand portal that you do need to disable as well in order to get down there and get to the exit.
Oh, fun.
If anyone watching is new to Mystery Funhouse stuff, Maurice has very emotive mouse motions. Very funny.
Yeah, if Maurice is frustrated, you're gonna know.
You'll see it on screen.
Yeah, especially in a game like this too, where it's literally a large part of this is mouse. Like it'll be interesting to see. Oh, Maurice, no, you have.
Maurice is in the
Switch.
treadmill now. This is your fate.
Reminder to everyone to stretch and get some exercise between games.
Remember the safety.
Maurice is trying to figure out what to do.
What do I do? What do
Just
I
running for
do?
dear life.
Embraces death. Falls off the treadmill. Should have had somebody spotting him.
On the treadmill. You know, safe exercise, folks. If you need a spotter on the treadmill, get one. All right, so Maurice has hit the switch, knows the movement in order to get through this area, is going to be probably moving through this stage. Ferret's still, unfortunately, a little bit hard stuck on this puzzle. Well, hasn't been here as long as Maurice had. Maurice exercising patience and almost getting clobbered for it.
exercising patience and exercising his character.
On to World 5 for Maurice. Now, Sam, I have a question. You tested this. So,
Yes.
did you ever try to, bounce yourself with the...
Of course, gravity. Of course. Gravity switching. Great.
Did you ever try to bounce
Fantastic.
yourself with the shift platform at all?
I believe so. There's I think a little bit of momentum to it. So if you bring a platform up underneath you pretty quickly, I think you do bounce. I don't recall how much that was used in my completion of this goal, but yeah. For reference, I mean, just to give you some, I'm not the best player we have by any means. I am definitely the quote unquote average player, which I was kind of nice for testing. Actually, this took me 2 hours.
Yeah, we actually like having a really large, diverse skill range in the testing because it's so hard to come up with proper estimates. You never know what's going to happen in Mystery Tournament. The thing that one person finds impossible is going to be found by the other person to be completely just as simple. And the things that one person finds obvious just aren't. And especially when you're in a race context, you don't have any idea what's going to slip past you. So having those multiple skill ranges, we actually do encourage some of the lower skill levels to help us with the testing, because you never know what information is relevant in testing a game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for our goals, we tend to shoot for under an hour. Matches will get called, I believe, at the hour and a half mark, just to keep things moving a bit, generally speaking, throughout the regular bracket. But we do try and make sure the games and the goals are 30-40 minute range thereabouts. And this took me 2 hours. But that said, I had enough fun with it to keep going with it for 2 hours.
Our target time in testing is between 20 to 45 minutes.
Yeah.
For most games. There are some games in Top, for instance, where Maurice,
Okay.
have you no respect for the game? Have you no respect?
Of course he doesn't. This isn't even a question. It's a statement.
There we go.
He's out.
Oh my.
He doesn't need respect because it gives him progress.
Yeah, things are really getting a lot more distant between Ferd and Maurice right now. Ferd's still having trouble with this portal level, which, to be fair, Maurice took a long time on this particular level as well. I did find, I think, the gravity section personally to be easier for me. So I'm not surprised to see Maurice blazing through this as he is. But it's definitely not looking good for Ferd. Still anyone's game, I would say. I don't think we're quite to the point where Maurice
can make the turn.
Away.
Can Ferd see the turn?
Yep. Yeah, right there. Come on. Little.
There he goes.
Yeah.
There it goes. Ferd gets it.
Ferd's out.
And now Ferd gets to exercise.
Will Ferd need a spotter for the gym? Or has walking to Lacanesa Town just provided all the practice?
Maurice finishing Moonwalk. I believe this is probably the last stage of World 5 for the goal. If not, it's number 4 for sure. But definitely approaching the end of World 5 very quickly. Ferd on the last stage of World 4. So we got a whole world difference, basically.
Yeah, this is very good for Maurice right now. And so, however, of note, when we're playing in Mystery Tournament, the players do not know where each other are and are not allowed to have that information at all. So they can't do any level of screen watching, any level of peeking, any level of information from chat. They are supposed to be approaching this 100% blind. So it causes this fun little, and I do say fun with extreme quotation marks, where you just kind of get to worry when, like we said before, that all the races are public. You get to just have this overwhelming panic when somebody else got duns and you're still in the race and it's not your opponent, and you're like, oh no, if other people are finishing, my opponent should be finishing by now, or could be finishing by now, so I'm a little bit worried. What's going on here?
Yeah, I think like last game I mentioned that it was pretty easy enough where you could reasonably assume that if you're having trouble with something, I think that your opponent probably isn't. This is very much the opposite. Like, if you are having trouble with something, I think it's very reasonable to assume that your opponent probably is as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of...
That was very close. Oh my goodness.
Dropping into lava, I'm like, no. We're gone from there. Maurice getting really close to finishing this stage. Does not want to have any slip-ups here.
Barrett finds the switch. Just has to go get on that treadmill now.
Get it going.
Like the pull tab that you're supposed to attach to yourself every time you get onto a treadmill, in case you like fall off. This is that switch.
I was a little
Maurice
concerned.
just has no idea how to approach this part.
Yeah, I was a little concerned because I hadn't seen Maurice particularly use the ghost vision that much, but seems to have hopefully found it useful. It seems to be using it right now to some effect.
Now we gotta walk across and then jump to the left and then... Oh boy. At this point, I'd be so paranoid of getting smashed with how long this level is taking.
Yeah, that's a big thing with this game too. Like, if you fail right at the end, I mean, hopefully you remember what you did to get there, but these later stages are complex enough where even trying to redo that is pretty rough.
We're on to our last world for Maurice.
We now officially have a full world difference between the two. But yeah, you know how we wanted to have 2 worlds?
No!
Now we have 4.
Oh,
Now we
no.
have 4.
Why would you do this?
Nope. Not on my wish listed.
I need to somehow force Roar to play this.
Great game, don't want it.
Someone gifted to him.
It is on sale right now. It's part of the spring sale. But yeah, you thought the worlds before this, the levels before this were rough. Now imagine having to double the amount of worlds you have to have in your mind. Yeah,
Folks, this is not just a split in the worlds in a weird way. This is 4 different worlds.
I can't believe we're playing Oracle of Seasons.
Yeah, the first thing I thought of was like the Kirby, Dynablade. Like when you're going through like that one season world. But yeah, no. Nope. Roar was like off this wild ride.
The one nice thing the game does is that with the Ghost Vision, you because you only had one world to worry about before, now you can swap between them. It is a little difficult to tell because it is a bit more grayed out, but if you do notice, the different worlds kind of correspond to different seasons. So if you like pay attention to the background, you can kind of tell. But if you're looking at it just very quickly, like, oh, I see gray world, like which one of these 3 is it? Thankfully, the worlds are in a set order. Like, you're not going to have like the pink and the yellow one, next to each other. So that is something you can kind of keep in the back of your mind as well. That if I need to go from pink to yellow, like I do have to go through one of the other two.
It's too much. I can see. So a lot of times during Mystery Tournament, we try to theme our races during top 8, and I guess this theme is remember it. Because I should.
Burrit clears the treadmill. Got its exercise in on to World 5.
Excellent. There's a Simon Says machine, and it's gone.
I was wondering if Maurice was going to try to just set up a timed jump here with the rotation. I'd almost be tempted to. You know, you can just move the focal point to the left, right, Maurice?
Yeah, you need to use everything at your disposal here. I mean, not only are you rotating, moving that focal point is going to be a key thing here, for sure. Giving yourself enough room to maneuver. You can, and something we haven't really talked about is like with the rotation speed, it's pretty constant, but just from a like mathematical perspective, like if you can rotate that closer to the focal point, you're covering less distance. So if you're standing like by the focal point and you're rotating like from purple to green through the yellow, you're going to spend significantly less time in the yellow than you would if you were on the outside of that. So it's, if you are aware of that, you can kind of use that to your advantage. I can't spend a lot of time in this quadrant, so I need to inch my way as close to that focal point as possible and rotate that.
Yeah, remember how I was terrified? Not so much anymore, actually. I understand it a little bit better now. It's actually not as scary as...
Can't believe Roar is saying that he'd like to play this game.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me.
I'm just gonna log off of Steam forever.
You think that'll save you?
Yeah, but there are 3 filters. If you're using the Ghost version, you do get access to see all worlds at any given time.
Oh, touchy jump. Maurice doing a really good job of scouting out what's going on over here.
Good call, good call.
I just got a notification. Exuno is playing World Splitter. Like, oh.
So what happens if you go off the top of the screen?
Smash, smashy, smashy.
Yeah. I think it's a hard boundary. Maurice seems to have figured out a way. The first big hurdle in the stage, I thought, was to get past that middle barrier. You're transitioning from the left half to the right half. You don't have to worry about the left half anymore. Just focus on the little bit in front of you, and you're good to go. But figuring that out was a big thing in testing for me. It was this level was rough. Oh, Maurice, you're right there.
Maurice has one more obstacle to obtain here. Has to get through this little gap that's just a little bit too high to reach. How is Maurice gonna reach it? Good job.
There you go.
That's the good stuff.
Just gotta bring it down and angle it a little bit.
There you go. Yeah!
It's through the wall.
There's a reason that level is called the wall. Yeah, so now we get all 4 worlds plus enemies.
Okay. Sure, might as well. Yep, next you're going to tell me we're getting all 4 worlds plus
and
portals.
switches, by the way. You know, we have switches in this one too.
All 4 worlds plus portals, all 4 worlds. You know what? Maybe it's...
It sounds like a great time.
The Hungry Frustrated shtick is not a shtick.
He's actually upset and frustrated, Chad.
I wish it were. I wish it wasn't my actual emotional reaction to these things, but it's so scary, and I don't like change. Actually, I love change, especially because if I was playing the same game for 40 minutes, I'd actually get really bored.
I hope you enjoy looking at your future, Roar. Oh, no, the scoot!
Off the cliff we go. It's okay, GDQ chat. I'm just here to have fun, and this is my way of having fun with the games, okay? We're all weird here.
That's a good exit.
Did we see a way through? Oh, there it is. There's Maurice goes through.
You never even had to interact with the enemy.
This is
Oh, I see.
think stage 4 of 5 in World 6, I believe.
We've been paying a lot of attention to Maurice. Unfortunately, Fur has kind of fallen behind at this point. This is another challenge in a puzzle game, particularly watching the prior players go through it. It gets really hard to talk about what's going on a little bit before, so apologies for it. We still love you, but it's hard to express in what the gravity.
Yep. So
Gravity is pointing a different direction for each world. Oh, fantastic.
Yep.
This is the gravity of all the answers.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Yeah, so like I said, you at the beginning of all of this, right, you can see how a lot of this like really builds on each other. Like it is, you have not only to consider like the rotation and position of the split, you now have all these elements coming in that you have to consider on top of that. You have to consider like how you're rotating and moving the split. It really starts building on each other in very devious ways.
Oh, can't go down that way because that'll lead to doom.
Oh yeah, by the way, there are portals in this one too.
Yeah, I see the portals. How are you supposed to get through this? Up, you're supposed to go up. Oh, this is so brutal. We're it's hard to wrap your head around to commentate on it sometimes too. This is their favorite thing to do to me, is to give me a game that's just hard to commentate, because watch me squirm. I like to pretend like I'm a good commentator, but then they give me this thing and they're like, hey, look at this game and you will totally understand how this game works. No, I will not understand how this game works. Help me in my soul. Come on, Maurice, get the jump. Priming the jump. Oh, a little low.
Tiniest little hop.
It's a tiny hop.
Look, Roar, it's okay. The people who choose top 8 games are just trying to get you to change your perspective a little bit, work around your barriers.
Really, would you say that they're trying to help me shift my worldview?
Yeah. See, you're getting it.
Okay, this is clever. Yeah, we're gonna ride the upward up a little bit.
There's some B6 stuff right there.
This is it. This is Swapper. This is gonna be the final level of the goal.
Yep.
Now,
you want to take everything we've done so far and throw it into one level? Here you go.
Yeah, there's some portals, there's some enemies, there's some levers, there's gravity, there's 4 worlds, there's no hope.
There's pain, and that's all it is. It's just pain.
There is only Zool. There's getting zipped.
All right, making good progress through World 5. I believe this is hopefully the last stage, if memory serves.
Yeah, so for it, unfortunately, again, it's really hard to when you get presented with new information, pay attention to both players. So apologies to Furret for not commentating so much on your gameplay there. But yeah, Furret is nearly meeting the end of the world. Unfortunately, is still a full world behind at this point. That's really unfortunate. And some games click with one player better than the other. It's really hard to handle that. So like no harm or foul for not doing so well here. I mean, obviously that's a bit of a given, but so we gotta cut this off in order to make sure that we're going the correct direction. Okay. Maurice has to very carefully pay attention to which side is going where. So this one was one of the more interesting stages because it basically involves you just elevating but sideways. Prefer it. And Maurice shunts into the water.
Hate to say it.
I don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say why? I thought that was the greatest joys, yeah, which makes it even more enjoyable to watch failure. What? Do you not understand how Schadenfreude works? Okay, we can tell that there's a frustration coming from Maurice. A frustration so powerful that it is just changing the world over and over again.
I do love the tactical decision to move that into the corner to like try and minimize any damage to the stage itself.
Yeah, kind of visualize how the stage is going to work out.
Yeah, very much that too, yeah.
Like, I actually think that's what he was doing, was he was visualizing that all.
Yeah, so like this motion that Maurice is doing, I've found very interesting in that while you're rotating, you really kind of need to not only rotate around the focal point, but you need to rotate the focal point around, in a circle to kind of avoid, like, stay in your quadrant and avoid the one you don't want. Very, very key part of this early bit of this final level.
And I know that it sounds obvious when I say this, but one thing that's really important to note is that those are two V's intersecting. Those two V's intersecting are really important in terms of how you want to maneuver yourself across these worlds. Because if you can put yourself in a little V and kind of work with that, you can actually maneuver yourself in ways they're too untold in getting those motions. Like we've seen the horizon in an earlier stage where a V could have cut it as well. So there's a lot of ways that this all intersects and interacts that you got to work with. And Maurice is getting through, hitting that switch, and oh, how kind of them to set that portal to work like that. How nice of them. But still, you got to get out of this situation. How do you get out of this situation? What?
Yeah, Furret, let's go. World 6.
On to World 6. Let's go, baby.
All right.
I'm sorry for
what
we're about to do to Furret.
We're not doing anything. The game's
this is all internet dirigible. Who are we talking about?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, there are 4
internet
now.
dirigible. We love you. You're a great person.
Yeah, no, okay. Legitimate shout out to Internet Dirigible. Internet Dirigible kind of sort of took over after I was running Mystery Tournament, and I burnt out, and Internet Dirigible took up the reins and has been absolutely fantastic runner of this tournament, absolutely destroying. Oh, sorry. Let's not say destroying it, because that is not the right way terminology in this instance. Has been a true champion of it. Has been making it absolutely fantastic all the way through. So serious shout outs to Internet Dirigible. Well done here on this tournament. And this top 8 setup, watching some of the games that have been chosen for it, how well it's been streamlined compared to previous years. Infinite shout outs to Internet Dirigible, and infinite shout outs to our testers, who also make sure that the game, runs properly, makes sure that all this stuff is taken care of, and marks these games for consideration for a top 8. There are a lot of wheels in motion in Mystery, and every one of them has been working so much better in tandem lately. It's been incredible to witness. So Maurice here trying to identify how to actually best get through here. Unfortunately, needs to realize that the portal over there is how you get through. You need to switch that switch off and get through that portal somehow. Do we just need to repeat the stage a bit after unlocking this portal?
Yeah.
I'm questioning how Maurice got here at all.
Yeah, so one interesting bit, because we are dividing the world in 4 now, I don't think it's possible to have a world where we have just 2 portals on screen. However, if you notice in the top right of Maurice's screen, the portal there is blocked by the switch barrier, and so that's kind of how we control which portal we need to do. So by pulling that switch, it opens that portal and closes the other one. But yeah,
it looks like Maurice is trying to find an exit to this little hole at this point.
Yeah, I believe you do need to go kind of up and right a little bit from where Maurice is at. You can organize stuff. There's enough gaps there. If you can find them, they can just drop down right over the water if you're not careful. But yeah, that would be how you get out.
It also looks like you can get out from that bottom in the red spot by switching it over to blue quickly. I'm not sure on that one though.
Yeah, like if Maurice can get through this hole, I think this will largely be finished. I think it becomes a matter of execution at that point. Like the way is there, it's just can I do the final steps needed to get it.
Bert is facing off against the wall now. We saw the wall was in fact quite a bit of a wall for Maurice earlier. So this is certainly posing quite the challenge for both players at this point. Yeah, handling the 4 stages is a skill that is absolutely impressive for both players to be handling. This game absolutely mind-blowing. Great job, Dev. Way to go. Please do not eat at my dinner table.
Can't believe we're streaming this after we're done today.
Yeah, I'm just hearing. I'm gonna play this.
Do you have hearing problem? I don't understand where you're getting that from. I think you got problems.
No, we will what we want into existence, Roy.
I mean, there are 2 of us saying it, so obviously it's right.
So
like,
now
2 of us saying it, 2 people who've threatened to buy this for you.
Maurice worried about going into the water, which you should be.
Absolutely.
Loosh.
Okay.
Oh.
Through. Come on, Maurice, don't mess this up now.
This is a very intimidating bottom area.
Yeah, those duders doing their duder thing is really scary right now.
I don't know if you can actually get past this, can you? Unless you like crush them.
You gotta get really.
Oh, you teleport them. Oh, wait a second.
No, because that teleports them to the exit. Yep. You kind of. Yeah, that's an interesting strat by Maurice. but they just fall back down. So like Maurice just needs to get them kind of close to that ledge, jump over them, get on the right side and lift himself up like as quickly as possible.
I'm so scared for this.
Yeah, this is could. Oh, go! Yes. Yep. There we go.
Oh, and it's through. Maurice is done with an official SRL time of
55-24.
Oh my God.
Good stuff.
Oh, that was so heart-wrenching.
Look at the degrees of rotation. 8,818 degrees.
Yeah, that is something we never touched on because it didn't matter. But there are some like optional things with these levels to do it under a certain time within so many rotation degrees, which is a very interesting metric for getting like one of the stars in the levels. Like how much did you rotate? Something I feel like this game is kind of uniquely positioned to be able to do. But yeah, absolutely. Just well played by Maurice. I'm very glad that Maurice gets to take a break and doesn't have to play until tomorrow after something like that. I feel a little bit for Furret, but at least Furret gets a break before later matches today.
Yeah, and speaking of later matches today, we are unfortunately not going to be able to watch Fur any longer at this point. We do need to go ahead and keep the day rolling. Folks, we are going to be moving on to the Losers Quarters, which are going to be a series of short best of 3 matches, and we are going to be doing a commentary swap at this time as well. So it has been my absolute pleasure to be your rambunctious, frustrated, weird little commentator that I am. And it has been an absolutely immense pleasure. As always, Sammy Buffalo and Phantom Matt, thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh, thanks for having me. It was a pleasure to be able to test for this tournament, in addition to kind of pulling my usual duties as occasional moderator and commentator. But it was my first year testing. I had a blast with it. I appreciate the ability to kind of step back and see things from the other side, and just glad that we had such a great turnout, both for the regular brackets and top 8, and I'm looking forward to the next one already.
And yeah, thank you. I believe Roar, you'll be back tomorrow, but the other 2 of you will not be. So thank you so much for your commentary today. I appreciate having you all on.
Yeah, same time next year, right?
Sometime in March next
Slight
year.
adjustments next year.
Oh, my ears. Okay, I can actually leave now. We're good.
Yeah, you can now actually leave.
You can
You're
now
free,
actually
Salmon.
leave. You're
Go swim upstream. Right. Go be free.
We are going to go swim up. We're going to take a quick break while we get ready for the first round of Losers Quarters. We'll see you all in a few minutes, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we have Mystery Tournament 18 on. This is their top 8, and we have more commentary on for these Losers Quarters. It's going to be a best of 3. I will hand it over to the commentators. Let everybody introduce themselves.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Mystery Tournament 18. We're up here in our top 8. We're a little bit past top 8, actually. I believe we're in top 6 now because we moved past Losers 8th, and this is Losers Quarters. Now, real quick, I'm going to introduce all the commentators. You have me, the lovely Verazic. Everybody else is lovely too, but, felt like I should note that for myself. Positivity and everything. We have Mooware joining us.
Hello. I'm doing moderation and sometimes restreaming, and you've just seen me on screen, actually, in this game list.
Yep. And we have Potent Noob.
I went 0-2 in this tournament, so they're letting me on the mic.
Well, we also somewhere my MT record is a 1 win in history. So, but yes, we're up here in top 8, up here in this lovely little event on the Games on Quick channel. And we have our 2 racers here, Zex and Jackazam. Zex and Jackazam actually just played that you saw earlier, but just a quick their overall stats. Zex, if you've ever seen Mystery Tournament, stranger to who Zex is, been playing since MT2, won MT2 and MT11, has a win rate of 72%, has some really, really impressive placings, especially since MT10, getting like 7th, 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, like all the time. Zex is definitely not somebody that you ever want to fight against. I remember a quote from Mr. Mystery Tournament himself, and 4H, saying that when Zex is gaming, he is unstoppable. And on the other side, we have Jackazam. Jackazam is a newcomer to top 8. Look at that win rate, 64%. Jackazam's placings have been pretty dang good, and she has been showing up so far. If we take a look at the tournament paths, we'll see Jackazam played some games earlier, Rugo Attack, Jellycar, Blastoff, pretty big variety there, and then just won in top 8 against the Whitley in, I know that, Tenertia, which was like a rocket jumpy platformer, very, very precise. It required a lot of attention from the player. Zex, we saw, had a slightly easier path going straight through winner's bracket to top 8, but then lost to Ferris in, I swear I know this too, I just saw this. One of you two help me out. What was it?
The heist game.
Oh yes.
Oh, Larsen Laser.
Larsen Laser, that's it. Very, very strange game for Mystery Tournament top 8. Very memorization testing. Very.
You say an easier path. I see Triscore there.
Yeah.
Losing to Ferris by 2 minutes earlier today. I wouldn't call an easy path in any sense.
Yeah.
There's a lot of killers on Jackazam's side too. You mentioned Jackazam's win rate. It's only going up. Even if she is to lose here now, this is the best she's ever done. This will be at least tied for 5th. And both these players have the potential to go all the way. We're so close to the finals now.
Yeah, 5-2 is a very impressive record, but I mean, it's not counter out yet. Zex is a strong competitor, so is Jackazam, and everybody has their weaknesses in some genres.
We will see more games than we've been seeing previously. This is going to be a collection of shorter games, and I believe a best of 3.
Yes, this is actually a tradition that was started by Cent back in the day. So part of MT testing is we don't want games to be too short because we feel it's not an appropriate amount of time to judge the skill between players. But top 8, that all goes out the window because we can have best of 3s there. So we throw in best of 3s of games that were too short for the normal pool, say like 15 minutes about, maybe even less than that. And we put them together in a best of 3 because they're still really cool games. It's just, they just don't fit in the normal pool. And Cent will tell you this is one of his favorite parts of the entire tournament, and it's one of mine too. You really see some really creative stuff that you would never see anywhere else in the tournament.
Yeah, it's short and sweet, bite-sized, if you will, and I also agree. I think these are my favorite games. I'm happy to be here with you guys to be able to rapid-fire commentate through them.
Yeah, but that's pretty much all I have to blab on about these two players.
I mean, we can talk a bit. It's kind of just old school versus becoming old school. Zex is, I think, getting close to, if not the most winning player, not in percentage, but just like the number of wins. They're just consistently reaching the top finals. One of the things that prevents them from getting so many wins is because they go through winner's side. They end up playing less games than some players. Jackazam did just beat the Whitley. That was their first time in top 8, but they've constantly been getting to just outside of top 8. We saw the win rate earlier. And just looking through, I think that's 4 or 5 players that they beat who have winning win rates in MT. It's really impressive. I've looked briefly, but you're the tester here. When we have a different variety of games, especially with these short games, we're going to see different skills tested back to back to back. Is there something that you're looking at, either you or Muware, in regards to like a game that would jump out as a game for Zex or a game for Jackazam?
Well, when I think of Zex, I think of kind of twitchy platformers, like very... Zex is, when you think of Zex, you think of Mega Man, things like that. Very fast-paced, shooty platformers, which I'm ready to move on to our first game. I really want to see this one. As soon as I tested this, I was so excited to see this getting played. Why don't we go ahead and hop over to it? This is Hop Owl, and I think this is a game that speaks for itself.
Yeah, we give each of our racers a pace bin that tells them what they need to know. This one is incredibly minimal.
Here we are starting up right now. But this is one of my favorite skill sets that we do test in Mystery Tournament is the risk reward factor. Because this is a game where you are a lone owl who can hop, as the title Hop Owl would suggest. You need to collect all the little bits in the stage and then make it to the exit. It's really just that simple.
It's Snake. But
Nice. How could this possibly be difficult? I say
Yeah, there's no
cumulatively.
way. You just collect the bits. I mean, come on. But
okay.
it really is a game that lets you. It really just lets you go very freeform with it. The hitboxes are pretty tiny on it, so you can fit through a lot of tight gaps. If your execution is up to snuff, I mean, we already see Zex kind of pulling a bit ahead here.
Yeah, we do have the different color palettes. It's not that Zex is in a different world or anything, but he is a little bit ahead. Jackzam went with the pinky purple, and I approve. Well, I think Zex is at default.
Yeah, that's default. Yeah, we see Zex just kind of schmoovin' already. I mean, it's definitely. I definitely want to see Jackazam play this game because one skill set, because I tested this, and one skill set that I know that Jackazam has, which I think is very interesting to apply to this game, is that Jackazam plays a lot of shmups. And since the hitboxes are very tight, very small in this game, you could do a lot of very, very tight dodges akin to what you would do in a bullet hell shmup. And I really, really want to see the players take advantage of that. Because it just feels so good when they're performed correctly. We're getting into our first obstacles. We got spikes on the walls. We got rotating platforms. We got buzzsaws, very minimalistic buzzsaws. But I mean, it's a precision platformer. Like it's required to have buzzsaws.
And the reality with a short game is really at any moment this game could be over. I assume that there might be like a boss level or something that tells them that they're coming to the end, but these players really have less of an understanding than usual, and that's saying a lot when it comes to Mystery Tournament of where their opponent is or like how quickly they need to be going other than as fast as possible, whatever that internally means to them.
New mechanic.
I'm noticing that the stage is called midpoint. Are we at the midpoint of the game, or is it more of a description?
I believe it is the midpoint of. We're going to be doing 2 sets of levels. The goal is to beat all of the levels.
Yeah, there's A sides and B sides.
Yeah, and the B sides, like the A sides, I found to be kind of pretty simple. The B sides, this game does not pull any punches with you.
Zex already has to dance around quite a bit here. A lot of acrobatic movement there.
Oh, new mechanic. We saw keys earlier. We have basically the equivalent of what we saw earlier in Larson Laser with like crumbling platforms, except this time it's just they will kill you if you go over them the second time.
Yeah, I usually associate this mechanic with like ice blocks.
Oh yeah, definitely. Any sort of thing that crumbles. But you're gonna have to take some creative paths, maybe do some very awkward jumps. You can see Zex getting scarily close to the spikes at the bottom of the stage.
Feels like Jackazam's about 3 levels behind, and since we haven't reached the B levels just yet, there's plenty to race for, and it's only going to get harder.
Yeah, this race really doesn't start until the B-sides. See Zex having to take a very awkward path here. Kind of puzzle elements, like how am I going to get through this? Oh, this is tight. Okay. Made it around the buzzsaw, and then just drop down the top. It's going to be interesting to see the different paths that players take too, because the levels are very freeform. Sometimes there's like obviously an intended path, but a lot of times you can just ignore it. So this is going to be difficult for Zex. You got to make a very low jump if you do something like that.
I like a thing that both players are doing, which is when they are making a path, going up against the wall as much as possible, just giving themselves as much flexibility for when they come back.
Oh, another thing to note as a mechanic, you do determine when you spawn in the level. So you'll sit at the start and you don't actually spawn until you jump for the first time. So you may have to time around some cycles that way.
That's not actually unfamiliar from a game that we saw on Jack Zam's list. She won a very close back and forth race of Blast Off, a PSP game that had the similar mechanic.
So since it was just mentioned that in chat that this is by a dev that we've seen before, actually Jackazam played a game by this dev. That was Cutty, the puzzle game. After it was mentioned in chat, I kind of thought, I really recognize its art style because it's pretty distinctive. This kind of low-res square look.
Yeah, Zex has cleared the A-sides, onto the B-sides now.
Meanwhile, Jacksam's been on this level, I think this is like her 4th or 5th try. And I think a good marker for like how strong a gamer is gaming is just like their par for level. If you're beating a level first try every time, you're amazing, but that's probably not going to happen. You really want to just be getting through things on the second try, though. You don't want to make the same mistake twice, is a huge rule for these top 8 players when you're at the best of the best.
Yeah, it's acceptable to not beat something on the first try, but at this level of play, you better be doing it on the second.
These levels are much more complicated. You were not kidding regarding the B-sides.
Yep. Jackazam clears the A-sides now. Not very far behind, only a few levels.
Are these B-sides repeats of earlier stages? I think I've seen Zex's stage here before, except with less of these moving elements.
Yeah, they're repeats of earlier stages, but with just added obstacles everywhere. Sometimes different paths. Oh my god. Zex pulling off extremely tight dodge with the rotating platform. You can see the hitbox is very generous. They let you do things like that. Might as well take advantage of it.
Is it more or less like a shmup where your hitbox is actually just a dot and the owl is kind of just representing that?
Yeah, I couldn't tell, but that's how I played the game, so I'm taking that as truth.
That's sort of like insider knowledge. You mentioned that Jackazam plays shmups, which we don't see too often as a genre in MT.
Very rare.
But when the skills that come from shmups, the ability to react to a lot of things on screen, ability to dodge things, precision, are all traits that are going to be helpful, both in this game, but also just in general with the games that we see in general.
Yeah, a big thing for shmups is like knowing what is extraneous information on the screen. That's probably the single biggest one that's the most useful for Mystery Tournament.
This is just not allowing any level to stop him for very long.
Yeah, Zex is just kind of steamrolling right through. Jackazam trying to test the hitboxes, seeing if she could navigate the owl through the rotating platform to get to the black hole in the middle. Sadly, not possible. That one's hitbox is actually fairly small. You do need to hit it fairly well.
This level's so intimidating for Zex, and he just doesn't seem to particularly mind. Just very rhythmically, and he's at the midpoint.
Yep, midpoint for B-sides. Definitely the second half of the B-sides is more difficult than the first half.
Yeah, to say that we're 3/4 done with the second midpoint is probably a misnomer, given levels only get harder and these players weren't slowed down by like learning the game, they just both immediately picked it up.
See if Zex goes for anything rash here. Any drastic measures, as my brother would call them. Nice dodge in between the buzzsaws there. I really appreciate that one. Oh, just goes for it instantly. No fear in Zex at all. level spawn instantly. Oh, I'm just gonna go for this key. You know, rotating platforms they're moving in, no problem.
Yeah, well, respawns are pretty cheap in this game. It's really quick. You have infinite lives. I was wondering, I was looking a bit at if anyone would try like a, what's it called, a death abuse, basically. Grab something and then run into a spike to respawn somewhere.
Sadly, it does reset all the collectibles whenever you die. You have to do the stage in one shot. Yeah, this is a tricky level on Zex's side. You basically don't have enough room to make it past the rotating platforms when they're perpendicular to the axis of the wall.
Jacksam's a bit behind you, but one thing that's really impressed me, especially as they've jumped into the B-sides, is they just slowed it down a little bit. They were dying repeatedly, and they just quickly changed the switch to go, okay, this is a point where I need to change the way that I'm playing, and they're having a lot more success here as they're going through the B-sides. It's going to need to be like no deaths though. Zex is just not slowing down.
Zex with the really, really tight flap. Yeah, I really appreciate Jackazam switching it up. A very important skill for any MT player. Oh, barely misses it.
Come on.
Is knowing when to switch it up and when to stick to your guns. Is knowing when it's just, oh, I execute that a little bit wrong. I don't need to change my approach. I just need to execute better. And when it's, oh, I need to change my approach entirely.
Yeah, and when you make the wrong judgment in, say, like a puzzle game, for example, that represents 20 minutes of your life. Just wondering why your approach isn't working, or you've just given up on the correct approach because you.
That's rule 7 of Mystery Tournament: is if you're playing a puzzle game, voice out loud your assumptions. I promise you it'll work.
This level's just getting really messy, but Zex just one-shots it. Touches every single block on the way there, but that's what the level intended.
You can flap above those? Oh my gosh. Zex finding out new tech live. Not really going to help now, but...
Yeah, I mean,
go below.
I think learning any new tech here, we're at the end of the game, basically.
Yeah, Zex is getting very, very close to the end.
This level feels surprisingly easy.
Yeah, that was very simple.
Where it was. This one does not.
Yeah, very tight corridors here. But yeah, Zex is just, you really need to just internalize how far, because it's not like Mario. It's not like, oh, you hold the jump button and you flap higher. Like, no, the flap is always one consistent height.
Yeah, there was a point on Jackazam when she entered the B-sides where 3 flaps was enough to hit the top of the ceiling. And she was just a little bit impatient about needing to wait for it to be more or less 3.5 flaps. Just needing to wait to let the owl fall a bit, to not just run into the ceiling. Zex has just seemingly internalized that, and Jackazam at this point definitely has too.
Yeah, it might be too little, too late. Jackazam is still playing incredibly impressively though. This is a very hard game.
I'm just trying to figure, like, I think this is the level that would just defeat me on Zex's screen.
Zex's got
You're not able to read the level.
Zex timed the cycle really nicely this time. Earlier.
Oh, that's the end.
Hey, there we go. GG's.
Yeah, that's the end for Zex. That was
1-0.
Well, yeah, it's after the cutscene actually is the time. 13:21, very impressive time.
I have a suspicion, because this game is kind of cute, that Jackazam will come and finish this off.
Yeah,
probably even today, even if she wins 2 more, she'll probably do it between matches, because I think she was enjoying herself, even if this was an L.
Yeah, very short game. Well, we got to get things moving along, so yeah, Jackazam will probably finish this up later. But we got to get moving to the next game. Like to kind of shotgun through all these best of 3s. Yeah, Zex's time is a classic 13-minute. It reminds me of Like, because I had a fairly good time on this. I felt happy with my play, and then Zex comes along and just starts gaming. So
Yeah, I remember when I first joined Mystery Tournament and I submitted games. I'm like, this is a regular game for regular people, and it should take a regular amount of time. And then the testers come and toss it in this portion of the tournament, and I went, wait, what? It takes less than 15 minutes.
I'm remembering a game from last year of a very fun. I think it was last year. A very fun showing of a game. It's called Saijin the Cyborg Ninja. That by the way, it was a tie to like less than a second last year. That I got a very good time on. Tess was like, okay, we can throw it in top 8 short, or you might be afraid it's a little too long. And then they beat my time by like 4 minutes. So yeah, we are hopping over. See what I did there, to the second game.
Actually, it looks like we do have a little bit of technical difficulties, so we're going to take a quick break just to give everybody a little bit of time here, not to rush them too much. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today we are showcasing Mystery Tournament 18 Top 8. I guess we're in Top 6 now. This is Losers Quarters, and we're on the second of the best of 3. I will hand it back over to everybody, and we'll get on our way.
Okay, coming up, we've got another short game, and maybe we're following a theme here because it has another short name. We just had Hop Owl, and coming up is which game?
Well, I'm not going to say the title yet, but I can assure you it's a shorter title than that.
It's like
Maybe the third game is going to be even shorter.
Yeah. What's the Scrabble score of it?
Are B's 2 or 3?
I don't remember.
3, I think.
We should have sorted all the games in top 8 by the Scrabble score, actually.
I'm just looking at the list of games that we have, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure Grabanaki's sneaking in there with the double Ks.
It's got to be high.
If you can somehow sneak Majajet onto the Scrabble board with the bingo bonus, I'll take that.
But yeah, if you missed what's going on earlier, you may be saying, wait, I just saw these players play. This is a short best of 3, which means that it is a best of 3 containing short games that were too short for the normal pool, but are still pretty cool. So it looks like we're already ready to go, though. And I want to see this next game. These are definitely 2 players that I really want to see play this next game. This is a genre that we see a lot in Mystery Tournament. And I think it's cool all the time that we see it because it's a genre that like a lot of people have played. And everybody has their own style of approaching it. This is Boba. Yeah, shorter title than Hop Owl. And this is going to be... Well, we'll just see when we get into it. It has some neat mechanics, a lot of neat stuff in it. But I think we're all ready to go whenever our match mod, our benevolent overlord internet dirigible, decides to take the leash off of us. Big shout out to Internet Dirigible, by the way. We really can't say it enough. He really did. He just does so much for this community.
We'll get our Maurice shoutouts because it was a bit awkward when he was in the commentary and getting his shoutouts and accolades too. The race is starting here. It's going to be Boba. It's our second match of the best of 3. Zex is up 1-0, so if he beats Jackazam here now, we won't get a third game. So let's go Jackazam. I want more gameplay, please.
Yep, this is Boba. This is a precision platformer, and it has bubbles.
So this isn't a food platformer, which is a genre as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, sadly not. You'll notice...
That touching the saw blades, that's not good usually, but they can do it here.
Yeah, so the mechanic is that the white bubbles will end up stopping time, and you are unaffected by other things that are white inside of them, which includes the white saw blades. and the game will be switching that up later. But for now, they can't touch us if we're inside of that.
Jackazam has absolutely no intention to slow down. Zex is literally, just took a lead change. But,
Zex is Zexing. When you think of Zex, definitely like platformers, especially very like precision-y, twitchy platformers. Definitely what I think of. Oh, so now we have Black Saw Blades. Notice they are not slowed down by time. You will still be killed by them if you are inside of a white bubble.
Sounds like you're setting up for black bubbles potentially.
I'll be honest, I said all this and I actually don't remember. So this we need to desync the Saw Blade so that we can make it through. Zex is flying through this Jackazam pretty close behind, maybe 1 or 2 levels.
Yeah, if it just comes down to who dies less, because they're both just rocketing as fast as you can possibly go, then it will go to Zex as it stands. But does this game get harder, DPC?
I would say so,
Okay.
because we have our new mechanic. I'm sure we could all recognize what precision platformer this one's from. Everybody remembers all the rockets in Meat Boy, the homing rockets.
I was gonna say N.
Oh yeah, N as well. I think more people have played Meat Boy.
I know we've had the discussion previously of like what's the most like played game that we've still gotten into MT. And I think this year
I'm gonna say
it wouldn't be N plus
Donkey Kong
because
94.
Oh,
we played
that's a good one.
We played the DS version, for example, of N plus, which I think might be the same. But do you think we could find 2 people who just haven't played Super Meat Boy?
Oh yes, absolutely. I could pull in my FGC friends, they probably haven't. Notice these missiles are white, that means they're slowed down by the white bubbles. Could be very important to not get completely owned by the missiles, because just like a Meat Boy, they are your worst enemy. Yeah, Jackazam is killing this right now. Only 1 stage behind right now, actually.
This is a game where the respawns are so quick that I think both these players are making the correct decision of playing slightly safer when they get near the end of a level, but are just doing really silly aggressive things and making them work when they're just starting up the level.
Yeah, deaths are just like in Hop Owl. Deaths are just so quick in this game. So like, if you're dying at the beginning, like that's not so bad. So
I love when we're doing this return stuff, and the gimmick of the level is you have to go fast, and I was like, well, I was already planning on doing that. Thank you.
I was already doing that. The nice auto level.
For example, this level on Zek's screen, it looks like we're gonna get closed in if you're slow, but Zek ain't slow.
Just slam dunks right into the goal. Wow. Yeah, Jackazam kind of taking a few deaths on that stage was a bit slow. Definitely Zex is widening the gap here.
Uh-oh. It's getting all, like, Yoshi's on us. Just way too many colors.
Surprise. Surprise that also keys can change the level layout. You will get new mechanics happening. One thing that's important, and we were actually talking about this in the comms before this race started, is that one thing to note about precision platformers is that there's a few control styles that you have to note, and it's going to very change how much you play the game. This one, in particular, the wall slides are proximity, so they will activate whether or not you're holding towards the wall as long as you're close to it. That's something that's very, very important to note for any precision platformer. You have to know that. That is like a required mechanic to know in every single one. You have to know how the wall slides and the wall jumps work, because the game will expect it out of you.
Yeah, and that's true even when we go back into retro, where like someone told me, "Oh yeah, crouching is good when you play retro games," and I went, "Cool, you've saved me 5 minutes of my life in this race."
Yeah, crouching is so broken in older games because they're just like, well, why would the player ever crouch? I don't know. It's some weird trope in retro games that they always do it.
Or like basically anybody who's ever played Mega Man
You could
seems
just
to make.
jump back into the goal for Zex. Oh my god. I actually went through the level as intended.
Hilarious skill.
Yeah, what? He just went right back. Just ignored the whole level.
If you missed it like I did, we'll see it on Jackazam's screen here shortly.
Oh yeah, also
Yeah.
this game's OST is great.
I'm thinking like about 5 levels ahead for Zex.
Probably about that, yeah. This is one of those times where I really wish that the game had a level counter on screen. I wish for that most of the time, though. Zex was killing that. That was definitely a difficult stage for me. But definitely, at this level that Jackazam's on, I mean, you have to know how the wall slides work, because you're going to jump towards that wall, and what you're kind of hoping to do, in a precision platformer sense, is like, tap the wall to stop your momentum instantly, fall down, then like tap left right as you're in the opening. If you don't make it, you'll at least wall slide on the bottom, you can wall jump up. Because we've also seen, another important thing to note is, can you gain height off of your wall jump off of one wall? Another very important mechanic in precision platformers. And you can in this game, so.
I think another thing here for Jackazam's level, what I've seen Zex doing a bunch is like timing really well when to overlap bullets and bubbles, like really hitting just that sweet spot, and then you just run past the bullet because it's in the bubble right at that moment.
Oh, this is the last level for Zex. You see the cafe up there. We're gonna go get some boba, I guess.
I mean, the game is called Boba.
We'll see. This is not a trivial level. This
Has a lot going on.
This like skill stop fall. Okay, Zex is gonna take it slow. I definitely did not do that, and I kind of wish that I did. Ooh, Zex killing it. No, grab the boba. Okay, there we go. That's boba. That's finished. Zex finished with an 8-minute time. Very, very impressive. With that, Zex goes up 2-0 over Jackazam and is going to take the win in this set. That was loser's quarters, so we're sadly going to have to say goodbye to Jackazam. Her first time in top 8 and a wonderful showing. She's just getting better and better every single tournament. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what comes in the future from Jackazam.
I'm excited to see what comes in the future for Mystery Tournament. Here's Zex. We've seen twice today. He'll be playing tomorrow. We'll find out who his opponent is, I think, relatively shortly, right?
He'll be playing later today, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because after loses quarters, loses semis. Tomorrow is all the finals.
That does make sense. So against the winner of the next match?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, Jackazam played incredibly. Definitely, I was pretty impressed by Hop Owl. That was a very good showing, and I mean, is playing very well in Boba. It's just Zex is a very tough competitor to play against, and especially when Zex rolls a game like this. It's definitely not something that you want to see. But that's kind of the luck of the draw in Mystery Tournament. Everybody has their strengths, their weaknesses. Sometimes you get a good game pool. Sometimes you can kind of sneak out a win even against somebody in their good game pool, but Zex just proved to be stronger this time.
Yeah, we say that, and then we continue to see the same faces over and over again. When it comes to like equal players, the game pool matters, but I mean, we're gonna see Maurice in the finals, for example. We're seeing Zex here progressing, and we've seen these people before. Even Jackazam, this is their first top 8, I wouldn't be surprised to see them again, just based on the win rate and based on the mental fortitude that they've shown here through the last few matches.
Yeah, you never know. This MT is actually like a record in recent. We've had 3 new top 8ers this MT. One of them from the winner's side too. That's something that we almost never see, especially from the winner's side. It's exciting to see so many new faces here. Deadly, I believe, yeah, the only new one still in is Ferret Turret, who we always see playing up next. That is Jackazam finished 10:46. Incredible time in Boba. Wow.
Yeah, we can never really discredit somebody when we're in these top 8 matches because they're just losing to the best of the best, and they are only just the best. Jackazam is someone that we're sad to see leave this tournament, but a true gamer, and big GGs to both these players.
My prediction, she'll be back next time.
I feel like once you break the seal of joining top 8, it becomes easier.
Oh, definitely. And now, yeah, that is it for this set. Zex takes it 2-0 over Jackazam. Very impressive play from both players. That means Jackazam exits at 5th place. Yeah, 5th place, because Losers 8th was before. So we have our 7th and one of the 5ths decided, which we are moving through the tournament. We're approaching the end of this day, only 2 sets left. But the next set is going to be another losers quarters match, which is going to be best of 3 shorts again. That's how all the losers quarters work. It's going to be Ferret Turret versus someone 325, which I'm so excited about.
Yeah, if you weren't around, you picked up the stream. First off, this is Mystery Tournament. We play games that we've not seen before. This is Boba. Our racers just played, and they definitely hadn't seen it. Most of us haven't seen it, because unless the testers, like TPC Resurrect is, we're also just picking it up here. With the point I was trying to make completely gone, I'm going to ask what we're doing next.
I think we will take a quick break here so we can let the next contestants, or runners, I guess. Contestants, I don't know.
I feel like contestants implies that there's a prize pool, which...
Yeah, I don't like... I don't know where I'm going with this. We're going to take a break so we can let everybody start getting ready for the next set. We'll see you in just a few minutes, everyone. Hello, everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, Sarge.
Go for it. No, you go for it. It's all good.
Okay. Well, welcome back to Mr. Tournament, guys. The commentators are the same. We're still bumbling through and interrupting each other. Sorry there, Sarge. The players are different, and the games are always different. As a reminder for anybody who's coming into the stream, everything that we're going to see here today, the racers have not seen the game before. In this case, 2 of our commentators haven't seen the game before. And let's get into the players. We got.
Yeah, I guess I'll go with this. Coming up, we have Ferret Turret versus someone 325, our other losers quarters match. Ferret Turret is a new face to top 8 in MT. But I mean, look at that win rate, 58%. Pretty impressive, pretty good. Started playing in MT 11. Finished 25th there. I mean, was the best there. Now they're guaranteed. It's guaranteed at least 5th. Yes, 5th. But it is going up against someone 325. This is not the player that you want to see on the other side of the bracket. Someone 325. First join us in MT15 was a bit of a dark horse there. For people who aren't familiar with it, there is one of our good friends in the community, Brosentia, runs a tournament on his channel called Kuso Grande that is dedicated to bad games. And Someone 325 is a frequent competitor there and is a very strong competitor there. Jumped over to Mystery Tournament, and in their first tournament, notably upset Maurice, who is currently sitting in winner's bracket, like guaranteed at least 3rd place. And we're all like, whoa, this guy's pretty good. And then he finished 4th. And then he finished 3rd. And then he finished 2nd. So Someone 325
dictates
is a gamer.
that this man is only improving, and last time he got 2nd.
Yeah, win rate of 75%. Someone 325 is a gamer. Only lost last time to... wait, that was 17. He got 13th last time.
I mean,
16
order, but...
lost to Adam Numbers. Extremely close set. That was an incredible set. But but we're going to take a very quick look at their paths through this tournament so far. So Ferret Turret played Juru, Magical Taluto Adventure, upset Captain Drake in that one. Beat some pretty good names along the line. Parasite Steve, Some Girl, and one of my favorites, Onoirura Shinsuru Michio Ike. Jakazam and Somno Kid. We just saw Jakazam sadly bow out of the tournament at 5th place, but I mean, great showing. And then lost to Maurice in that really wacky puzzle game World Splitter that we saw. I don't even want to begin to try and wrap my head around that one. So Summon 325, pretty typical Summon 325 path, tearing it through winner's bracket till he met Ferris, lost in Power Put Legend. Very, very funny game. I'm glad that we had that in. And then took out Econ and Okamiya Games, another newcomer that's a very strong face here in actually I Want to Run, I believe that was played. I actually didn't see that one. But we are all ready to hop into the game now.
Let's do it.
Yeah, might as well get
someone's
started.
already won a game of Asian cuisine in Bento, which we just saw Boba.
yeah.
So
New mystery tournament theme right here. Forget about golf. We got Asian food. This is Super Sushi Roll. This is a game you can find on Steam. It is actually on sale right now because of the Steam sale. 30% off. It's already pretty cheap. I mean, it is $4 normally and it's $2.79 now. So feel free to pick it up if it looks interesting. This is also going to be another classic MT genre that gosh, it is. This is one that we love here, and
we're hitting all the classics. This will be our ball game. Let's
2D ball game.
2D ball game. 2D ball game, actually. Now that you mention it, the ball is not actually round. The ball is rollable, though. Hence
Before
the name.
the race kicks off, maybe we should quickly highlight that Ferret Turret has some amazing new heads. Maybe swapped out several heads even.
Oh yeah, it's looking really stylish. Yep, this is Super Sushi Roll. We are a sushi roll, presumably cylindrical, so maybe not exactly ball-like. But we can rotate objects in the stage. I believe the players are using controller for this. And we're going to use this to get to the exit in each of the stage. It's very simple conceptually. Execution is a different story in this game.
Yeah, this is a game. When I saw it actually at PAX West, I went, "Well, this is a MT game," because there is so much opportunity to go quickly, but the ability to go quickly is very reliant on both your execution and also just like an understanding of level design. They aren't really like mazy levels, but like unless you're spending time looking at the preview, you just kind of have to follow the coins to move towards the goal.
Yeah, that's something I'm going to be interested in seeing is how much of the previews do the players watch, because it shows you the path through the level and maybe even some alternate paths. I definitely took advantage of it. This is kind of a last-minute addition to this round because we wanted to see it played, and so I actually bought the game right before the previous set that I was commentating and played a bit of it. And yeah, I'm curious to see players approach. Some 3G5 already going for the flings.
Yeah, you can quickly find, even just by accident, how like aggressive you can be with the flings. Now, I think the idea that this was a short game is probably because I tried to play it as quickly as possible, refused to look at the previews, and just flung myself around the place. There is definitely like a reason to be cautious in this game.
Oh, someone
There's also a reason to go fast. You need to go faster to get over that. Oh, we got the achievement.
Wow, first step. Yeah, we should note this is a very rare thing for Mystery Tournament. It makes me so happy to see. Is that you notice we said the game said, we didn't say, not yet, 10 sushis remaining. There are actually limited lives and there are game overs in this game. Something that we don't commonly see in Mystery Tournament because we don't want the entire race to be decided by, well, this person died right here. So we very rarely see hard game overs. We usually, if it's a retro game that has them, we find a way to like hack them out of the game or just don't pick games that even have them. Common reject reason but they matter in this game. If you game over, you have to restart the world.
Yeah, and one of the big reasons we can get away with that is this is now our, like, whoever loses this is tied for 5th. This game is not easy if you're trying to go as fast as possible, but neither of these players should be gaming over. I do believe you also get extra lives with the coins, if I recall.
Yes, collecting 30 coins gives you an extra life. Could actually be important.
Yeah, I think for actually up 2 lives at 12, and someone
it's
back,
like the
back to
first
standardized.
major obstacle.
Yeah, this level's
This
hard.
this part, 1-8 onigiri. Oh no, don't go down there. That's not where the level is. Oh, someone 325, impressive fling, actually. But we see someone 325 coming up on the same level. Ferret actually in the lead.
Yeah, there was a tooltip there on Ferret's screen while they were looking around the level, saying that you can launch yourself by moving to the very end of a chopstick. And while it's not necessary to beat the levels at this point, it is good tech and will be necessary in the future.
Oh my god, perfect fling. It's very easy to overshoot it and go over the wall to the right, which will just kill you, so. Yeah, I'm curious how we're going to see the difference in overhand versus underhanded tosses for this. Underhand definitely more intuitive. Overhand can maybe make some tighter angles that wouldn't be possible otherwise, and it's also necessary in places like here that you see on Ferret's screen.
Yeah, and you can also like just lose time anytime that you are you make a mistake. You just have to watch your ball fly in the sky for like 5 seconds. Taking your time to line up shots might be worth it, despite the fact that we're in a race against a very skilled opponent.
Yeah, Ferret's actually showing an impressive lead right now. Already through the World 2, that's a World 1 clear. Oh, we have like timed platforms. I don't have like an elegant name for these, but like they're in so many platformers. I guess I could just call them donut blocks, name them after what they are in Mario.
Temporary platforms, perhaps.
Yeah, that works.
We do also have the time limit on screen. I don't recall if it matters.
I never ran out of time when I played this, so I can't tell you.
Whee!
Probably not very common that happens. Oh my god, yes.
Oh, we've got more
Pachinko.
pinball.
Yes, pinball.
I mean, the chopsticks themselves are also already kind of like pinball pedals.
Ferret also just learned a nice lesson to learn, which is that there are like hidden walls, like Sonic-esque.
The time limit might be coming up now. There's the goal. Ooh,
Yep.
close one. Less than a second
Less
left.
than a second.
Ferret's making like a real effort to like look at the levels and is ahead in the race. I think there might be a correlation.
Yeah, I'm thinking just like knowing, like on 1-8 Onigiri, we actually saw there was an alternate path if you go left at the start instead of right, that it actually like you could fall through a gap and skip a bunch of the stage. And I mean, Ferret was taking that every time, so I didn't see if someone was, but it could be very useful. It's kind of akin to like watching the attract mode in races,
Yeah.
which is as Roar said earlier, like it's like was that rule 4 or 3? I don't know. It's one of the numbered rules of MT. You definitely always take as much information as the game allows you to have.
Yeah, I mean, I was the person who submitted this, so I'm also the person who gave our racers the basic information they need to be able to race it. And I mentioned like, hey, there is this ability to look at it, mainly because I didn't want them to come out of the race going, I'm grumpy because I didn't know where the finish was. I'm like, well, at least you could have looked. And these players are making a conscious effort to do so. I think the only level it mattered so far, other than like just go right stuff, is like 1-8.
Oh my god, someone gets flung right into the floating knives.
The bumpers are mean, man.
They are very
sometimes
mean.
they're your friend, but like we have to use them as friends eventually, and they don't necessarily do what you want them to do. Ferret's low on lives, by the way. 2-3 with 3 lives is not good enough.
Oh yeah, you know what? I'm wondering if gonna maybe take some time to collect some coins to get an extra life. That is noted in the pace spin.
Yeah, again, one of those things where I'm like, I'm gonna have to mention it because it's a mechanic, but I was kind of hoping it wouldn't have to be an issue. But with players trying to go as fast as possible, they are just taking losses.
Yeah, we see a game over from Furret. So someone 325 temporarily, well, actually was in the lead before, got up to 2-5.
Yeah, this game is full of shortcuts. Going through a world that you've already played a few of the levels is about as friendly as you're going to get from a video game. So it's not going to be a huge issue to get back, other than it obviously takes time to do so.
Yeah, it's one of those very like puzzle execution games where like once you figure out what to do and how to execute it, it's not as bad.
Yeah, so for going through a world that we saw him take 29 seconds the first time, he took 22 seconds, and if he has to do it again, probably not. I would assume it only gets faster.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Someone 325, pretty good lead so far. That one game over really costing a lot, and if I see, someone 325 has 9 lives sitting up there, so looking good going into the 6th level, but I mean, you never know when the later part of the world might be a difficulty spike.
I think so far it looks like someone is playing a lot safer. I think I don't see a lot of these big flings that Ferret does.
Is this the like pachinko pinball machine level? It feels like it might be.
Oh, nice bumper route. Looked like a kind of tricky. Oh, just go right into the goal, sure.
That could have gone badly. Looks like you could almost fall over the goal.
Yeah, that could have gone so terribly.
One of these things I love about Mystery Tournament, but particularly this game, is it's really easy to imagine how you could go faster when you're just looking at this, especially as a third party and not like racing it. But then it just becomes a risk assessment of like, okay, that looks like a shortcut. I could probably do it, but like if I die, I'm just losing time.
Yeah, but kind of like Hop Owl that we saw earlier. Actually, a very, oh my gosh, this fling from someone. I don't like this. Nails it right in. Yeah,
Ferret's also taking the low route on their level, and I do not know why.
Yeah, Ferret is struggling with this specific part. That's where Ferret lost all the lives earlier.
Yeah, just like Hop Owl that we saw earlier, very risk-reward heavy game. But in this game, it loses more time than Hop Owl.
Yeah, this level that someone's on was the level that gave me the most trouble, because it requires you to understand the mechanic of flicking. You need to get to the end of the stick to get the airtime to be able to get up to the next level.
Someone pulling back there, that's something you don't see a lot, I think, in racing like that.
Just went right through the gap.
Yeah, when I mentioned Sonic earlier, Ferret's just taking the low route here. And
yeah, I don't know
just
about
like
this.
any of these like multiple route games, the higher route's often faster, but it's also safer because if you fall from the higher route, you just end up on the lower route.
And running out of lives again. 1 life left.
I think he just needs to learn the flick mechanic, which is being mentioned like between the levels, but it's one of those like small UI things.
Oh, Ferret might be...
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Good clear. But 2 lives.
There are like these arrows of just made of coins, and those can just immediately give you like majority of or all of a life. So like on some levels you can just continue doing it if you can at least get to that arrow, in the same way that like you can get like a 1-up mushroom in Mario if you can just get through half the level.
0 remaining. That's a game over. But maybe has the execution in memory. It can maybe do this time. It's a very clean playthrough of the first half of the world. It's just all it needs. Oh my god, what a flick. That was a really precise one.
Yeah, someone's also slowed it down on their side to like make sure that these flicks are successful. but slowing it down like doesn't help you that much on these bumpers. The bumpers are just very finicky.
You have to be precise. You have to be very precise about where you're hitting them.
You have like a decent amount of air control.
Oh yeah, you have a lot of air control. Something that I'm loving about how someone is playing is that, you know, reading the pace bin and you find out, oh, lives matter also switches. It's properly a video game now. Is that if you read the pace bin, you find and you read it and you're like, oh, lives matter in this game. I probably don't want to die. So like, someone is not afraid to just play it very slow and know that like, trust in themselves to have the superior execution. Very, very trusting in their own abilities.
Someone has reached a switch.
I noticed the timer flashing. 3 seconds left.
Yeah, Sam of Buffalo was saying earlier in chat, yeah, you will not lose a life.
If you reach the goal.
Yeah, you will not lose a life, but you do have to redo the stage.
But he now knows the route. Meanwhile, Ferret's back on 2-3 and is taking the upper route, and like it's a lot easier. And then dies to prove me wrong.
I think Ferret really wants to take the upper route there, but earlier was struggling to get up.
Okay, I love this from someone 325. Exiting out to the menu after losing a few lives on the first level to just refresh back to 10. It's akin to the intentional game over that is a very common mystery tournament technique, but just an intentional restart of the level set. This is such a tight timer on this stage.
Yeah, might be
I
getting
don't
close
remember
again.
this level, which is usually indicative of I didn't have as much trouble. I'm wondering if there's a different route.
Yeah, I would maybe take some time to watch the preview. See a big overview level. Like, couldn't you hit this and then go right? Like, yeah, I don't see why you couldn't do that. Seems like failing a spot check here.
Someone stopped here for this switch pretty long. I'm not sure why, but this time they got past a lot faster.
Yeah, this game does have collectibles, and I feel like that was the collectible route that we saw without necessarily getting the collectibles.
Oh no, Desert Land. Not the pudding.
This was the first level that like intimidated me. I was like, it reminded me of like a getting up game of just like, here's random things you now have to climb.
Yeah, it's just objects in the level. There's no rhyme or reason to them, but they exist now.
5 seconds. Yeah, classic.
No problem. You can tap the edge of the goal too. Ferret is on 2-6. Choose path, everybody's favorite Super Mario Maker trope.
And is avoiding the ones with the coins sometimes, which he
chose path. Definitely it did. Choose path correctly.
Someone beat this level too quickly to show how cool it is. This is the like pachinko pinball level, and if you can avoid going down there, it's much faster.
Oh no! I don't like this.
Now you're playing pinball.
I don't like this. This is at this point I would just restart the level. You're not making
Smack it down. Yeah, let's go. Someone's on the weird like avoid the things mechanic that
which maze.
Puzzle platformers.
Oh my gosh, what a fling! Perfect angle.
Classy.
These stages are also giving more time now. We're up to 60 seconds.
Ferret, get the fling. Has to make it over this bumper. Oh, it makes it. No problem.
Someone's being so like reserved. And given that Ferret's just been having like slightly more trouble, I'm curious like what the max speed of someone, not someone 325, but just a racer could be. I'm not sure because someone's safe strategy is like consistently getting them through levels, both to like not fall through pits, but also just not have to do portions of the level again.
Oh, we're running out of time. Oh, go just right at the goal, no problem. Let's see, for on to 2-8. Has 5 lives. Oh, just ramp straight to the goal, sure. You can tap the edge of it, I mean, why not?
2-9 is a scary one, though. Ferret hasn't learned the flipping technique. It's going to be an issue here. The game is going to like tutorialize you, but reading is one of our racers' least favorite things, both in it and outside the game when we come to talk about the pace spins. Okay, Ferret's taking his time.
Oh,
and
yeah,
knows
no
what to get.
problem. No problem. Good fling. Sushi down, 11 remaining. I don't know, unless someone 325 gets... Oh, didn't
Oh, no, you gotta go backwards.
Yeah, unless someone 325 gets kind of big walled. I mean, has a lot of lives to make it through this. I just gotta make it up here. Don't know where the exit is. Was not watching the preview. A lot of the levels, I only really watched the preview for one of them, so...
So someone like looked at the preview and went, "This looks fairly linear," but the level is continuing. You are just going right though.
Oh, there's... Oh my god, almost overshot it. It's really tight.
The bowl is like really friendly. It's
Yeah, it's so friendly.
this game has like a lot of opportunity to be frustrating and never really was for me. Because of like good game design decisions, like the finish line being friendly and not like pixel perfect or something.
The Ferret is on to World 3 now. But I mean, someone 325 is on 3-7, running out of game to catch up in.
Yeah, and I don't think someone's gonna give the pleasure of having a world reset, both just with the way that he is playing and like we only have 3 levels left.
Oh, I see someone. I know someone wants to go for something cheeky right here.
Both these guys had issues with this this portion. I'm pretty sure you can just roll along if you have like a decent amount of speed, like akin to like Mario going and running across.
Bird is doing what I
gaps.
was thinking.
Yeah.
Hit the switch and go back. I mean, it's at this point it might not be enough time save. 1325 going positive on lives as well. So not looking at too much of a danger to game over unless there's a huge wall.
There is a level coming up. This might be it, where there's like a fake path or something. Like there is potential time loss as the levels get a bit more mazy. But
Now we've got 90 seconds for someone. That's making me worried.
Yeah, that's scary.
But I think it's like unless someone really is stubborn and refuses to look at
You have to hit the switch.
the preview.
The switch is on the path. You have to hit the switch.
Whoop, there you go.
Yep.
I'm curious here if someone's going to continue on, even if it goes past the timer, and just continue exploring, or is going to potentially like quit the level early if they realize they're not going to make it.
Just get the feeling for the stage, you know. It's not a bad idea in MT, especially for like very execution puzzly games like this. Just understand how to do the rest of the level before you even get to it. Oh, I didn't hit this. Oh no, has like
Getting kills for someone. I think makes it.
Oh. That was such an impressive clear. Just had very little time to do that, but I mean, just no fear.
Yeah, the flashing red, I know it's like a good mechanic. You want your players to not like be surprised that they ran out of time, but it is so intimidating, especially in a race setting. I think this is the level I'm thinking of. Where you flick this sushi to is not immediately clear.
This looks like a reset path. Yep. Oh no. Looks like you can make it up. Oh. Oh my
Trying
god.
to save it.
This game's comedy.
Reverse fling. Yeah, I might as well just reset at that point. Alright, clearing 3-5. And
Yeah,
lives.
I mean, I mentioned this level that someone's on is, I think they've made a good decision in restarting here. Is the level that would need to be the wall. and Ferret's making good time through World 3.
Not that one. Gotta hit the switch. Gotta be... The screen has to have the red tint. I love the level
just
name.
collecting
that
lives,
on.
but just rolling around this level, by the way.
Oh yeah, really, really helpful. I really love the level name that Ferret's on. Tough jumps. So matter of fact. Oh, almost didn't make it on. Oh, now it's desync though. You have to dodge it. Does dodge correctly. Oh, doesn't fling high enough at the end. Yeah, someone 325 taking some time watching the preview. Where's the goal?
And I think the issue with looking at the preview on this one is like because it's doors and you don't know which necessarily connects to what. You either have to look at it for a very long time or it's just not intuitive. It shouldn't be like a big wall, but it is a bit mazier than, say, the other games that we've seen in Top 8 so far. This is a completely different area of the map, though, for someone.
Yeah, we have to hit the switch. I think someone realized that left path is just, it's futile. Hit the switch, run back. Oh, well, you can fling from here. Gonna go for a big fling, maybe? Ooh,
That was
yes.
so controlled.
Yeah, it's just showing really just mastery of the controls.
I think that might be time, too. Yeah.
Yeah,
GG's.
nice job, you did it. That was a 24:28 time by someone 325. Very impressive clear.
To note, that's not the whole game. He's unlocked the Sky Temple, but it is the whole goal. Big GG's to someone 325. I'm going to restate it. This game is on sale on Steam currently with the spring Steam sale. It's also just quite cheap. If you're looking for just a quick hour of fun, I think this is a great shout. And there's more gameplay here that you haven't already seen.
Yeah, very good showing from Fur. It was ahead at the beginning of the race. Was showing some good promise, but someone 325, the slow and steady approach, just if you find out that lives matter in a game, just don't die.
Yeah, and particularly World 2 having pits versus World 3, which just has the time issue. World 2 was always going to be a bit of a crux, and someone was just stronger at the game at that point in the race.
So we'll give Fur it a minute or two, see how far it comes in the game.
Yeah, as a reminder, this is only our first game of the best of 3. We have 1, if not 2 more games ready to go. And we can't be biased, we're commentators, but the one thing I think we're permitted to is we want more games. I'm hoping that Ferret has a good showing here in game 2.
Oh, definitely, absolutely. We always want more games.
By the way, Dev's in chat. He just DM'd me. So cool. It's really impressive seeing both these players. And I'm like, yep, that's true.
Yeah, it's always nice to see dev support. We see a lot of like freeware games in MT, and sometimes we reach out to the devs, and they're always like, "Oh, you played my game. That's like so awesome!" Like,
what was the story this year that we played a game and we had like 4 people racing it, maybe additional people joining it, and that was enough for their game to like pop off on.
Yeah, it was like itchy a front page or something.
Yeah, basically like we just gave it enough clicks that it got front page, and then it was a good game. It had a great thumbnail, great gameplay. It was like a Mega Man-like game, and we just accidentally promoted their game tremendously, and they reached out to us and were very kind and very friendly and interested in what we do. That being said, if you are interested in what we do, if you want to race games, maybe not to the level of quality, but maybe you are actually a true gamer. Maybe you should be playing Sushi Roll and destroying the competition. If you just want to have fun, we like to talk about Mystery Tournament, but a lot of what we do with our community is just play video games for fun. The people that you're hearing on commentary are good people, and they're fun to hang out with. You know any of the events that we have coming up here recently? Or TPC? Has it actually been locked in, or are we just still sitting between like 5 different things?
Well, regularly going on, we have, courtesy of Mooware, who picked this up, weekly blinds, where we pick a game and race it weekly. Those are really fun, longer goals than MT, so you end up seeing a lot more video game, and just really cool goal choices, and just some neat games to see. Some of them will be games that you've seen in MT, like the next one, oh my gosh, what a flank. Almost
If that
made it,
worked, it would
actually.
have been so sick.
Yeah, games that like you might even see in MT. The one for next week is the game that you saw in MT Top 8 that I mentioned earlier, Onori no Shinzuru Michi o Yuke, which is a PSP game about controlling copies of ninjas. Really cool game. I really enjoyed testing it, and that is going to be the weekly blind after this week. We have other casual things going on the server. Ferris, who you've seen in Top 8, and me actually run an RPG book club where it's a book club, except you play RPG games. So that's been a lot of fun. People have been really enjoying that. And we have some other events coming up soon. We'll probably mention it after this set has happened. Oh my God, where are we going for these
So this
really
is the gameplay that I
rash
thought
links?
we'd see, but it seems like Ferret's been a bit unleashed. It's just once it realized that they don't have to be in a race anymore, decided to check how aggressive they could play. Also, not really knowing that they have to play more video games after this. I was just, I think, enjoying some Super Sushi Roll.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see if I have a feeling that it'll come back and finish the game after this.
Dude, World 4 is significantly harder.
Oh yeah, we also have a lot of randomizer stuff going on the server. That's very common. Yeah, for it as forfeited, we got to move on to other games. So it looks like we're gonna get set up for the next game. We'll leave our benevolent overlord Internet Dirigible to handle that, as we covered on commentary. I'm very excited for what the next game is. It's one of my favorites that I tested here, and it's just a really fun game. It's another kind of freeform game that, because like Super Sushi Roll, there's so much. You know, actually, every single game that we've seen in this short so far, Hop Owl and even Boba to an extent, very freeform. There's a lot that you can do. It's just there's so much freedom of movement. It's whenever this gets applied to puzzle games, like there's a high amount of states you can put the puzzle in. I like to call it like a high entropy puzzle game. But these are like high entropy platformers, which I think is kind of weird.
Yeah, and then also having execution on top of that, which I think is why they're showing up in top 8, because we are cherry picking.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let's see. Yeah, we have some time to kill while we're getting set up for the next race. What else is going on server? I already mentioned monthly randomizer stuff.
I mean, I have the Discord. I can literally just scroll up. We got Trophy Troopa tourney is the one that already has a channel, which I think means it might be happening.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Mooware handle this.
Yeah, I could talk about our upcoming events. So we've got 2 upcoming events actually. If you're seeing the Mystery Tournament Top 8 here and you think you'd like to join this, Mystery Tournament will open signups in fall or winter, I think. But we do have another side event, which is also a blind race tournament of a similar kind, which is the Trophy Trooper tournament. Is currently open for signups for another week or 2. It's a bit more freeform, more random than Mystery Tournament. In Mystery Tournament, you're getting a lot of like curated, chosen games and goals. In this tournament, you're just gonna pick a random game from a games database, and if you like it, you can race it with your opponent. There's some freedom for having more or less chaotic picks there. That's one tourney you can join right now. And then we also have coming up in, I think, May, the Mystery Friend Fest, which is a non-competitive event for once, where we just solve I think kind of there's a mystery board of tasks to solve for the whole community, pretty much. So those are our two bigger events coming up. And yeah, as has been mentioned, there's a whole bunch of other casual things going on all the time.
Yeah, in addition to the events, be it Mystery Tournament, otherwise, I'm just going to restate it. This community is fantastic. Made a lot of good friends, and I think just generally everybody's making good friends. I see stupid Discord calls going way too late in the night because these boys are doing randomizers.
Blame randomizers.
On the daily.
That's all their fault. They've ruined everything.
But yeah, and this is true for speedrunning in general, right? I feel like when we're coming here and putting our feet, and thank you for GDQ for having us. If at any point you're like, I don't want to put the work in to like do a speed run, don't. Just join us. Well, you don't have to work, you just have to show up. We'll hand you the game.
Yeah, even just like watching. We have people who just watch the races. That's what they do. Like they don't interact outside of that, and we still love them. I mean, they're here, they're showing up. We always see them in chat in our restreams, and just it's such a fun time, such a great community.
I'll tell my story. So I joined MT last year. Had a decent level of success. Got some puzzle games I enjoyed and will remember. And then I joined this year and got 0-2'd because I got 2 retro platformers. And I was like, yeah, that was the reason I didn't join. And that being said, despite the fact that I got the exact worst things that possibly could happen, I still had fun. I still got to watch my opponents go on into greater success and do commentary and hang out in Discord. So the game that we have upcoming, assuming there aren't like technical issues or something to throw off, is proceeding. And this was the one that you're very excited about, right, Vizarek?
Oh yes, this is probably my favorite out of all the games I tested for the top 8 shorts. This one was just a blast to play. It's kind of a puzzly platformer. I'll go ahead and spoil the genre, which is, I mean, that's, if you were asked me to describe the most Mystery Tournament genre, it'd probably be puzzle platformer.
Yeah, for sure.
Combining both of our favorite things.
I'll go on my favorite ramble and say, like, I think there's 3 skills or like 3 things that you need to be good at. It's one, like the twitchiness and like the reaction time to be good at platformers. Like if you have good reaction time and stuff, like racing games and FPS also seem to come naturally. There's the puzzle game, both like the full puzzle game or like the one puzzle that shows up in your game. You need to just be able and clever enough to solve that. And then there's the important genre of how well can you deal with surprises.
That's the most important.
The mystery genre of you've never seen a game anything like this. How are you going to handle that? And how are you going to handle that in a way that like you're able to complete it and do so faster than your opponent, if not quickly. I'm looking at the page here for this game, and it looks like it might be in that mystery genre.
Yeah, it's a tricky one to wrap your head around at first, but then you just start to get it, and it's so much fun to just move around in.
I'm also watching the each page here, the animated screenshot. This looks great. This looks like a game for me. I want to play this now.
Yeah, it is so much fun. So glad this is getting played here.
Yeah, and as a reminder, this is game 2 of our best of 3. If you want to see more video games, you're going to get it no matter what happens here. There's another match after this. But if you want to see more games of these 2 players in particular, we have a current 1-0 lead for someone 325. So you are de facto Ferret Turret fans.
Yeah, I mean, this is Ferret's first top 8 appearance. Someone 325, no stranger to this seat. Is taking on the best of the best. I'm recalling a quote that I added to the bot in our channel that someone was racing a game that Maurice had tested, and he had like so much trouble on a stage, and someone 325 just like demolishes it, and he comes in afterwards and he just tells Maurice, well, like, you should have just played it better, I guess. And, like, that is so true, you know?
Why not just go faster?
That is the someone 325 mindset. He's so good at these things.
Not sure that like someone 325 is our like premier favorite for the tournament, but I think they might be our most consistent player.
He's mine. I predicted him to win. It's his year.
Like if someone 325 has a bad game, I haven't seen it yet. Like we have the losses on screen. He lost to Adam in a golf game, and I'm like, no, that's not indicative of someone being bad at golf. That's just indicative of having to play against Ferris, who is also very, very good.
Yeah, incredible player. All right, and it sounds like we are ready to hop over to the next game. I am so excited to see this one because this is one where the players just have so much freedom to do what they want. And we're going to see how they tackle something a bit more puzzly. Instead of being like execution puzzle like the last game, this one's more... It's kind of execution puzzle, but it's more puzzly puzzle. This is Toy Cavers. This is a freeware game you can find on itch.io. And, it looks like we're good to go. We're just going to see them take off. Whenever we have the OK sign from our match mod, which is going to be now.
Yeah, by the way, our goal is to make a wish.
Yep, good goal.
Which I feel like will involve us seeing a shooting star. Is going to be my best guess for that.
Here we go, Toy Cavers. Loving the ZX Spectrum aesthetic already, but we have two little guys right here, Magenta and Cyan.
And we're playing Mario 1-1.
Yeah, and we hook into walls and we jump and we're tethered together, and we gotta find a way to the end.
Which one of these two do you control? Can you switch? Do you control both?
It depends. If somebody is hooked into the wall, you control the other. Otherwise, I believe it's always Cyan. Or, well, I believe it switches controls, but you can, like, unhook from walls. It's tricky to get a hang of.
Yeah, just to go through the controls, you can move with WASD, space is jump, left click is hook, and right click is release. There is no button for switch character, which you might think of if you think of Ice Climbers, Bread and Fred. There's multiple games in this like very specific niche genre that come to mind.
There you go. Coins are optional, as Roar made sure to remind you earlier. We hate collectibles, so don't get them.
Yeah, it's not even in the paste bin, presumably because it's on screen. I like that.
Oh, and we have spikes now. It's a video game, so you don't get hit by the spikes.
We have like limited vision, which I usually just kind of abhor. It's like the worst thing in like Mario Maker, for example. But I really like the aesthetic here.
Yeah, and we have blocks that we can break. We haven't gotten to the real execution-y stuff. So here's like your first puzzle. How do I get past this spike? You don't jump higher than one tile, fun fact. Well, okay, you can there if you time it like perfectly.
Are you sure about that?
It depends on if you're tethered and the tether direction.
Okay.
It can lower the jump.
It looks like it's taken for just a little bit longer to get used to the mechanics. And as we've seen in these short races, that's often been like a large part of the race is someone getting an early lead from just grasping the game slightly better.
Oh, that was so smart from someone. Go to the ceiling. I didn't even think about that. See, it just speaks to the freedom in the game that like I found a fling to go over the spike, and that's how I made it through that. But I mean, you could play it simple and go to the ceiling. The wall jump is also like super powerful in this game. It's tough to just like gain height aside from using that.
These guys are really cute. I really like this game. I'm gonna check out the rest of this dev's work and find out that they're probably all short games and will be fun. Will be fun.
Get Magenta up. Let's see if Bert is onto the spike. Oh, sees the ceiling. Game requires you to kind of think of an alternate solution.
Whee!
Oh, God, what a fling! Made it right past.
I wonder if we can get a game 3, if we can have a third game where flinging is just a main mechanic, because these guys are just going to have way too much fun.
Yeah, we'll see. Got to pay attention to how the tether works. You don't want to dump your buddy right into a spike. Here, wall jumping up. Look, someone 3-5 through, no problem. Turret in a very awkward position. Can't easily hook a lot of these blocks because they will break after a specific amount of uses.
I do like that both the, when you like hit a block, both the guys swing their axe, even if they aren't both over rocks. They're just so synchronized. Okay, someone's back to the ceiling strat.
Yeah, very good time on this.
Oh, it's the right strat.
We're playing impressively, but sometimes it's just not enough to game. And now we have switches. It's a real video game now.
There's just so many themes today.
It's a video game. It has to have switches somehow.
Yeah, I always forget until we get there. Top 8's themes are we're going to see as much of video gaming in any particular game or submission as possible. And while this might be like a 10-minute race, we've seen so much video game already.
Nice, just instant hook to get back to Cyan so that Magenta doesn't die to the spike from the fling. Zone 3-5 is just picking up on the level just instantly. Turret pick up really fast, but it might just not be fast enough.
Okay, we are being asked to unhook while swinging.
Yep, that wall is unhookable there. So we gotta go the other way. The game's basically, this is the first like required fling.
So the game is just telling us something that we've already been doing because we've been trying to like go quickly, right?
Yep, this is the first required fling. Gotta hook onto the right side.
Oop.
Oh, not gonna work that way. You need some leverage to do this. We throw it onto this 3-block thing. Gotta make it over the spike. Yeah, not gonna be possible.
Way. If that works, it might be pretty neat.
Yeah,
the second one is always gonna swing down, so it's gonna be... Oh?
Oh, that was very close. The Magenta just like unhooked at the last second and fell by like a pixel, and it was enough to fall into the spike. Now we got some alternating on someone's side. You can kind of fling to skip some of this. We'll see how daring someone 3-5 is feeling today. Oh, gotta rehook Magenta. Oh, or just unhook. Yeah, that works too. Yeah, someone is just not afraid to just like unhook and not even knowing what's ahead.
Someone just taking the plunge.
Yeah,
Maybe
just
going too fast.
jump.
I mean, what's the time loss here? You find out what the level looks like and you spent 5 seconds.
It just makes it straight across.
The cost is probably only like 2 seconds because you are saving yourself a bit of time.
Oh no, you're controlling Cyan. But you do get a key.
Do we like keys? Are they better than coins?
yes.
Oh, you have to hook into the key, so now that one can't hook into walls.
Yeah, this is kind of trivial though at this point, because you just make it here. 135 is actually
what's the plot,
quickly
guys?
approaching the end. You see, we gotta make it to this gem now. This will be the end of the goal if we make it here. Oh no, no, you gotta break it. So close.
Oh, someone trying to cheese it?
No, yeah, I'm pretty sure you might be able to hook onto it from the ground with a really weird fling. Oh, it keeps
There you
hooking the
go.
ground. Oh, broke the crystal though. Make a
Hey,
wish.
he's made a
That's a
wish.
finish from Someone 225. 8:26 time. Another blazing fast sub 10 minute from a top tier racer. Sadly, we're going to have to say goodbye to Furret Turret. Very admirable 5th place. First time making top 8. Always a good competitor. Very good showing this time. It's just sometimes you run into someone 325 and you know, there's always a bigger fish in the pond.
We have a bracket of full chalk. Chalk being like, it's just favorites. And with Furret and Jackazam going out both in 5th, those are our last 2 contestants. Now you've got me saying it, Sarge. Racers
my bad.
who came in and hadn't had a top 8 before.
Yeah, I believe,
what that means is it's only going to be
Yeah.
the best of the best. Not like we have already had the best of the best, but these are like have the pedigree to show it.
Yeah, only one of these remaining players has not won a mystery tournament. And that's someone 325
Who might be the best.
pretty dang close. Classic 2nd place, you know. Oh, for trying to go for that fling onto the 2nd switch. Might be suddenly possible. I don't know, there's just so much freedom what you can do in this game.
I feel
there
like
you go.
Furret just has tremendously more fun in both these games as soon as they were told that the race is over.
Oh yeah, as soon as that dot done happens, it's like, well, time to just lose my mind and go for the weirdest flings you've ever seen.
We often say it. This would be a game I'd love to see. It's a speed run. Just flinging yourself about.
I want the tool assisted run.
Exactly. We've done it before. Streamers comes to mind of a game that we played blind and now has a strong community of people who've just taken the time to go beat the game as perfect as they can.
See, Furret's closing in on this. Hook, fling around the other side. Hit this switch, and now you can make it over. Very close. I think only one more room, actually. We'll give it a few more minutes for it. Very close. Very short game. There's this wall. Yeah, now this is key room, I think.
Which potentially about as trivial
no,
as it got.
It's after this key room.
Yeah.
Now it's key room.
Do you just have to fall in the pit? Is that the first lesson?
I think so.
Oh, for
I don't know how you're
the
supposed to figure
lesson.
that out. Oh,
He's
no.
gonna clear
You
out the
gotta go-
rocks
Well,
Yeah.
it's gonna see the keyhole.
and then
Yeah, I
panic.
can't go up that way. Well, might as well go left. There might be a wall. Oh, hey, there's a key. I do love how you have to hook into the key. I thought that was so funny when I did it for the first time.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about why these games are chosen. Most of these games, but this game in particular, it just has so much charm.
Yeah, I really love the ZX Spectrum art style. I think it's so cute. I've only raced one ZX Spectrum game and it was horrific. It was an actual horror game experience. But like, you know, it's such a charming art style.
Hit it one more time, baby. Let's go.
Yes, all right. That is a clear for Furret.
I think
The
that was
time
a
at
better
12:31.
clear, by the way, because he used both the climbers.
That was a
When
good
someone
one.
beat it, he used the same climber twice. It's less friendship.
Thank you for playing. At 12:31, very impressive time. Furret, yeah, we're gonna have to say goodbye, but I mean, I have a feeling we'll see you again next year, maybe. Very impressive showing, 5th place. Probably went like 5-2 or so. Very strong winning record. Going anything above 2-2 is very impressive, but I mean, 5-2 is just
Yeah, we've been doing this for 18 tournaments. It's not 18 years, but it's not too far off. And the amount of like strong gamers, like the amount of people that you guys are not going to be able to see today because they got kicked out early in the tournament by the people that you're seeing or other gamers. Come join us. I think this is the end of our run because this was it's quick 2-0, but not because someone destroyed territory. It's just the games are quick. For today, but there is going to be more here later. We have
one
loser
coming
semis.
after this. Yeah, loser semis is after this.
Is it just these two players that we just saw? Is it just someone again?
It is someone 325 versus Zex.
Yeah,
It's going to be the loser semis. Loser semis is a different format from this one. As we said, the best of 3 shorts is kind of something special that we do. Tradition started by Cent, everybody's favorite prize man. But yeah, that is going to be it for our run from me, Moomer, and Ponoob. You will see 2 of us back tomorrow for more commentary. Ponoob is going to be doing winners finals, and I will be on for losers finals.
It sounds so prestigious to say winners. I know it's not grand finals, which I quit. You said as soon as you said winners finals, like what?
Yeah.
No, winners finals, and then we'll have
grand finals. We got the best of the best. I mean,
sure.
You can't really do much better than Myth and Andy. Like the 2 best. I think anybody in this community will say Myth is the best commentator of us.
Oh yeah. That's why we pay him.
Yeah, don't pay attention to where the checks are coming from, Myth.
That being said, Sarge, I think we are good to proceed.
Awesome. Yeah, again, thank you all so much. We are going to take a quick break while everybody gets ready for the loser semis. So we'll see you all in just a few minutes, everybody. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today is Mystery Tournament 18, Top 8. This is our loser semi. We have a new set of fresh commentators. I will let them all introduce themselves.
Hello, I'm Internet Dirigible, organizer of Mystery Tournament 18. Coming to you live here with Shrambles, commentator extraordinaire, and Some Girl, both strong mystery racers in their own right.
Yeah, I'm Shrambles. As Internet Dirigible alluded, I am a participant of Mystery Tournament and also regular commentator.
And I guess I'll the last one introduce myself. I am Some Girl, and I also was in this tournament. I have lost to racers that you saw earlier today, and I'm excited to commentate this last match today.
And haven't we all lost to racers that we've seen earlier today? I think that is a shared experience among many of us.
I also have lost to racers that we've seen play today. So it is a very common experience to lose to players who are better than you at times.
Yeah, for sure. We've got Someone 325 versus Zex coming up. This is our last match of the day, losers semis. Tomorrow we'll have winners finals, losers finals, and then grand finals. This is a best of 3 with full-length Mystery Tournament goals. So not the sort of shorter 10, 15-minute goals that you were just seeing, but hopefully not too much longer than that. Yeah, I would say Some Girl probably has the most history of any of us, but I think Someone 325 being a newer competitor and Zex being an older competitor, both of them I would consider maybe the most consistent players in the tournament. I just expect them to always be in the top 3 of any race that they're involved in.
It's hard to think if you're up in a match against Someone 325 or Zex that you have the advantage. Like, both of these players are very good at almost every genre that you throw at them. It's really hard to, pull a win from either one of these racers, and having them go against each other is even more devastating to see who is actually going to come out on top in this match.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I mean, honestly, you said any genre. I think that this game defies genres. I think that's one of the most amazing things about it. So I'm excited to see it. I don't know how far we are from switching over. I think the players are mostly ready.
Yeah, when we enter into losers semis, this is where we put a lot of our more fun, interesting, weird style of games that, you might see a few smattering of them in the actual regular mystery tournament proper. But in top 8, this is the hand-selected special what is going on in these games that separates them from the more normal style games you might see in mystery tournament.
Yeah, I would. Well, yeah. So Shrambles and I are familiar with this game. I'm very excited for some girl to see it for the first time. I think
Yeah,
that,
no, I got invited on to commentate having seen none of these games, so I have no idea what I'm about to see.
it's good. It's good to have a mix. I think that this maybe is one of the most difficult genres to describe. Honestly, it might have a little bit of similarity to Larson Laser, which we saw earlier in the day, but in a very different way. This game's all about reacting. It's about seeing. It's about reacting. I'd almost call it. Let me see what I called it on the sheet because I remember calling it something good. Action hidden object is what I called this game.
And if I can't think of a better person to comment on action hidden genre, it is some girl.
Well, I do. I'm a big enjoyer of hidden object games, and I'm sure by the end of this race, we'll have figured out what genre this game is. I think as commentators, that's our duty.
Absolutely, I think action hidden object could go up there. But yeah, let me pull up the stream to see when we're switched over here.
Yeah, so we have pre-flight panic. So our racers are going to be playing flight attendants. And they're going to make sure that a plane is able to take off without any distractions. So we have our race started.
So initially, it's seatbelts. Yeah, we got to make sure everybody's wearing their seatbelts, or else the plane just isn't safe.
So ways you can tell, you can actually go over to them and hover, and you can see an image of these players, of these passengers, and they're squirming a bit. If you don't have a seatbelt on, you're squirming. You're moving. And see, Zex got all the seatbelts. Someone 325. We'll see if they got all the seatbelts. And they did.
They did. They did.
If you don't get all the seatbelts, what happens? Does the plane
we're just going to wait and
not
see
take
on
off?
that one, I think. I think we'll just have to wait and see what happens if you don't get all the seatbelts.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see it by the end of this race.
Yeah,
it's not good.
It is not a good experience.
Okay.
So
yeah, this
part
game
of this
is made by YouTuber Yahtzee, which some of you may be familiar with. I had certainly never heard. Oh, there we go. So unfortunately,
Zex has failed. He has killed us all.
You killed us all.
This is what happens when you don't wear a seatbelt on a plane. During takeoff.
I feel like that's not true. I've been on an airplane before.
No, I'm pretty sure this is how it works. I mean, I always wear mine, so I wouldn't know. I'm a rule follower.
Right, yeah.
Well, I think internally, someone who is not wearing a seatbelt explodes on the inside.
Yeah, so one of the great things about this game, it's really good for our runners' stress levels, I think, is you do not know whether or not you succeed or fail until that animation finishes playing out. There's no indication of whether or not you finished a level until... Because it starts out the same. So...
And someone 325 hitting a crash. But someone 325 is a level ahead of Zex at this point, but has to deal with a wider plane, so there are more passengers, and it's quite easier to spot these customers who are squirming about. So you don't have to actually go up to every single person. If you're actually just looking at the wide version of just walking up and down the aisle, you can see people squirming. So you don't necessarily have to check every individual passenger.
Yeah, that's sort of a strategy. If you think you have time, which is, by the way, to clarify some mechanics, we've got a timer in the top right. The flight will take off when that timer ends. If you're successful, nothing bad happens. That's the goal. But you
Right.
can walk up early out of the door and make the flight take off early. But I mean, it's a risk because you have more time to check and you're not taking that time. But you're also trying to win a race. Yeah, so right now, I think, is Zex doing phones yet? Yeah, so
Yeah,
Zex
Zex is
has
on
phones
phones.
and seatbelts. Or maybe just phones now, but they will start to get combined at some point. So yeah, that's kind of your strategy. Are you kind of a wide looker where you try and see if people are doing their tells before you zoom into each individual person, or are you just going to take the time to check every individual person?
Yeah, and this game will get much more difficult. Like, we already see some of these players already kind of missing a few checks. They get quite crazy in some of these later missions. Like, just mixing the phones and the seatbelts, pretty simple. Like, we have some wide planes, kind of easy to see someone holding a phone out, someone squirming. So I see our players kind of get into these later levels pretty quickly. Oh, and it looks like someone 325 actually got a 3-star on one of their levels. Zex
Wow.
okay? Zex is okay. We made it.
We made it. We made it, folks. Now you will face a blend of seatbelt shakers and phones. So, yeah, so now Zex is looking for both things. Zex's strategy so far is to just check every person. I'm going to, a little bit of foreshadowing, I don't think that's going to keep working. I mean, it's just, eventually you have to look for so many things that I just don't think you have the time.
Yeah. Yeah. So, as we can see, Zex, is Zex okay? Zex is okay.
Zex is okay.
We made it.
So
we made it.
Yeah, so now we're mixing in. So now a customer can actually have two things wrong with them at once. They can be unseatbelted and having their phone out.
So you just have to like push the button twice or something when you identify those?
You do have to press enter twice, yes. You have to press the button twice to fix
We haven't
them.
said it yet, but if you you may have seen it, but if you do click a button on a passenger who has everything right, you have a little question mark come up above you, and it takes about a second or two to kind of recover from your mistake there. So it is a time waster. And is Zex going to be okay? Zex has been flying through these levels. Zex is fine. We made it.
Yeah, already almost
Yeah,
the halfway
so just
point.
because the game is so fast-paced, to go over the tells, for the phones, their heads won't move at all. Normally people are looking around, but if they have their phone out, their heads won't move. And you can see them holding their phone, but it's just a little black square. It's hard to see. And
Yeah, that seems like a
seatbelts-
much easier tell, in my opinion, than the people squirming about.
Yeah,
Yes,
I agree.
And
yeah.
And
For the
now
seatbelts,
Zex
their
is
bodies
on
move
the
back and
sin
forth,
level. So now customers will have exclamation points go about them if they are tempted to sin. Sinning
Yes.
in this
Okay.
context being unbuckling their seatbelt or pulling out their phones. So you need to address them before they do that. If you
Or
ignore
correct them afterwards. But the issue is that if you let them get away with it, it's easy to forget where they were. Versus
Yeah,
if you
looks
just
like
go
Zex
right to
didn't
them.
correct the person.
Yes, Zex
didn't.
allowed too many sinners. And it will tell you.
Yeah.
So Zex mixed someone with a seatbelt and a phone.
What I found happening a lot while playing this is that you walk out, and as you're walking out, you see the mistake that you made, and you just have to sit there and live with it and watch the plane.
Well, you don't live with it for very long.
No, you have to die with it. You have to sit there and die with it, I guess is a better way to say it.
And it is the most stressful thing because this animation of the plane taking off takes at least 3 seconds. So you're just in suspense.
Man, you just see all the stars. The stars are for getting really excellent times. It's uncommon to get those, I would say, especially on a blind playthrough.
All right, Zex paused, holding, seeing if he got everything, moving up. Did not.
Oh.
That is a plane crash.
One passenger was unbelted. Yeah, even one. That's all it takes. This is kind of a PSA also. I just want
Yeah, this
everyone
is like
watching
really
to be aware.
educational.
Yeah.
I'm learning so much about airplane safety.
Yeah, there's a lot of phones on someone's screen right now. Yeah, and getting these stars on these levels is really difficult, especially at these higher ones. All right, someone 325. Is someone 325 a virtuous non-sinner?
Yes.
And he is.
Yes, making this flight safe for everybody. And we're not very far into this game. You might notice we're only playing to level 15, but we'll just have to see. The more things you add, the more things you're looking for. Which, I mean, is a good way of saying nothing. But I think you see the point that I'm trying to make.
Are we only playing till level 15?
Yes.
Yes.
We're playing to level 15, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Internet Original did ask me to play this, and I did get to level 15 and complete level 15. I could not complete level 16. Yeah, and someone 235 taking the lead now. Now we have the new added mechanic, the seat back. So it is kind of easy to tell if someone has their seat back because you can't see their headrest. So you have to pick them up, make sure that that seat right is in the upright position because it is the safest position for a chair to be in.
Yeah, my preferred tell on that is that you can actually see the seat belt of the person behind them, which normally you can't see at all unless they're.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. That makes it a lot easier, I think.
It can get you a little screwed up where you go to the wrong person though. Like,
yeah, look at this row of seat backs on someone's screen right now. So many people just lazing about.
Oh man, yeah, a bunch of lasers. Also,
is that why you said
the
this game
seatbelt
was
trick
like
doesn't
Larson
work in the
lasers?
back row. No, you're right. You're right. Oh, Zex, there's a guy in the front row. No.
Oh,
no,
and someone
Zex, no.
plane crash. It's especially as Internet Terminal noted, just seeing the mistake going through and like I've made this mistake. Just let me get through this. Yeah, and especially with our players, like this is not a game that you expect to see in Mystery Tournament. This is not tackling one of the skills that you've honed over your video game playing career.
I would say not directly, but there's, I think some of our best players, I'm thinking of, well, these two players here, Maurice, Adam, will do things like we'll be playing a puzzle platformer or something and we'll just immediately do the solution without actually having to think about what it is first. I feel like this is a similar skill set where you just can look and you're like, yeah, I see it, it's all right there, and then just take care of it. You gotta have fast eyes, I guess. I think hidden object games would actually help you with this. But maybe not directly.
Yeah, I feel like it's like a cross between like those kitchen restaurant management games, and it's like got a bit of like Papers, Please or something in it. They're really interesting.
Ooh, I think someone missed a seat back. This is going to be a crash.
Oh. We're luckily spared. Can't hear game audio, but everyone on stream and it has to hear the very loud explosion when the plane blows up. Significantly louder than anything else in the game, which I think is again really good for the heart.
All right, Zex is on to the seat backs. Get those backrests up.
That's good, yeah. The stream compression. Unfortunately, our runners don't have the compression filter.
All right, the tense moment. Is someone
I think someone might
325
have
safe?
made that one.
They did not. He is out.
Yeah, there was a reclined seat somewhere around the middle of the plane.
And someone was unbelted. Yeah, it's these last few levels that just there's so much to keep track of that it is hard to kind of identify everything at once, especially when you have passengers who can just change their virtuous ways into sinning ways by unbuckling their seatbelt, pulling out their phone.
I think focusing
resting.
on Dex is doing left side first and then right side, and I don't think I agree with that. I'd rather do bottom up, but then you have to keep
I
going
don't think
down
it
to get
matters.
the exclamation points. So I don't know.
I do think that it kind of seems to me like someone 325 hasn't figured out
no,
the
Zex,
tell
no, the seatbelt.
like earlier you mentioned there's a tell for the people with the reclined seats that you can see the seat belts behind them, and I think that someone 325 hasn't figured that out because I think that's a really easy indicator to use, but someone 325 has been very consistently missing, especially in the front couple rows, people who have their seats reclined.
Yeah, and we talk about if anyone doesn't watch Mystery Tournament regularly or is unfamiliar with the process, we always provide a paste bin where we kind of explain the mechanics of a game in a very basic sense, just to get so people, aren't like spending 2 minutes testing controls at the beginning of every game. This is the game where you can't really say much about it before you give it to someone to play, or else you're like telling them strategy. So the paste bin is very light on this game. It just kind of says click enter, to do this, and the goal is to make sure the plane is safe, and that's it.
Someone 325 ran out of time, was hovering over the last person with a seat back.
The seatbelt on the right, Zex. Yes. Oh my gosh, I think might have it.
If they have it, they're going to be back tied with someone 325.
There it is.
All right, we
got a
have
race,
level parity.
people. Stage 12. Stage 12 all.
So what is the mechanism for that is causing this plane to crash whenever someone's seat's reclined?
Weight distribution.
Yeah. I think it's
It's
gotta be
all about weight distribution.
Right, yeah. So like if you
Also,
even like it's so sensitive, even the weight of a cell phone will throw it off balance.
That is correct. Because as you
Yeah.
know, if
Gotcha.
it's not out, it doesn't have weight.
Right.
But someone 325 has cleared it, is moving on to level 13.
Oh wow. And I think there's also the effect, like you're familiar with like double slit experiment, where like if you're observing the particles, they do different things, right? When you're leaned back, you're looking upwards, and just that fact of not looking forward, if enough people do it, it's an issue.
I don't know enough to argue, so I'm gonna take that as fact.
Oh no, someone 325 I think has missed one backrest. Don't go through that door. He went through that door.
And also, I just want to, shine a light on all of our brave flight attendants that brave this sort of risk every single day. They're really, I knew that they worked hard, but like, man,
Stressful.
yeah, they make one mistake and you're on the news,
So someone has been doing your strategy, Internet Trichable, of just kind of going bottom to top. Oh, I get, but maybe
One,
not.
as soon as you say it, switches to left side first.
Yeah, as soon as I said it,
he
I mean,
actually
they've been
missed
consistently
those two
doing.
seatbelts.
No, I think they've just missed the queue for the seat. Oh wait, no, got one.
But don't do one and not the other. Oh no. Oh, must not. Yeah, I agree with you, Sumgirl. I think you're right. I think the seatbelt behind them strategy is not something that someone is employing.
Yeah, I just think it's like so valuable to have that kind of quick, at a glance. Compared to all the other ones, I think that in some ways that's the easiest tell, right? It's being able to see the seatbelt. It stands out visually really obviously compared to like the people squirming about. You kind of have to watch them for a bit, check their movements over time. It's not like you can't just glance at them and see that immediately. But the seatbelt one, I think, is something you should be able to see pretty quickly if you know to look for it.
Yeah, and so like doing the bottom to top, something I've noticed, especially with the mechanic where the passenger is tempted to just switch into from having everything correct into one of those being incorrect. If you're doing bottom to top, if you see one of those exclamation points above you, feel free to just ignore it, because you haven't gone to check those yet, and you're going to check them anyway.
Really good point. Really good point. That's an advanced.
I think that's
thinking.
true, but at the same time, I think if you're doing bottom to top, there's a pretty big risk of the exclamation point appearing at the bottom of the plane after you've scrolled it off the screen, and you're much less likely to notice and address the issue.
Mystery
I think that might
Tournament
have caused a few
classic
deaths.
game Lawnmower. Very similar strategy to that, where you don't want the gas can to spawn too far away from you, or else you won't have time to go back to get it. Here, I guess it's actually scrolled off the screen, but that can happen on that too. Six. Oh, there was another one. Well, another thing about this game, obviously it's fun, it's novel, it's difficult. That would be a reason we would give it in top 8, but also I wouldn't want anyone to play this that isn't like seasoned.
All right, we made it.
We're through. Someone
We
325.
made it.
Moving on to level 14.
Now it's everything all at once on a big plane.
Well, no, this plane's not that big.
It's
No,
a
I
very
guess
short
just
plane,
wide.
but it's the 3 rows.
Also, I want to point out we had a thing on Zex's screen where a seat was reclined, but the person behind wasn't wearing a seatbelt. So there was it was the exact bad place in order to see that tell.
I think you can still see, if you look really closely, you can still see the unbuckled seatbelt, but it's much more subtle.
No, there's two back. Oh, that's going to be a fail for someone.
We made it. Okay, Zach's only one level behind. I don't think someone made that one. Nope. Yeah, you were
No,
right on that. Oh, but anyways, what I was saying is I wouldn't want someone to play this that wasn't seasoned just because it's a very discouraging game to play. I mean, there aren't that many levels and you're losing constantly. I mean, you're doing the same thing over and over. It's a mentally strenuous game for sure. The race at the very least.
Yeah, I agree. In most games, you have a level of progress. You can see the ending, and you can adjust those skills. It's not really testing your ability to jump or your ability to solve a puzzle. It's just kind of testing your ability to just notice.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to see 2 flights
Someone
at the
might
same
have
time.
that.
I think, someone's looked good to me.
Wow.
And they're
there
both
we go.
the double.
The sync.
So we are on to the
We made
final
it.
level for Someone 325. We have our last game mechanic. We have the red eye flight passenger. So the red eye flight passenger will ask for your attention. And if you don't give it to that person, they will scream. They will shout. They will make it so that your movements are very, very slow. So you need to address the red eye passenger immediately.
There only just that one red eye passenger.
There is only the one, and it can spawn anywhere on the plane.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a little bit of RNG. I think did Zex? Oh no. In this
That looked
game, and
pretty
normally we
good
try and
from
avoid
someone.
RNG,
I
but
didn't
this
see any
balances
obvious
stuff
fails
out.
there.
If this is it, that's going to be the clear
This
then.
might be it.
That is
We
a
made
clear.
it.
Someone 325 has finished the goal, has beat
Let it
level
finish.
15.
Official SRL time of 21:29. Yeah, so later levels have more red eye passengers, so they become more of an issue about where they spawn. And it just gets to be where it's a little bit too. It feels like the RNG might matter a little bit more. And this was a more fun spot to stop it. The game gets really hard. Oh, Zex is close. But yeah, that's a great time. That's definitely faster than any of our tester times. Wow.
It was very impressive.
And Zach's finishing 14 on to 15 is going to be very shortly behind. If Zex can one-shot this level, it will be a very, very close race between the two of them.
Someone 325 in the race chat is saying hardest game in Mystery Tournament yet.
I believe it.
I can't argue with it. The games that you might typically think would be hard, like really tight jumps or something, someone doesn't struggle with very much. So I think that something like this, I think, is just hard for any human that has the same physiology as the next one. Oh, well, did that guy have a phone and seatbelt issue? I think
I
this
don't know.
might
We're
not-
gonna see. We're gonna see.
I think there are a
if-
couple rows X didn't get to, but maybe.
Is not quite, and I think that's where we're gonna stop. Zex has forfeited just to move on to the next game we have.
Yeah, as we keep things moving a lot of the time in top 8. But great performances from both of them. Really close race. And the next game is completely different. That's what we do here. I'm assuming we're probably going to be taking a bit of a break in between the games here.
Yep, we are. Excuse me. Yeah, we will take a quick break while we let the racers get set up. So we'll see you all in just a few minutes here for the second round of the loser semis. Or second match, rather. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. Today, we are hosting Mystery Tournament 18, Top 8. This is Losers Semis. We'll hand it right back over to everybody.
Hello, everyone. We're back. Sorry about the slight delay. Sometimes we gotta pick these games dynamically. One thing, it's much easier during the normal pool, but sometimes people aren't blind to games, and we do blind racing here, so we'll do a redraw. Or sometimes people have trouble running certain games, and we're prepared for that. We've got stuff ready. So we're playing a game. It's a good one, but it's just a different one.
Yes. So we have like a slew of top 8 games that are selected from the pool of user submitted games. So players do submit games to Mystery Tournament. And amongst those games, more than just the games that you see are set aside for top 8. So we have a giant pool for just in case something like this happens. And so making sure everything is right with the games, the players can play them, and nothing weird happens, because we have some issues sometimes where frame rates cause the game to run too fast, or someone's computer can't handle a certain game. I know my computer is getting pretty old at this point, so anything that is made by a newer dev, I have a hard time running. And some games just aren't 100% optimized, which causes problems. But we have a great game selected for our next match. Someone325 has taken the victory in this best of 3 losers semis. So Zex will need to win this game to stay alive in Mystery Tournament 18.
Yes, yeah, this is a deciding game. And this is going to be going from something that's so novel we don't even really know what to call it, to something it's obvious to say what it is and what inspired it. So I think it's going to be a kind of a huge jump for these players. That's kind of the fun that we have, but also it's going to be a very different skill set that we're testing out here.
But yeah, we are going to transition over to the game. The game we have is a free game that you can get. Anybody can go on Steam and get this game. It is called Jaded. So for those of you who've come to see Mystery Tournament a lot, you may recognize a lot about this game, or at least about the kind of style of game it is. This is a game where you dash. This is a game where you move, you fight. We had seen a lot of different variations of this style of game in Mystery Tournament.
When you say dash and fight, are you saying like a Mega Man kind of dash and fight, or like?
I wouldn't say Mega Man.
I would say Celeste.
Okay.
Celeste,
the
but
very
you can
different
punch.
types of dashes there.
Celeste, but you can punch.
Yeah.
I feel like that was missing from Celeste, so like that's pretty valid.
Yeah, we're gonna see. Well, I'll wait till we actually get into the race here. But once we, I think this game has some fun mechanics for variance. I think we can see players play this game a little bit differently and be saving time on each other.
And there is a bit of speed tech that they players might pick up. You can't use it too much, but it is a tool for them to be able to use if they discover it. But yeah, as a reminder, this is Mystery Tournament 18. So every game that these players are playing, they have never played before. So they are going into this game, playing it for the first time, racing it to a goal that we give them through a paste bin or a Wrenchry link, just some information to help get them on their feet before they can get started.
And here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Oh, different files. They're choosing different files, which I don't know. We're gonna have to see. Could affect things. But yeah, one of the things I definitely notice about this game is that, well, do you even have the dash yet?
No, you start with the dash. You don't get told about the dash until like the 4th or 5th screen. But this is a platformer with a bit of combat mixed in.
Okay, so they have like a directional slash.
Yeah, so you can like pogo off of enemies. And so we have our sync. You have to beat this little spirit in order to move on. And the combat's nothing really revolutionary.
Mm-hmm.
It's
There's
this
the dash.
It's this dash that is the kind of the really cool aspect of this game. So
the dash like slows down time. That's basically like a little pause.
You have time to aim the dash, so I think we're gonna hit. That's where we're gonna see big variance, right? Because do you need to take the time to aim it, or can you just know? Can you just know where you're going?
Yeah, someone
with a little bit of a
having a little bit of a
issue.
menu issue, accidentally going back into the tutorial. But every now and then,
made up anytime. That he
yeah,
lost.
already made it up. So then we get into these things. Most of the screens are going to be platformer based, but you will have some screens where you do have to do a combat encounter in order to break through and get to the next level, our next screen.
We have these like grapple point looking things here. How are those working?
So your dash automatically tracks to those little points.
Okay.
Which is good and can be problematic at times.
Right.
And your dash also tracks enemies too. So you can dash into an enemy. I don't believe it does much damage, but it can be good for positioning. Because some of these combat encounters do get kind of tricky with some of the combinations of enemies they put in. And there's no dedicated dodge button. It is just the dash.
Okay, and they get their health back on it after every screen clear, it looks like.
That is correct.
Okay.
But yeah, you also have a wall jump. It is not a platformer game if you do not have a wall jump.
Absolutely.
At
least not one made this
there are
century.
many platform games where you don't have a wall jump.
It's not Celeste if you don't have a wall jump, I'll say that.
I mean, I guess that's technically true.
Oh, so Zex skipped a big portion of that. I don't know if someone did that same skip. I didn't happen to see. It ended up getting the gem, but I think it was still faster to take that sort of roundabout way.
Yeah, someone 325 has a bit of a lead though. Moving on to, I believe, like the little city area of this first level.
Look at this rapid dashing here. Dashing on the straightaways, I mean, it's obvious, but that's the kind of thing that you'll see our best players start doing sooner than the people who, might start doing that 10 minutes in, making the connection. Oh yeah, okay, I can dash on the straightaways.
Yeah, that was the speed tech I was mentioning. You get a lot of speed just dashing into the floor. And you can build that up. And that speed does actually hold over screen transitions.
Is there like a limit to how many dashes you can do, like before you land, or?
So you can only do one dash per jump. And there is going to be a mechanic later on that does refresh that dash.
Okay.
The big ice man. I would think you had to hit the glowing weak spot, but it looks like fully vulnerable regardless. And so is someone 325, taking I think the first death of this game.
Alright, so deaths do like nothing though. They just like you're on the same screen.
It's true. Health is reset, so something like that. I mean, you lose some progress, but like the
Yeah,
enemy health.
sure.
I mean,
But
Yeah,
yeah,
I just like I had thought that these green glowy pillars were like checkpoints or something, but it seems like they're not.
yeah. While
do
you
they
do those like
There's these like pillars on the ground that they pass by that start glowing. They look like checkpoints, but just start over on the same screen.
I think they technically serve as checkpoints, but it's just to give you like some visual flair. I don't think they really serve any other purpose outside of that.
Okay.
Yeah, the thing about these combat encounters, especially with these big enemies, is that you don't have that many generous invulnerability frames. Like, when you get hit, you can get double hit if you're not paying attention. Yeah, but someone 325 flying through these platforming sections.
I mean, both races are making very, very quick work of these platforming sections. Seems like it's a small handful of deaths are going to be a pretty big deciding factor in this race.
absolutely. I mean, I think that this game, any game where you can immediately restart is a well, basically, if I'm playing it, I'm assuming I'm going to be able to lose. I'm going to lose because it's not going to go quite fast. If you have to be careful, like in a retro platformer where you have to start over, quite long before, I might be okay. But a game like this, you just keep moving.
It looks like when you have those like grapple points that you're hooking onto, you also dash farther. Seems like you can dash all the way to wherever the point is, no matter how far away it is. Because they're doing some very long dashes with these grapple points.
Yeah, they're really generous about letting you dash into them. I think it's just the magnetic property of like kind of locking your grapple to them kind of just lets it extend the range a little bit more. And it is pretty handy because it does kind of lock you into the direction. Someone 325 kind of making sure they can do this wall jump without jumping into these little spikes there. When you do a wall jump, you don't really have a controlled jump. You do have a controlled jump when you just jump regularly, but if you do a wall jump, it is kind of a fixed like distance, if I recall correctly.
It's important to pick up on that kind of thing because you can get yourself into a situation where you want to do one, but you do the other instead.
Someone 325 was just trying to damage race this boss pretty directly. It seems like that's not going to be a viable strategy. But only once the boss locks into that little spinny attack, it seems it's pretty straightforward from there.
Yeah, Zex is a few a few screens behind at this point, and we're still only
also
on level
a few
1.
frames, depending on how you define few, I suppose.
Yeah, few. Like,
yeah,
like a couple thousand frames behind. That's just a
Yeah.
few.
I think we should just time everything in like number of frames.
It's true. It's so much more.
Like the
accurate.
race ends, we're like, oh yeah, with an SRL time of 36,982 frames.
Someone is really enjoying the strategy of dashing up and then doing the sort of down attack to stay hovering on top of the enemies. And it's a great
It seems like
strategy.
it's really good for fighting these birds in particular because they have a pretty nasty habit of getting out of your range. But this kind of locks them in.
Yeah, and I think the enemies do have a bit of a stun lock to them. So if you do that like downward pogo, they're not really going to be able to have a chance to attack. For the larger enemies, they don't really have that stun lock. So they'll still attack you if you try to do the pogo.
Yeah, and while both these players are playing really well, I think we're seeing play out just what I was thinking, where, you know, on someone's screen, you can barely even tell that this dash slows down time. Like, you forget that that's even a mechanic that you can sit there and aim it. But someone is just moving.
Yeah, someone is just knows exactly the direction of dash they want immediately and is just not taking any time to correct it because they're just so accurate with their mouse.
Wondering if there's any like combat use of slowing down time. Like, do enemies continue to move while time is frozen?
No. Everything is just frozen when you're about to do your dash.
Gotcha.
So Summon 325, moving on to level 2, we are introduced to these little teleporter grapples.
Oh, and a down.
Someone thought in the chat that they were done, but they are not. This is it's not that short.
Yeah, so there are 3 levels to this game. It is not completed yet. I believe there's going to still be more levels added to this game.
Yeah, I think this technically isn't a demo, but you could maybe think of it like that.
I mean, there was a dialogue box at the
these-
start of the game that said it was still in beta.
Here you
It's more
have
or
this
less like-
cool mechanic where you travel along these sort of paths, so you get turned into energy and travel along the path, and you can jump out of the path at any time.
Yeah, and you can also like downward spike into them as we saw. You have a slam that you can use, and you can slam out of those little energy beams. We are introduced to a new enemy in this world. We have kind of the fly nest. Will continuously spawn flies until you kill them. And the flies themselves don't actually do not count towards the enemy gate. So you can avoid killing the flies. All you have to do is kill the nests.
That makes sense. It seems like grappling onto enemies also has a very long range. Like, enemies have that same kind of magnetic property for locking onto your dash, and you can dash at enemies from who are barely even on screen.
Yeah, I think maybe even off screen. But I mean, you know, how do you know?
Yeah,
is the thing.
Yeah, that's a bit hard to reproduce consistently, but it is definitely.
I do know in the first level, because I've played through this recently. Oh, we have a leaf glider. We can now glide.
Love it.
But the glide does get erased when you land, so you can only use it pretty much in one motion.
Oh, okay.
But as I was saying, with those enemies that you can grapple to, there are hidden collectibles in the levels. And sometimes you do need to grapple onto an enemy, because not all levels, not all screens with enemies are route them all in order to clear the screen. So you can utilize that to basically get collectibles.
So it looks like you can at least wall jump with the leaf glider, though, and that stays.
Yeah,
It's
as long
only
as you
if
don't touch the
land on
ground. That seems to be the big.
Yeah, the
big
ground destroys the leaf.
That's how leaves work.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know what I
also
was raking.
You also get your dash back if you slash an enemy. So you slash that enemy, you can get your dash back.
Oh, that's interesting. It's kind of like.
It's like the messenger.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The messenger.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So this is combining a lot of mechanics from a lot of different games that are beloved, and it makes a really cool, unique experience.
Yeah, no, this looks really fun. It definitely seems like the combat is maybe not. There's not much to it, but that's fine. I don't think that's a shortcoming or anything.
Very
Yeah, you
difficult
make a game
to make a game that is both combat focused and really good, and also really good platforming. I feel like one has to take a back seat all the time.
Yeah, and making the movement fun is a really cool aspect. And you can also dash into the leaves. Yeah, Someone 325 is making very quick work of this game.
Yeah, made very few mistakes. Maybe 2 or 3 deaths, and the biggest one probably on that crystal golem in the first stage. And very few, I don't know, just very few mistakes. It's really hard to catch up if you're the other player if the first player never messes up.
Yeah, this gap's definitely been very notably widening over the course of the past.
Yeah, and these levels aren't trivial to complete. Like some of the platform challenges you see sometimes, as we just saw, Someone 325 taking a little death there and not noticing like a spike vine on the side. But has been doing a really good job of sight reading most of these levels. So if they're not getting it on the first attempt, he's getting it on the second or third attempt.
That was a bit of a puzzle too. You had to kind of fly around that thing just so you could have the leaf in a spot where you could utilize it in the second half of this level. But from what I saw, it seemed like someone was mostly just sort of reacting to the platforming challenges and not really thinking about how the game was testing an understanding aspect. Maybe just immediately understood it.
Yeah, that's the level of gameplay we have with these top 8 players. They can just intuit pretty much a screen and get all the information they need and complete it without really having to think.
Yeah, Someone 325 is going ridiculously fast.
This is really solid gameplay.
And it's not like Zex is doing a poor job. Zex is doing a fantastic job doing the exact same thing, but just Someone 325 has clued into what this game is asking of him.
Yeah, I think there's like a really underrated skill is sort of gauging in a mystery race, like how fast does the game want me to go?
Yeah.
Like anyone can go, obviously being able to go fast is important, but it's important to recognize, like, is this the type of game where I can safely kind of just go? And I think Someone 325 very quickly picked up, like, this is the type of game where as long as I pay attention and do sort of what the level is hinting at, I can just go, no hesitation at all. And we've been seeing that play out to great effect.
Yeah, and if you noticed, we now have these little dash pellets, very reminiscent of Celeste. You collect them, you get your dash back.
Yeah, I have to imagine some game did that before Celeste, but ever since Celeste did it, I think you see it a lot. And it's a really, I mean, for good reason. It's just, it lets you really open up your level design. Oh, moving on, doesn't need to land there. Oh, did lose the leaf. That was like kind of a fade-in transition screen. You couldn't do anything like tease the game by bringing a leaf with you.
Yeah,
is that like a little box truck? What is that?
Yeah, so now we're introduced to these like little kind of stone enemies that are shooting like a little moss poison ball. They're not terribly threatening, but
maybe you're huge.
We will see some combinations of them with some other enemies. We also have this kind of, I don't know what the best way to describe that, like, it's one of those portal cores. That it just spawns another one of those. Again, not terribly threatening.
Wow, that was a difficult room to get through first try. Very impressed with someone on that one. The crossover was moving fast. You can use the sort of transition time moving along these little pipes to think, but it's not much time.
Yeah, Zex on the other side, finishing this one kind of puzzle-esque level where you need to use the leaf and hold it on. Onto the little combat section. Zex is losing ground at this point. Really needs Someone 325 to have a struggle point to really kind of get that catch-up. And it's not a place you want to be. for those who don't know kind of what goes on with the mystery tournament, Zex has no idea where someone 325 is at this moment. And same with someone 325. They don't know where each other are in the grand scape of the race. So it is just kind of a matter of how quick you can do it with the independence without really having to worry about where your opponent is. Though it is going to be on the back of your mind throughout the majority of the race.
Yeah, it's special. I feel like it's always especially on your mind when you're like on the last level. You're like, all right, I'm watching the IRC. Like, you know, is my opponent going to dot done like right now? You start feeling the pressure very strongly. Something I've been really impressed by with someone 325 in the past couple screens is as we've gotten to these sort of more complicated platforming challenges that are not maybe as immediately obvious, you notice that he'll start using the pause more on the dash. We talked about how like early on he was not stopping at all, like the dash stops time, but he wasn't using that because the early levels didn't really require that kind of careful placement of the dashes. And as the difficulty's been ramping up, he's been adjusting really, really well to the increased difficulty and using the time stop to his advantage to be able to sight read these levels.
Yeah, it's having a bit of trouble though with this combination of spawner and rock golem. It's kind of like landing their dash in their hitboxes, and then it's kind of just getting comboed.
It's the projectiles, I think. You when you're in there and you're constantly spamming and you're just thinking about positioning, because the most of this game is, you're not really looking at threats in that way. So I think someone was missing the projectiles even happening for most of those attempts. That time actually kind of backed away and dodged him, and it worked out.
You're now in some kind of like volcano-looking area.
Yeah, and a little bit.
Level 2 has been going on for a very long time.
I know.
Yeah, and a little bit of kind of just like, you can land on those breakable platforms and maintain your leaf.
Yeah. I don't think someone 325 noticed that though.
Yeah, because
he didn't stop on the platform on that last screen. He was able to like just barely make it to the updraft without needing to use it, but he did not figure out the way that mechanic works. We'll see if that comes into play more later in the level.
It definitely will, and it'll be quick for someone 325 to notice that mechanic. All right, Zex making it into the waterways area, but that is a whole level 2 section behind. There are a lot of screens between here and this volcano section.
Oh, that combo was really cool from someone 325.
Yeah, this is
bouncing
really
right off the ceiling.
Masterful play. I think it's not like any of this is like, if you practiced it 2 or 3 times, you couldn't do it. It's not like any of this is crazy frame perfect stuff. But that's not so much what is impressive around here. It's that someone has never seen this screen of this game in their life and is now just destroying it. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. So we technically only have 4 players left in the tournament at this point. 3 of them are previous Mystery Tournament champions, while 1 of them is not. And that one who is not is someone 325. And with this gameplay, he is positioning himself in a way to make it so he might not be a non-champion. He'll get that championship if he continues to play like this.
Yeah, I
definitely
think,
has a very commanding lead.
Yeah, we'll hear Maurice, you heard him on commentary earlier, constantly will say how someone is the best, despite not having won. Always says, someone's going to win Mystery Tournament, so maybe this is finally the time where Maurice can be right. I think he probably doesn't want to be right, because he would rather win, but, you know, that's what you get, I guess. Actions have consequences, monkey paw kind of thing.
And we are getting to this point. Both of these players have played a fair number of games today.
Yeah, for sure. And especially for Zex, who's one of our European players, it's quite late there at this point. So that definitely takes a bit of a toll, having to play these matches at 1, 2 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. The walk off the platform and then that's a really cool move. I think what the game intends you to do is kind of drop down and then shoot up at an angle. But someone is doing something where he just walks off the edge and is sort of using the coyote time to aim the thing right then to get a perfectly horizontal dash. Smart to notice the sort of intricacies of the game's mechanics that quickly.
Yeah, it's hard to say where like someone 225 is like kind of losing time. Like he is just getting these levels down pretty much first or second try. In another combat section.
Oh, down to 1 health. Yeah, don't think of making in that one.
Yeah, it's hard to notice.
Thinking, do they not have contact damage at all? Do enemies?
No,
just
they
not
have contact damage. So if you if you're in it, you will get hit, I believe. And like there is no like indication of when your invulnerability frames go up. So if you're not paying attention, you're just gonna get constantly hit by enemies.
Yeah, someone playing it very fast and loose with these hitboxes, but that's another good thing. Is it's good to test, where the limits of hitboxes are. They aren't always what they seem, especially in older games.
Ooh, misses the dash there, but is probably going to get it. Oh, but dashed into that enemy isn't going to have another dash. You only get that dash if you slash an enemy. Zex on the other side, finishing that combat that gave someone 225 a little bit of trouble. Is
during the last area of level 2. Well, I assume this is the last. I don't know that. Oh,
yeah, that is the last area. So we are going to move on to level 3, which adds one more. Well, adds a few more new mechanics.
No, the goal's level 2.
Oh, is it just level 2?
What do you mean? Is that the goal you're saying? Oh, yep. Tutorial level 1 and level 2. I think level 3 didn't exist when this was initially subbed. I think that's what it was. This was submitted to the tournament. We played everything and thought, this is great. And then level 3 now exists and didn't before. So we didn't think to include it.
I played it when I was testing it. I didn't actually read the goal. So, but yeah, that is it. Someone 325 has taken the victory, is going to be moving on. It's unfortunate that Zex is eliminated, but 4th place is nothing to sneeze at.
No, absolutely not. And that's adding to a bevy of other very low numbers that Zex has accrued over the years as far as place in the tournament.
But yeah, wonderful showing from someone 325. So gets a bit of a break because this is the last match of the day. But we will be seeing him tomorrow in losers finals, facing the loser of Maurice versus Ferris V5.
That's going to be a
tomorrow.
very exciting race.
This is a really exciting race. Tomorrow, just to, I guess we should start moving on, wrapping it up. But to discuss what's happening tomorrow, we have the complete finals. I got so many mystery tabs open. Even my tabs are a mystery. I'm glad somebody laughed. I thought it was not that funny, but it's nice of you to come through for me. Thank you.
I got you back.
We got winners finals, I believe, is for winners finals.
Yeah, we have to do winners
tomorrow.
finals first.
So that is a best of 3, and then we're doing losers finals after that because you can't do it before winners finals because the loser of winners finals plays in losers finals. And then the winner of that moves up, probably, sometimes even a rematch to compete in grand finals. Those are all best of 3s. Grand finals is a best of 5, but we, rather than do a bracket reset just because it takes too long, we just give a 1-game advantage to whoever never lost and comes into grand finals. So to essentially see a whole lot more games tomorrow. Well, I mean, we're going to see some, but we could see a lot. And they're all good, and they're all fun, and they're all going to be played by the best. I hope everybody tunes in.
Yeah, and we should be seeing all of you tomorrow, right? Question?
I don't think I'm on tomorrow.
Yeah, not quite everybody, but a lot of us are coming back for commentary. Got another rotating group. We've got a few people that weren't here today. You're going to see Polari Omni Gamer, classic speedrun community member, going to be here. A lot of people have moved through the mystery tournament throughout the years. Even our host, Church and Sarge, has been in mystery tournament once or twice.
I think I've been in like 4 times, and I was actually going to join this one, and then I just missed the signups.
It happens. It happens.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, it's probably about time to sign up for mystery tournament. I looked and it was like, oh nope, it's not open yet. And then the next time I remembered was like 3 months later. It's like, nah, I've definitely missed it. We're December now.
There's a different world where all the most popular speedrun streamers, instead of doing, Nuzlocke and things like that, would be doing blind racing instead. Unfortunately, this is the timeline we got, but it's exciting that we still are going and we do all this fun stuff. And blind racing is just great. Yeah, I think Pwnoob said it earlier, but that's a big thing for me is if, you want to take the time to play the same game over and over and over, but still want to feel like a speedrunner, this is the thing for you.
Well, we could go on talking about blind racing forever. Do you remember that? Here, I will post the link again. If you are interested in Mystery Tournament, if you want to join in on any of the side tournaments they have, or Mystery Tournament 19 when it starts in like 8 months or something, join the Discord and you'll be able to participate in blind races and stuff. And we have the top 3 starting tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, same time tomorrow. We hope to see you all there. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye all. Thanks everybody for joining me.